Futures back to the downside this morning as we get going on a Monday after a bit of a rally into the close to end the week. No such luck on continuation. More fears over what these tariffs and overall economy condition could transpire here going forward as we get a little more information on how this will play out, possibly coming up this week. We'll touch on that coming up. Overall market downside here this morning, not only both the NASDAQ and the S&P, but individual names specifically standing out here. Tesla with quite the move to the downside here so far this morning on a negative UBS note. We'll touch on that. There are a few to the upside as well. Airbnb, I was just noting with an upgrade this morning. So Airbnb has given it back now, but was up nicely here on light volume coming off that upgrade. But so much to talk about this morning coming off again. What happened last week? We get Powell to end the week. We get Trump almost every day, it seems. Dara and I were just, Sharif off today, Dara's with me. Dara and I were just saying before we came on, maybe we'll get more random Oval Office press conferences throughout the week this week just to get more action for the overall market.
It's pretty interesting because a lot of what's said in some of these conferences is going to have a ton of overlap. Lately, tariffs have been the theme, and it's very rare that something new will be said on tariffs. Sometimes it's just rewording, but yeah, I think we'll have to find out. Certainly, it'll be interesting. It's been really exciting to follow this news cycle for sure. One other catalyst, too, that's going to be on watch, I think, today, were all of these names that are going to be added to or moved from these different S&P indices. Some of the names impacted include Hims and Hers. We know we're going to have DoorDash on watch as well. And even some of these names that didn't get added that were expected to, like Robinhood, Coinbase, AAPL, all on watch.
Yeah, one of those types of catalysts, though, when you do get that announcement, typically in a quote-unquote normal market, yeah, it's going to move the actual stock. But with the overall sentiment and so much uncertainty, we'll see. I mean, we saw Airbnb there. We'll touch on Dash as well. Dash has already given back most of that gap to the upside. We're back to basically flat. There's Tesla. 3.6% negative note this morning on Tesla. Price target cut coming through as well. We're back to basically Friday's low, and it's 8:33 right now. Oh, by the way, how are you enjoying the lack of 1 hour sleep? Happy Monday, guys.
Sleep? I ain't worried about no sleep. I mean, we turned the clocks back yesterday.
Yeah. No.
You know what I mean?
We were talking about this morning. Like it was a lot darker coming in this morning.
Welcome, everybody.
Than it was.
We've got Obi here.
Hello.
Thing is, I heard on the way in that today is 24% more likely to have a heart attack.
Wait, what?
Today, because of the added stress,
the lack of. So it just goes to show how important sleep.
It's like a medical thing.
Yeah.
Like this is not me saying that. There's doctors. Like this is a thing.
So an increased probability.
So get ready. So not only do we have this market going here, but now then we have the risk of heart attacks.
I mean, this market might have a 20% increased chance of a heart attack after the past 3 weeks of selling. Sellers have clearly been dominant over the past 3 weeks. When will they stop?
Really?
Where's the capitulation? It hasn't even come.
I mean, I wrote down Tesla here that we'd like to short this thing at 258. Unfortunately, we wrote this down about a half hour ago when we were at 255. Well, now you're down to 253 and getting lower here. The NASDAQ is like stepping on the throat right now of index investors. I mean, this is starting to get a little bit of something. We have IBIT today on watch. I was about to put out this thing, and I forgot that I didn't have a crypto play on there. I do like some Mara love as well. But yeah, if we just look at the triple Qs, basically as quick as we can here. Sharif's not in today. I'm feeling under the weather, so that's I saw some of you asking about Adara, so we're really happy to have her filling in on the desk. But yeah, man, it's you mentioned sellers here, Obi. I mean, ever since we broke that 380 shelf right there, there really hasn't been. Hello.
Thank you.
Some nice ripe bananas I see there. Neil, my friend, would be loving that. But yeah, ever since we broke that 380, now it's coming right into the downside. We broke through the 200 period moving average. We didn't even think about holding it, really. There was one day where we bounced a bit and then boom, down to the downside. Now I think we're looking at, honestly, another 7 to 8% get down into here into 220 or so for this NASDAQ. And then...
And funny thing, we were talking
Randy
about
was just here
that
on
increased volume as well, right? So it's like as the price gets lower, there's more and more sellers, people pulling in.
What was that, sorry?
On the Tesla, it's like as it's been selling off, the volume's been increasing.
I have, and you and I talked about this. I have a feeling of like You had mentioned the S&P 500 now double at least the relative volume here in the AM.
In the pre-market.
And I'm getting that flushing feeling as well. Is that Joe, my guy in the background over there? Yo, what's up, Joe? Joe's in the building right now.
Joe in the
Yes, so I don't know. I'm getting flushy feeling right now. I mean, NVIDIA just took down 110 as well to the downside. So that's been sort of bouncing around here in the AM. And right there, we just took it. So finally, for the first time here, taking down 975, looking a little bit lower. Tonight, we have Oracle. I could see the same thing happening to Oracle that happened to Broadcom, where they come up with a good number, gets to the upside. We're all pretty happy with it. Then it gets hit first thing in the morning, only before it recovers. We did have a decent recovery, though, on Friday with the NASDAQ. So we'll see if we can get something else going here. You know, Donald has talked about, remember, he was saying he didn't want to do the tariffs April 1st because people thought he would be joking.
Yeah.
So he went to April 2nd.
Yeah.
So right now we're a couple weeks away until a lot of those tariffs get implemented here on our side of it as well. So we do have a new Liberal leader, which doesn't really matter, but that sort of settled down there. John Carney. I don't know if you care about that. Not really, right?
I haven't really been following.
I mean, neither really. I just saw that was last night. So hopefully we had Kevin O'Leary on Friday talking about leadership and things like that here in Canada. So temporary, we do have someone else new at the helm. I think he'll be sworn in today there. And so that should be fun. And then I'm pretty certain,
I should probably follow Canadian politics a little bit more.
No, you don't need to. I do think, well, you can if you want. I do think that the Conservative, although I want to see, I'm not sure what the numbers are, but, as O'Leary was mentioning, the Conservatives will probably take the House coming up, I don't know when, hopefully in the summer and in the fall. Yeah. And then we can start to maybe some more serious negotiations. But yeah, I think dip buy opportunities are here. I've been buying a little bit of the the S&P 500 over the last couple of weeks, and probably leaving some powder dry now, as I feel like they could get a couple days to the downsides.
Yeah, no, I think that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to see if these sellers eventually step off. And like I mentioned earlier, there's no real sign of any sort of capitulatory action just yet. I mean, I don't know, but let's see. Who knows if we even get that? Maybe we just get a gradual kind of buying back up to the upside. But yeah, taking a look on the weekly here on the spider, you can see, like, look, okay, 3 weeks of strong selling, but bigger picture, we're still well within. We're well within this trend, right? Again, if I just simply draw. I think a bunch of indicators might show up, but okay, no. See, kind of breaking this trend, but like still, if you
what was that bottom?
Higher time
what was
frame,
that indicator? Down
this right here?
Yeah.
I think I put in levels here because of volume I might have observed.
Oh, October 23. Okay.
Yeah, in and around there. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've left them on. I don't know. They're insignificant.
But even what you just drew there, it's breaking.
So it's cracking.
A significant break there on the week, I feel like.
Yeah, this is a significant break on the weekly. We did that last week. But yeah, again, we've done that before, right? You can see right here, 2020, 2021, sharp, accelerated kind of trend. We break, we slow down, and almost 2022 to 23, we have a bit of a chop, slow pullback. And I don't know, are we poised for a little bit more of that in the coming year? I have no idea. But yeah, a little bit of a trend break, but bigger picture trend still seems well within tact. But I'm waiting for those sellers to kind of step off. I don't know.
I mean, I want to we said this before, over the last 50 years, there's been 27 10% moves or more over the last 50 years, which means we roughly get one every 2 years. Yeah. Right? And so we're getting it right now. And out of those 27, I think 13 of them, thank you, Randy, 13 of them were 23% or more. You forgot to ask Ob? Is that for me or for Ob?
I just got one.
Oh, you just got one.
Boom.
Oh, I got a flat tire yesterday. You remember we were just sort of talking about it? Yeah. So I pulled over on Lakeshore. It was after the hockey game yesterday. So it was in. They played at 1 p.m. The Scepters, the Toronto. Oh, we were season. I'll get the video. We were season ticket holders of the game.
Nice.
Yeah. So we were up on the jumbotron there. So that was pretty fun. But anyways, yeah, flat tire. So pulled over, got ready to go. Had the spare in the back. Started going, and then listen to this. Some guy out of nowhere, like we weren't even, so I pulled off Lakeshore and I went into like a little bike roundabout there, which was really, really cool. Lots of space. Anyways, I started getting it out, getting the hitch ready, and so, some nice guy pulled over. And was like, hey man, let me help you. Wow. I was like, holy crap. I was like, that's nice. So the next thing I know, the guy's underneath the car. He's getting it all going. I was like, all right. I was like, oh, you know.
Really helpful.
So we helped. Yeah. So I was like, wow. So that made me, and I was like, thank you so much for doing this. And he told a story that he blew a tire on his bike up north, and someone stopped and helped him. So and they told him to pass it forward, pay it forward. Good. So nice. Good word. So then I had to promise him that I would do the same thing. So I thought that was really nice.
That's a happy Monday story.
Yes. Yeah. And so that was really nice. So I thought that was cool. But then I went to Canadian Tire, $500 a tire, and they don't even have them in. So I got to order them. And apparently, if you have a 4x4, you need to have all 4 tires the exact same.
I know a guy.
Randy knows a guy.
I have a thing into my guy now. Yeah. But how true is that? If you do have 4x4, they said that all 4 tires have to have the same treads.
Yeah.
Treads and so I'm looking for a certain Continental tire. So
nice.
Anyways, maybe I'll talk to you about that. But
talk to me.
There's a website that you have too, I know, that ships the tires. So we'll look at that. I was all over that last night.
See you, Randy.
And then this is the thing about Canada, by the way. Poor Brendan and Adara. They just have to listen to me ramble on over there. I apologize. But anyways, as we're changing the tire, I go to the guy.
Yeah.
I go, oh, well, now you just got to go to Costco and, get a new tire. He's like, Costco's American. I was like, wow, this is actually hard hitting. And then my wife is there, so we went to Canadian Tire. So there we go, man. So the tariffs and all that is definitely affecting buying levels as well. Stop yelling at me in the chat there, because people want the sticky note out. But the thing is,
oh boy.
We have
I see the sticky note.
You see it right here, right?
It's full up. Right there.
It's full up. I don't know. I was going to put something on iBid on here. All right, let's go back over to the desk, and we will figure out what the next step is here. I believe Michael Nosh is going to be waiting around, but let's go see what Brendan and Adair are up to. Did you guys get a flat tire on the weekend or anything?
Not this weekend, but I have done that many, many times. The last one I got actually was getting off 401 going into Yorkdale, and I managed to make it into the actual parking lot, but it's a disaster when that happens. Have you ever had that experience?
I do not drive and am not ever going to be behind the wheel of a car, so unfortunately I cannot relate.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Good thing it worked out for Sean.
Yeah. Absolutely. Let's bring in Mr. Noss, is waiting patiently over there in the green room.
And we have tremendous people very interested in this subject.
Trump is joining us apparently randomly here this morning. I don't know where that came from, but there's obviously audio. Michael Noss is watching Trump videos. Let's be honest. That's what's happening right now. We'll work on that. But anyways. Whenever, guys, just bring him back in. Well, he spent his entire weekend, he told me, looking at meme coins, which he typically does over the weekend.
Yeah, but, of course.
Yeah. Why are you watching Trump videos at 8:44 in the morning?
That tripped me out. I thought it was me for a second. It's one of those, you got 1,000 tabs open. I'm like, uh-oh.
One is
playing, but
one has to be playing Trump somewhere. All right, you want to talk about the market here a little bit? I mean, it could be worse. I mean, this daily candle on your first chart here is actually maybe constructive even.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to just come on and repeat myself all the time, but I've talked a little bit about how year 3 of a bull market is generally a constructive year, and I think it's a good thing to have year 3 of a bull market be choppy when you have 2 back-to-back 20% years. But this last down move was pretty strong. I know, we're looking at the market this morning. We're gapping down a little bit. Everyone's kind of bearish, but I just wanted to give everyone a real simple way to look at trading if you still wanted to buy stocks and you still want it to be a little bit bullish, right? And again, you don't have to make it complicated. I made a tweet on the weekend about this. So this back test that I have here is one that I've been working on a little bit and kind of playing with, and it's simply buying new all-time highs, just on the next slide there. Just what happens if you buy new all-time highs and you put a trailing stop on them? It works pretty well, right? Not all the time. This is going back to 1990, so there's a lot of years there of kind of sideways action. There's a couple pullback years, but most importantly, during the big bear markets, it did okay. During 2000 or the early 2000 with the tech bubble, 2008 with the great financial collapse, 2020, all of these times it did okay, just buying new all-time highs and then putting out some sort of a trailing stop. In this case, it was an ATR trailing stop. So you just take how much the stock normally moves and you just put a trailing stop on that. You can see, generally speaking, you outperform the market if you're just buying stocks that hit new all-time highs. So again, we don't need to make it complicated. What we need to do is look for what's already moving up, and if the market's going to bounce, the idea is that those names are probably going to bounce a little bit better. The best part about this is you see a lot of flat periods of time in the chart, and that's when there's no new all-time highs. During 2008, not a lot of new all-time highs to buy, right? So there's not a lot of trades going on, but I found a couple, so I wanted to take a look. So the next chart is just, again, it's TradingView. If you go into TradingView, there's just a little button on their scanner. You just search for all-time highs, and you just tick that, and it will only show you stocks that have made new all-time highs for that candle. Again, trying to make it very simple. If the market's going to bounce, these names are kind of interesting because they're already hitting a new high. The reason a new all-time high I think is so important is because you don't need to really do a sentiment check. Everyone who is short is wrong, and everyone who is long is right and making money. So therefore, happy with that and potentially not wanting to pay too much tax on that, they'll hold on to those positions. So also a good way just to find strength. Tick the new all-time high, do a scan, tick the new all-time low, do a scan, and try to get some sort of themes of what's going on here. So the first chart here that I want to talk about is eFun is the name of this. So we did a little trip around the world last week or a couple weeks ago talking about how the rest of the world is doing okay. If you want to take a look at the UK, they're doing okay. A lot of the places in Europe are doing fine. So eFun is actually European financials. So I call it eFun. It's EUFN. And the idea is that that's what they do over there. They don't have a lot of technology companies in France and in Italy and all of these. More about big banks and financial institutions. And this is a weekly chart and a screaming breakout of a 10-plus year base here. So a little bit too overextended for me right now, but I am going to watch this. If we start to get some sort of a pullback on these European financials, I think this is going to be an interesting way to play it. So as opposed to needing to know which banks to look at in Europe for these names, this could be one way to look at it. If you're in Europe right now and you have your favorite bank, you probably know that European financials are doing fantastic, but we have a new all-time high there. So that would be interesting. That'd be one that would potentially go in that system that I posted above. Next one here is Kroger. So, retail in the US. Nice breakout here. This is a daily chart, so it's a little bit more tactical. Look at that candle, especially on Friday. That big push up. That's a big engulfing candle breaking us out of a pretty significant high, a pretty tight range. I'm going to watch this one really closely to see if it can hold above 66 today with the market pulling back a little bit. If it can, I think that's an interesting play. A good thing to note that candle happened because of earnings. So whatever they're saying on earnings, it's probably not being affected as much by tariffs or whatever, but a new all-time high there. Next chart is McDonald's. So, wow, right? This is kind of considered a little bit of a flight to safety, I guess, right? If the economy is going to get bad, people are going to eat at McDonald's more or continue to eat at McDonald's. But no news really that I could see. But, we're comparing this to that chart I showed to the SPY earlier that is kind of barely hanging on to support by a thread. These names are hitting new all-time highs. I don't think McDonald's will ever have a huge short float. But if you are short, you're most definitely losing money on it. If you're long, you're doing okay. Nice solid breakout of that 312 area. So the all-time high, I think, is like 317 on this. So if it can hold above that, again, interesting play. If the market bounces, the idea that these things might have nice little sustained trend. This last one I don't know too much about, but it's Checkpoint Software Technologies. And another nice, really solid consolidation around 225, and then a breakout, and then a 5-point move on Friday. Closed pretty much at the high of the day there. So again, watching this one, if we're going to pull back today on the market, if it can hold that 225 area, that's where I'm going to be interested to get in. If we close below it, it's time to go. But I just wanted to show you guys, again, a very basic way of doing it. Now, you can look for new month highs, new 6 months high, new 3 months high, all kinds of ways to do it. But when the market is selling, and I talk about this over and over again, I'm sure I probably will as long as you guys have me on, the easiest thing to do during sell-offs is to look for things making new all-time highs. It means that they either have some fundamental catalyst that's pushing them higher, or it's just not where the institutions are selling when they're selling the market. And same thing, if you were looking to short and the market was screaming to new highs, you would look for stocks making new all-time lows. Those are probably going to be the best names to short. And again, just a little bit of a back test just to prove that over time, not all the time, but over time, buying new all-time highs seems to work out pretty well.
If you get a little bit more technical on that, looking at a daily time frame as you were there, or if you break it down even to a 60-minute or 15-minute, if you want to get even more granular, what do you want to see as far as follow through? What do you want to see as far as confirmation? Because we've all been in the situation where, yeah, okay, it breaks, you get a huge flush, stops going off, and a nice move through the high, but then it comes right back down and closes back below that, and all of a sudden you're sitting there out of the money. So what do you want to see as far as confirmation for that trade?
Well, that's a really good point that I meant to bring up and I didn't, so thanks for that. This has a sub 50-50 win rate in that back test that looks amazing. I think it's 41%. So it means most of the time, that will happen. I mean, more times than not, you'll get a breakout and then you'll get a push back down. I think the main point of it is that because you're buying something in the direction of a trend and a very strong trend, that when you're right, even though you're going to be right only 4 out of 10 trades and you're going to be wrong 6 out of 10 trades, that it will end up working well. So I think it's one of those things that you have to go into a setup like this knowing that you're going to be wrong a lot. But when you nail one, and that's what the important of putting on some sort of trailing stop as opposed to some sort of profit target, is because your hope is that you get something that's breaking a new all-time high and it turns into a Facebook or an Amazon or a Nvidia or something like that. And now for confirmation, I like to see, Charles Dow taught us a long time ago, the closing price is the most important price. So I think this is one of those things that if you were kind of an end-of-day trader like myself, you could scan near the end of the day and see if you're getting a daily close above that. If you want to get a little bit more granular with those shorter-term time frames, like a 15-minute, I think it's just momentum. You need to see that move. That's where things like tape reading come in handy as well. You want to see the buyer stepping up. You want to see momentum and buying pressure in the name pushing it higher so that you have some confirmation that people are coming in. So, but again, the beauty of these is that I think the average winner was 3 times the average loser. So you got to know, regardless of what you do, breakouts fail a lot. So you're going to be wrong a lot. But the hope is when you nail one, you really nail a good one.
And this is a tough trade in the sense that if the market remains weak and if the market is continuing to trend to the downside, you're essentially fighting the overall sentiment here and fighting the overall momentum of the market in trying to be long, even though the individual name is strong.
Yes. The kind of counter I would give to that, though, is that one thing that we notice is anytime we come into a drawdown, it's generally not the same thing that gets us out, right? If we remember, getting us out of 2020 was Peloton and Zoom and all these pandemic names. And then when we got into the drawdown of 2022, 2023, it was AI that took us out. So if it's going to be a new theme that's going to take us out of it, that new theme is probably going to be hitting new all-time highs before the market starts. So it's kind of, the way I look at it is you're kind of fishing a little bit, right? You're putting them out there. You're buying these stocks as they're breaking new highs, knowing you're going to be wrong very often. And the hope is that if and when the market starts to turn, you end up getting a basket of kind of what happened. Like going through the back test, the last push up higher in the back test, that had names like Nvidia and a lot of different semiconductors and all of this, not because the system knew anything about AI, it's just those were starting to make new highs before the market did. So that's kind of, it's like a fishing expedition to say, okay, what's going to bring us out of it this time?
Great stuff. Michael Noss back with us after the close tonight. We'll see you then, my friend. Have a great day.
Have a good day.
Oh man, here's hoping for a good day. That is for sure. Me and you were just talking about this. I feel like there's something wrong with my earpiece today. Michael just talked about how breakouts can be, really great and can also be a miss, right? And I think that we had one literally last week here with XLF. And I was just saying to Obi, like, if you like the spot, Michael just talked about sort of the financials there in Europe, how they were popping through. You're getting into levels right now where we talked about JP Morgan, and if you want to diversify a little bit outside of tech names, this isn't horrible down here. That's a really big flush in 1 week, man. 52 down to 48. So you're basically getting 10%, a little less than that in 1 week. I feel like once we can get back into here, And look, I mean, going back to October, I think this is reasonable. If you're not in anything, you can individually pick names for sure. Most of the banks are going to look like that false breakout, right? So we did have that huge top right there. Again, look at JP Morgan, man. 280 OB down to 237. Like, they're all looking the same, man. They're all really, really close to this 200 period moving average. We said that we would maybe look at, and when I said about avoiding individual names, it was more like right now the risk is in individual names, really not in indexes, because, depending on your risk tolerance and your age and what you're comfortable with, I just think JP Morgan is almost like an ETF on the bank anyways. I'm going to find out what its dividend yield is compared to the XLF, but this is the one I'd grab. Or you can have, I'm just talking about financials. Michael had talked about them. There's also BNP Paribas. We actually looked at that last week, BNP, over there on, I believe it's in London. As a trader, it could be French. That's a good look as well. But this is Goldman Sachs. It's actually at its 200 period. I thought we looked at this last week. So you get a move, right there. So this is a move that here on deal-making speculation, like if there's not going to be as many deals this year, Goldman Sachs was one of the ones set for winning on less regulation, potentially more deals. Oh, we did get, but last week we got Walgreens. Right, so we got Walgreens Boots Alliance going out at I think it was about $11.50 or so.
$11.45.
Right, and then there was that rider that was there. Neil was talking about $3 or something.
Yeah.
So there was something about that, but we'll have to watch out for Walgreens Boots Alliance, of course. Volume off the chains on Friday on first day announcement, and then it was a little wild early. I saw that you had that short.
Oh yeah. I was like a buyout doing momentum. I'm all about that.
So
and day one buyouts are, I think, great for that. I think that's a bit of a playbook.
Yeah, as you figure out price.
Because it's a
realization.
It's a bio. There's gonna be a lot of institutional involvement, and if things start to move with momentum, then I think buyout. Whenever that happens on a buyout, I think that can definitely provide with some good opportunity with the momentum being less
today
volatile. Yeah. No real buyouts, but
maybe Elon should be buying out its more stock of Tesla and get that stock
maybe
going upside again. Disney. Oh, I did want to say I got a note from Chris Bretcher and a couple people actually on Twitter that shorted Starbucks. I didn't short Starbucks, but they're like, great call. And Chris was just here on, I think it was two Thursdays ago, or it wasn't last Thursday, or maybe it was. I can't remember. But we had talked about how this name just had hung up here a little bit, and we made fun of the barcode. And then just last week, we had broke down into the 50 period. We had just noticed how far away it was, and then I sort of played off some of the China rhetoric. Chinese names have been real hot, but Starbucks, again, if you are short, consider maybe covering if you can get into this 101, 102 area. I mean, that looks like that's where we could possibly bounce. And today only being down 1.09%. Could get a little spicy here for Starbucks. So great call on that one for anybody that did short it. I was just commenting about how high up it was. I don't have any shorts in the portfolio right now. So, all right. Well, good talk there. We'll go on. We do have our watch list. I know we have the trade ideas scanner up there right now, but make sure you go grab our watch list. The link is in description. The QR code will pop up at some points, and we'll be running down that. It's how the sticky notes out. It's how we build our ideas. Lots of information on there. Big shout out to Adara. Like today, there was loaded with names, man. Hims and Hers is on there. The Palantir, DoorDash, AppLovin, names that were S&P 500 inclusions, and then ones that were disappointed. I have Robinhood on my watch today as well, same. As I was almost certain that name was going to get thrown in there, and it wasn't. So TKO, the WWE. Yeah. Getting included into the S&P 500 there, Endeavor. So that's going to be a good one as well.
I think those will definitely be a little interesting. Again, a lot of people anticipating some of these names getting into the S&P, and a bit of a disappointment could pose for a bit of a trade here. I'm also watching, interestingly enough, Walmart. Some of these retail names here. You can see Walmart post earnings, strong flush. We had that earnings mid February there, February 20th, and since then we kind of sideways chop there. But as of last Friday, we finally broke down that low, and in the pre-market currently we're trading a little bit lower. You can see that strong relative volume coming in on Friday. On that breakdown, again, we're trading below 100 off of that earnings reaction. Yeah, bigger picture as well. Let's just go up to like a 3-hour chart here. You can see bigger picture. It's been kind of pulling back into some of these prior earnings anchored here as well. So we're trying to break this bit of a trend that we've been holding for what would seem a decent chunk of last year here on Walmart. So yeah, definitely some of these on watch. I'm going to pull up XLP as well to see how that's going, because I know Nike and Pepsi have been moving around as well. Again, we see that a lot of these tech names being sold off, but again, a good example from last week was we saw that there are other sectors that can still kind of catch a bit, and I think last week we saw some of that with the health sector and consumer staples a couple of weeks ago as well. So again, I think I'm going to be having a broader market perspective just to see where things are moving. And yeah, I really like something that Michael Noss said about what kind of theme is going to pull us out of this. Right. So I'm definitely going to be watching out for that. I'm kind of thinking a little bit more about that now after he's mentioned it. So thank you, Michael Noss, for inciting some of those ideas, thought-provoking for sure. So I'll be watching out for what the next theme it is potentially, but trading below 20,000 now on the Nasdaq.
Yeah, we saw that break on Friday. That was nasty. Yeah. We have over 4,000 of you watching, but only 373 likes. Make sure you hit the like. Make sure you hit the subscribe. You can't be part of our chat, so let's pump these numbers up, man. I mean, again, if you hit the like button, there is about a 50% chance you'll have some winning trades today. So I think you should definitely hit I mean, that's not bad.
That's a great chance.
Yeah. Wow, we just got 100+ likes there in just a couple seconds. So thank you so much for that. Let's just keep it going. Ross, right here. So there you go. You can't, wow, 200 likes. Nice. Thank you, guys. About a 40% bump there. We like that. We'll get to this question. Redfin. Oh, is that, can you explain Redfin's being bought for $12.50? I didn't even realize that was happening. RDFN. So we have to get over to our watch list, so I will have a quick look at this. Is it being bought for $12.50? Because that doesn't make much sense if we're only at $9, $10. So this would be something, again, it does look like there is some buyout rumor there. Brenda or Adara, maybe if you guys know something about this, it might even be on our watch list and I missed it, but Redfin right now up to $68, sorry, up 68%. Yeah, I know it's volatile, but I don't know. Whenever you see a move like this, potentially the price is not certain or something.
It's an all-stock deal.
Oh, it's an all-stock deal.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
So we'll get more information on that, but thank you for the heads up there on RDFN.
Yeah, we'll dig into that a little bit this morning. If it's an all-stock deal, it's obviously going to be a little bit more volatile than if it's cash. I want to mention this real quick. $2 billion offering being filed, not yet put through, but filed by MicroStrategy once again. So get ready for another $2 billion worth of Bitcoin to be added to Mr. Saylor's stockpile down here to the tune of about 5% this morning for MSTR. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of this video and sign up for the watch list. Top link in the description will get you there. All you need is your email address, and then we'll just send that to you every single day for free. Conveniently, top of said watch list this morning is crypto. We'll touch on this move to the downside this morning. I mean, we can talk about this MicroStrategy move, Coinbase being mentioned as well on this S&P front as well. So a lot of different angles. Bitcoin at the end of the day, down.
Yeah, lots certainly on watch here in the crypto space. I think the fact that we had this executive order, which we know we've had a lot of industry people saying was a bit disappointing in terms of not what they were expected, that's going to be on watch. We had that event as well on Friday. So sometimes, too, when we have a lot of interest in a topic like Bitcoin getting this interest now can lead to concerns about a top. Regardless of what necessarily is causing this, it's certainly worth watching this space. It's also worth noting two of the names that were highly anticipated to be added to the S&P 500 that weren't are two crypto-adjacent names, Coinbase and Robinhood. So that's another potential catalyst for this space, though, as you mentioned, these are not necessarily going to be maybe as market moving in a market that's been as volatile as
Yeah, I mean, typically it is. Typically it's one of those news catalysts that does move the stock, but with the overall sentiment the way it is right now, it appears it'll be a little bit different. We'll look at a few here. Sorry, did I say 2 billion? Obviously I meant 21 billion at the market offering program for MSTR on for the shares, so they can obviously buy more Bitcoin. Sean.
Yeah, it's funny because as soon as that story
there.
came through, me and you had the exact same comment. He said, Brendan goes, here we go. And I was like, here we go at the same time. Like, this is exactly what they're trying to do. And that is to raise cash, to go in there, use the stock, use the proceeds there, right? To go in and start to buy some more BTC, right? And I just feel like this guy's just too smart. Like, he's telling you what he's doing. This is the plan. Too smart. We have to wait for that. But, he's telling you exactly what the plan of action here. I'm going to call up a different chart so we don't get that drop down there on the split, of course. So here it is. So, MicroStrategy and Michael Saylor has told us that they're going in there, they're raising cash to go in and buy more Bitcoin. So if you don't like it, then stay away from the stock. That's basically it. This is a levered ETF. There's no doubt about that. When you can go out, and I don't know what the details of the raise were, but when you can go out and grab money from the public against your own stock and then just put it right back into Bitcoin. I mean, is that a strategy? It's a buy and hold strategy. I don't think there's any time that Michael's the corporation is planning on selling anything there. So I don't know. I would just say, hey, if you like Bitcoin, you got to like strategy. Yeah. So the strategy is quite simple on this one. And as we continue to go downside, remember, part of this 5%, although Brendan talked about that 21 billion, it's just the fact that it doesn't trade overnight, right? So Bitcoin, when we left you guys on Friday, I'm going to call up a different chart for Bitcoin. When we left you guys on Friday, crypto was, 88, something like that. So right now, as we zoom in here and see, this is on a daily chart right now. So yeah, it wasn't a great weekend, right? You dropped out, from 88, 89 down into 80, 82. So yeah, down $4,000 on 88. Makes sense. You're down here on MSTR. So I don't know, man. I mean, looking forward to it. I wrote down, we're going to talk about crypto right now. So the play that I have was IBIT. And I was just looking at $50 even here. And I'm not trying to change the world or anything. It just, we closed, Michael Noss came in here and just said that closing prices tend to be pretty key. We closed IBIT at 50, but again, I'm not sure how much that really matters because we do have the over the weekend trading, right? It's not like where we closed on Friday means anything. But this is the 200 period moving average on the 5-minute chart. So I just wanted to play off that. If we did get a move up, then this is where I want to short. I don't necessarily want to short into here. Let's let it go back up to the upside. I do think that there's that wall that's down there at 78 to 80. So we'll see if it can hold. We haven't really tested down there. So that's just an idea that I've heard a lot of people looking to buy. And I mean, here's the... Let's call up the chart one more time just to show you what I'm talking about. Coming into here, so that's 80. We've only had it done basically 3 times. We're in there right now. That little drip down was 78 and change. I do think that there's going to be people waiting. This is sort of where I was thinking 72, 73 was the next area of possible support. So you basically just want to wait to see drip downs here into 80,000. Probably a buy zone, but I just don't know if we want to buy anything today there, Obi, and especially in the crypto space. And then when you're going to look over, talk of more ETFs. I mean, I don't see anything coming through anytime soon, but here's some of these other altcoins that we've been really looking at. Ripple's down to 220. That's pretty low. We haven't seen that in a minute. The last time you and I were on the show together, I think Dogecoin was 39 cents. Yeah, so right now it's 17 cents. Oh boy. Obi. Oh boy is right about that one. Same thing with Cardano. They got a high of about $1.15 on that random tweet 2 weekends ago from Trump saying all these different coins. Solana's down to 128. This is a house of cards that looks like it's missing a few in the deck right now. I just, maybe everybody's right about crypto, man. And that's what I've been trying to do. Sell some of these altcoins, get into the bigger name, and that's just been Bitcoin for me. But yeah, I last pushed the buy at 86. I actually didn't even push it. It was an order.
Yeah, I remember. I was here. And you
so
were
I meant to buy 87s. We got a little bit more there at 86. So right now, I'm waiting for a little bit lower here. And I think it's feeling more like a house of cards because we got that pass. We got the crypto.
The reserve.
Reserve.
Yeah.
Right?
That was big. That was big.
Yeah. And was it?
I mean, yeah, it's like, I think in terms of the crypto community, that's a piece of news that a lot of people have been anticipating and really waiting for many, many years now.
What did it did for the underlying, though?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It could be the ultimate sell the news event. I have no idea. But again, that I didn't know, $21 billion offering there on strategy. Yeah, the strategy is not so micro anymore. It's not a micro strategy anymore.
No.
They literally changed their name. They're just strategy now. So, but yeah, a little bit of a pullback last week. We saw that flush. This here is a weekly chart, and again, this was important to me earlier on last year, where we broke out of this kind of consolidation, this flag through that 70 mark. You can see with that expanding volume on the weekly, we pushed up into that 100,000 off that 70,000 break, and finally taking a little bit of a pullback here after kind of double topping just shy of 110s. But yeah, Bitcoin on a little bit of a pullback. Again, looking at a lower time frame on the 3 hour, you can see that selling coming in a little bit better. They're coming in at the end of February, so 25th. We got some strong selling coming in. But Coinbase definitely on watch for me today, because a bit of a double whammy with that Bitcoin coming right back down to that low that we made in the past couple of weeks, and Coin not getting added to the S&P 500 as well. So right here, you can see I already have my alert in for prior week low at that 193.08. So if Coinbase can get below this level, and if sellers show some sort of dominance, whether that's at VWAP, whether that's below opening range low, whatever it is, if one way or another the sellers kind of continue in this name and Bitcoin continues to sell off, then I'm going to be watching Coinbase today for sure. HOOD not as much. I do have it on watch, but again, not as much in relation to crypto, but more in relation to not being added to the S&P 500. So two tickers definitely on watch, HOOD and Coin on that crypto news, but it should be an interesting year with that Bitcoin reserve coming through.
All right, we'll talk tech this morning. Right across the board continues to lead the overall market to the downside. A couple of individual notes, the DOJ reigniting, I guess the best way to say that, the talk about Google having to divest Chrome specifically and sell the browser off. So that's Google this morning getting hit here pretty hard, down to 169. I mean, right across the board, we're under pressure again here for the NASDAQ.
It's certainly pretty, for lack of better terms, it's been a couple of weeks for the NASDAQ. 3 straight weeks to the downside for the Qs. And I think it's also worth noting, I was seeing some of this as well attributed to comments that Donald Trump made in an interview over the weekend with regards to recession. When asked if he thinks a recession is possible, he says that he hates to predict these things, but he did not rule it out in his answer. So I think that is leading to some concern as well. There's also ongoing tariff concerns, lots of comments still coming out of Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, which have some people concerned as well, because it really does seem like these could continue to go up and change as needed.
Google hasn't really bounced here. We're trying to hug 169, guys, but pretty ugly looking start here for Alphabet.
Yeah, down to the trend low.
Is it like at XYZ yet, though? Like the Alphabet? Like, are we that low yet? I mean, or are we more like in the S and the T section here?
Blocked.
Oh, that's a good one. I see what you did there. I don't know why Block changed their name to XYZ.
I get it.
Why?
I get it. Because
I haven't really thought about it. Oh.
Axes.
XYZ.
It's like,
Block.
all 3 axes.
It was square, then it was block.
Next they're going to be cubed.
I guess they couldn't use BLK, BlackRock.
Yeah.
All right, so disappointing, man, for Google. I mean, I'm obviously a shareholder right here. I mean, we could talk about the whole tech sell-off. I wrote down the TQs looking to short it almost right off the jump. So we'll wait to see where that goes. I'll talk about the TQs and the futures. I think that'll be definitely a play that we're in here. But yeah, again, looking over our watch list here, actually I'll pop it out just to give you guys a quick little look. I'm really proud about the watch list, to be honest with you. But just give me a second here. I don't want to. If I go read, you can actually even read this thing online as well. So here it is right here, our watch list. And again, talks about pre-market trading, the earnings today. Here's some crypto news. Now we're talking about some tech news as well. But here's the news on Alphabet. The DOJ dropped its proposal. So there's a few different notes coming and going right here, right? But there's still some big stuff happening. The Chrome browser now apparently an issue. So, okay, look. Down 3% is not good. The movement's still coming. We're at lows right now. I feel like you want to play VWAP, that's 170. It just happens to be that 170 is going to be a key price. So I like that short, even though we're at 169 right now. We hit a great long in Google on Friday, and it got all the way back to 175. This is the disappointing thing for me because it looked like we were starting to maybe find bottoms in this name, at least, as we had 4 straight up days. I mean, we just talked about how nasty the market was all last week, but it was great for Google. I thought it found a bottom, and then today, boom, right back down in. So although I do want to be short today, that's for sure, I'm thinking that maybe that bottom was in. I mean, some of these wicks were exactly what they were, bottom wicked out. Maybe we can get a long on a flush into 166 and change here today. So for me, I don't want to go short a name that's much shorter than the market here today in case we're wrong on any kind of flush. But at the end of the day, I wrote down here on this sticky note, Tesla, which we'll get to. I think that's going to be a big short for me. And then I wrote down 66 here. Again, it's where on the 50-period moving, on the 5-minute chart, we have the 50-period moving average lined up here with the 200. I like 66. It was a spot right here. That's 66.50, which was the top. Ooh, Big Bear AI getting a contract in some sort. We'll check them out in just a second, hearing that in my ear. But anyway, 66.50 looked like a pretty key level there in the afternoon on Friday. So I'm going to try to start shorting at 66, using 66.50 as a top. It's okay, BBAI shares we're hearing is popping just a little bit. Okay,
yeah, they're moving.
Not enough. Big Bear AI popping up to 330 right there. We'll get that information for you. But right now we're just talking a little bit about big tech names. So yeah, I'm going to be shorting the Qs. The order's already in, up there near $66. We'll play it against 66.50. Hopefully we have enough shares at the right prices this time and we don't get too excited. I know it's still $2 higher than this right now, but I like the Qs short about $1.50 from here at 65.80 or so. So we're going to start that short right there and hope that Big Bear AI news really rallies the stock up to $5.
Yeah, no, Google.
Maybe not.
I think Google's at a very interesting area here, Sean. You can see that we've been trending pretty strong since 2023, and again, this is going to be a lot of lines on the chart, but there's one trend line that I do want to focus on, and that's this one right here. So we'll take that one, we'll make it a little bit bolder. There, you can see that Google is coming in to test a 2-year trend, right? So this is kind of a base. We pull back, kind of holding these levels here, and then we're coming right back into some of those. And last week's low, 166.77. So that's just in and around here. I know we can't really see it with some of these lines going straight down, but you guys get the gist. In a bit of an area where Google has shown support for the past 2 years. So yeah, Sean, maybe definitely a bit of a long here if we can hold prior week's low right here. So kind of a similar story on a few other tickers as well. If we can hold prior week's low being at 165.80, so about roughly 3 points lower than where we're trading at right now in the pre-market, 169.07s. I'm going to be watching that, but let's see if this multi-year trend support continues to hold, or does this trend support on Google turn into some resistance? I'm definitely going to be watching that as a bit of a direction. Even if I don't take it, I think I'm definitely going to be using it as some sort of an indicator at the very least.
Yes. Could call it Google.
All right, let's continue here. Palantir down, it was 4%, bit of a bounce right now, 3.7. End of the day, we're still kind of stuck within the range of Friday's overall move. This was kind of an interesting headline this morning, teaming up with this Voyager company. Essentially, they're going to use Palantir's platform and AI to prevent space collisions because it's getting to a point where there's so much stuff up there that they need to monitor this and prevent things from running into each other. So that's kind of cool. But there's also the S&P 100 mentioned here for Palantir.
Yes, Palantir will be being added here to the S&P 100 as of March 24th, along with all the changes to the S&P 500, 400, 600. So that's pretty huge for the stock, though. It's not really moving it pre-market very much. The other thing, though, too, is this weekly chart for Palantir. We've had 3 weeks of sell-off with volume, but interestingly enough, closing around the same level for the last 2 weeks. We'll have to see if we can hold the support for PLTR around that $85 level. Pretty interesting stuff, though, on this stock. I think regardless, Dan Ives of Wedbush still says this is top stock for him. We know he's very bullish in the tech space. That has not changed despite the sell-off for tech as a whole and also for Palantir specifically.
Yeah, holding higher here. What do we think here, guys, for PLTR?
Dan Ives, I'm feeling you. Yeah, that was was my top pick for the year. It's still doing okay on the year. And today I wrote down 78 to 79 long area on the S&P 100 inclusion. Flush if when it flushes, we buy. So flush, we buy. Right there on Palantir. I'm already bidding $79. So. We've seen Palantir get real aggressive, man, right off the jump many, many times, including on Friday, where we just ripped from 79, which is where we're trying to buy today, all the way to $85. So, you just went up 5-6% in 15, 20 minutes on Friday before falling all the way back into 79 again, then ripping that 6%. So what, up 6%, down 6%, up 8%? I don't know, up to $85. Obviously, it's going to be a very disappointing morning, as many traders thought there could have been a continuation there, right? We did have a problem at 85. I would think that would be a good short if we get back up there. But if Palantir can get to 85, then I don't think I want to play short. I mean, that would mean that the market should be rallying, and we probably flip that rhetoric on its head and possibly even go long up there through 85. But that's something that we'll wait for, and I'm not sure we get there, especially if I think the market's going to flush. So for me, it's real simple, man. We just wrote it down. You just saw the sticky note. I'm already bidding down there at $79. I don't really think I can find a better area long with many names that can give us the return that we're looking for. It's just that very bottom is 78.50, which is why I'm saying area long between 79 and 78. I still am pretty bearish heading into the open right now. All my orders are out. The Tesla short is out. We're waiting for that. The Robinhood short is out. The futures short is out. And the Palantir bid is down here at that bottom. So, Obi, if we're lucky enough to get it, great. But at the end of the day, what a great trading vehicle Palantir is. And if we're going to trade this like earnings, you're right at VWAP, and there's the 200 period. So an early short in and around 82.50. But you do that, man, you won't find me in that trade, because I think it has a really good chance of going one way pretty hard. Just a quick look at the imbalances. Big Bear AI. Let's go. I mean, we're not dropping down too much money. We traded this on Friday, and this was one of the highs on Friday there. Remember, they did have earnings, so we were long down into here, and this is why I remember the level. This is where we were actually wound up positive on Big Bear on Friday, but it was virtually a flat trade. It didn't really get going. So maybe today, on the news of a new contract, on the news of earnings and some of the relief rally posts, there it goes again. So there it is. So I'm just hearing it. Yeah, Big Bear AI on the contract news. I know we want to get to Palantir, but this is something that's pretty similar. This is why I don't actually have it on here, but we'll get that news for you from Benzinga anyways in a minute. So maybe it just needs to be confirmed. But there it goes, Big Bear AI doing relative volume now, up forward a bit. Again, another AI data-driven name, so I think it does match pretty well with Palantir. But Obi, yes, that's my look on Palantir. Yeah. I don't know if you're looking to go short on this name or what, but for me, Palantir right now is a bid if we can get into 79.
Honestly, I agree with you with that 79, because just looking at the chart, that's that level that stands out right away. A bit of a range hold here over the past week or so. Here on Palantir, you can see that 79 coming in multiple times there. Okay, so we got the news there.
$13 million contract.
3.5 year, 13.2 mil. Modernized critical Department of Defense Force management platform.
Okay, so the thing about it is, I know that I just kind of mocked that 13.2 million, but they're a full year is only 140, I believe, to 160 in revenues anyways. So that's,
so that's pretty significant.
Yeah, so 13 adding on to that, maybe a 7 or 8% there. So that's nice to get that kind of a contract. So, okay. So we both agree with Palantir. Let's go figure out, I think we maybe both agree with the downside here for Tesla, but let's go find out some levels, and let's go find out the story.
Yeah, UBS this morning throwing more fuel on the fire here for Tesla, down 4%, coming right into this low from Friday right now. $225 UBS saying for Tesla shares. pointing specifically to Model 3 and Model Y declining demand, and they came up with that conclusion based on shorter delivery times and stockpiles piling up all around the globe. So Tesla continuing to slide.
It's worth noting, too, they already had accelerating, but it was reiterated, as mentioned earlier, 259 to 225 for the price target. They also said the Q4 2024 delivery results, which we know were really disappointing, with Tesla's first year-over-year decline in deliveries. Regardless, these results forced UBS to actually lower their Q1 2025 delivery forecast, which will come out in about a month. Those deliveries, they initially were looking for 437,000 deliveries for this quarter. Now they're looking for 367,000. That's quite the decline, of course, influenced by a variety of factors, but we'll have to wait and see what happens when Tesla gives us these numbers, likely in early April.
Yeah, about to make a new low here right now. Not a heck of a lot of volume behind this, but sliding, guys, once again for Tesla.
All right, so kind of the same play. Well, now Palantir is getting going here up to $82. I don't know what's going on there, but all right, just real quickly here for Tesla. Look, I bought this thing north of 300 like a couple weeks ago, or maybe even less than that. It's been really bad, man. We got 5 straight down weeks now for Tesla. The stock just looks like horrible. Like this looks like AMD or something. Like maybe even worse, obviously. As that recent high, I have no idea the next time we're ever going to get to 480. But wow, it's down half now. You know, like 250, that high there, 514, I guess, in some sort of a pre-market. But at the end of the day, 480 down to 250. This stock has been absolutely like and I'm a Tesla shareholder. We have to be pretty disappointed with Elon and what's been happening right now. Obviously, I don't know if it's his fault or not. He's trying to help out his party and the government and do Doge and all that, but it's definitely not helping the reputation. It's definitely not helping everybody on the left. I mean, we see people, Neil talked about vandalism and stuff like that at different factories for Tesla and cars and all that kind of stuff. And right now, I think it's all obviously way overblown. But as a trader, we have to do the right thing. And I just was looking at this level right here. We kept on holding 258, 259 before popping back up. Obviously, the way Tesla will move off the open is interesting. We had a similar move to Palantir on Friday, where we started the day at 258, went all the way to 265, and then down $13 in a straight line from there. Look, I think if you're going to short anything today, it's going to be Tesla. Again, downgraded there at UBS. I have it written down on the sticky note as a short. It's my number one idea, 258 to 260. Downgrade, feels like a flush coming. 5 straight down weeks, and it was minus 3.5%. Well, now you're down 4.5%. So you're starting to get nasty on Tesla. I don't, looking at the daily chart there, that's 250, or sorry, the minute chart, that's 251. It looks like we're going to break below that. I don't want to, pardon the pun, but I don't want to put the foot on the gas like right here early, because we could get that pop up. Like I said, on Friday, I feel horrible because I'm invested in this name. But like on Friday, we popped huge off the open before figuring itself out and then whooshing back down. I feel like the buyers will come in again at some point and try to buy this thing up. But at the end of the day, there's no good news around this story. So around this stock, we need a good story here, Obi. I don't know if robo-taxis is it or not. But at the end of the day, Model Y is still the most sold car vehicle in the world, and that was as of last year. So the numbers just came out. Corolla was number 2, and then RAV4 number 3. So 2 Toyota products, but at the end of the day, look at Tesla, man. It is really cranking lower here. I know we have to go and we'll hurry up, but I just wanted to show you the imbalances real quick. So they just came out. What's Big Bear doing? Okay, so Big Bear near highs 350. There's NVIDIA comes out a buy and not doing much. Tesla here with a sell. So it's getting worse, man, for this company. We'll wait to see what happens off the open. We did put out a tweet earlier asking what people are trading. Some Apple love there as well, as that's below 236 again and getting lower. Baba with a sell finally. I say that just tongue-in-cheek because it's been really strong. And you nailed Walmart, dude. We had Costco down last week, down 6% on Friday. Walmart today says, we're joining that party too, as they break that 92 earnings bottom right there. So that's nasty. Here goes Walmart, man. Get ready. You know what, man? Buckle up for Walmart, actually. Wow, this is at a breaking spot, boy, right down into here. What is that, $89 for Walmart? See you later, Southside, for WMT. All right, we might not get to DoorDash or anything, but what do you think about Tesla, quickly?
I think the biggest thing on Tesla is looking at the weekly chart right here. Again, mentioned this a little bit earlier. After we broke down that 400, after we failed to follow through into more fresh all-time highs, the expanding volume as we sell off. So that's something that I'm watching as well. So yeah. 250 on Tesla, a lot of room to go to the downside if sellers kind of continue to persist as they have for weeks on end. So yeah, I'm going to look for that continuation. 250 over under for me.
All right, my mechanic is checking on the tire situation,
Ooh, okay.
so I had to message him back right there. You know, rather give some local guy some business. You know,
of course, yeah.
He can grab me some tires there. That's great. And I actually needed to replace the tread on all of them. I actually did the rotation, and the weak ones are in the back right now, but we're coming through, obviously. I'm hoping, knock on wood, for no more crazy snow to have to worry too much
Weather's getting much better.
About tires right now. It's supposed to be 10 degrees today, Celsius, which is looking at, yeah, that's like 60
double
degrees,
digits.
maybe a little bit more than that. All right, 30, finally. Maybe that's where Sharif is playing volleyball on the sand. No, he's not. He's not feeling well. We want to say get well to Sharif. We want to say happy vacation week to Neil. So Obi will be in all week, so we want to thank you for that as well, Obi. Of course, all right.
Except for Thursday, Friday.
You're not here Thursday, Friday?
No. We can talk about that later.
Oh, okay. Well, neither am I. Haha. Okay, so the countdown is now on. No, I should be here. What's up, Adara? Right here. Okay, so we're getting ready to rock and roll today with only 6-5. Adara, how's your morning going? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay, 2 and 1. Here we go. Obi, man, you're not here Thursday, Friday. Does that mean I got Joe over here coming through? This should be exciting.
Perhaps.
All right, well, let's get ready to rock and roll. And that's one of the best things about Trader TV Live. All different traders, different styles, different attitudes, different this, different that. I'm sorry you're stuck with me this week. Okay, so here we go, man. We didn't even get to Robinhood. Robinhood right now, downside. What about when Robinhood breaks $50? Are we robbing the poor, giving to the rich, or what right now? Because a lot of rich people got even richer when we were up here at 65. And now some of that money bleeding out as, again, down 9%. I told Obi the story that I was almost ready to hit the buy button on Friday, thinking it was going to get accepted as one of those S&P 500 plays. But, of course, we didn't get to it. DoorDash, TKO, and something else. Where's Adara? Remind me what it was. But okay.
I think Hims was on there?
Hims, right. Okay. Yep. Excuse me. Oh, man. See, I can't.
Sorry, Williams-Sonoma.
Williams-Sonoma,
and
yeah. Hims and
EXE
hers
is the other one.
In the S&P 500. I wouldn't think not right now. Okay, so NVIDIA. Nice move up for NVIDIA. As here we go, man. Yeah, let's do the oh, my God. NVIDIA up to $11. The market not doing anything, but NVIDIA going for a ride. So this could be something to watch out for as well. Let's check out our good friend Palantir. How low did we go? We got to $81 right there on Palantir. So we'll wait to see if there's anything popping right now. I'm looking around. I'm not really seeing too much action here. But I do agree with you guys. I think Robinhood looks great at $35 for Robinhood. I'm not getting any feels right now about anything. What's the market doing here quickly? I don't know, Obi, you're not in anything yet.
Not yet.
I think patience, and I think that's fine. Patience is going to be key right here. The market's not doing anything. A flat open so far. So let's try to stick with what we've been doing. BBAI might be the one for me. Oh, wow. Okay. We were all over this on Friday on earnings, but today at 13.5, if we can throw that headline up again, I don't know, but $13.5 million contract hitting Big Bear AI this morning. So, yeah, let's get ready to rock and roll, man. I think Big Bear AI, a good entry, maybe here at 335. We're also hearing Super Micro right now starting to go upside. So 39 and change for SMCI. Wow, they are coming in and buying these tech names, these chip names, here today early. So I go to the worst one and think about fading that. That, of course, is Advanced Micro Devices. So, yes. So the one that's not ripping is where we need to look. What about a short here for AMD? I don't mind this $99 short. I'm going to start it right here. AMD, a little bit of a short. Was that I heard a Derek call, but I didn't hear it in my ear yet. So we'll wait for that. Anything you're looking at here, Obi?
Yeah, I'm looking at Hood and Intel as well. We were talking about that Google as well. So Google is now trading at 166. So we did break that low. Hood absolutely getting rocked to the downside here. A little volatile. Again, I'm going to wait a little bit longer to kind of participate a little bit more in this one there. That bid did come in aggressively, and we're holding that $40 level as of right now. Let me just pull it up for you guys here on this level too. as well. It trades on the NASDAQ. Here we go, breaking through that $40 level currently. Let's see how far it breaks. Let's see if sellers sustain if we get below 40. So as soon as it broke $40, you can see a little bit of a rebid, kind of a chop, not expecting it to be totally clean. There comes them selling on Intel as the market continues a little bit lower, 19,800 on the NASDAQ as of right now. Robinhood is trading at that $40 level. No real distinct kind of continuation through that 40 just yet, but it seems like it's coming in right here with sellers starting to step back into the book here. A bit of a buyer here. Look at that size coming in the 80s. Yeah, the futures are absolutely tanking. So getting that continuation at the beginning of the week.
You need coffee?
I'm good with the coffee, Sean. But again, we were looking for that confirmation to see if sellers are continuing to come into this market. So with the limited information that I'm seeing so far, it's only been about 4 minutes since the open. Yeah. There's a little bit of selling. Let's see if that continues. I want to see a sustained hold below 40 to kind of get involved. Maybe a retest of that VWAP as well, dude. if we do kind of push back into 40. But yeah, a lot of this market is selling off aggressively. Apple to the downside, Tesla to the downside, below 240.
We messed that up.
Sorry, below 250. It's trading at 247s right now.
All right.
On Tesla.
We're pretty good.
Oh boy.
Yeah, oh boy is right. We're pretty good here right now, Obi, with our AMD trade. That's the only one that we have on board right now. We got an oh boy reload right there. I don't, like, this name is actually going to the upside. So our stop is 99.20. If it breaks through the pre-market high, we are out of this one. We've picked the wrong one, man. The market is absolutely tanking, and Tesla. Our top two names was Q's short, Tesla short, and Robinhood short. So there's Tesla. Tesla is absolutely failing hard off that 250, man. No green candles at all right now. We're short the chip name AMD. That's going to be wrong. Like, I don't know why that name is doing that. Where is the bottom though for Tesla? We had been in here before, no? Nah, not really. So that bottom wick, I don't even really want to get too fancy here because that's 230, 240. Let's play pops to fade on Tesla. That's going to be for me the right play. There it is, man. We are almost stopped out of AMD. Like, chip names really super hot right now. We are going to get stopped out in a 99.20 break. So there it goes. We'll slap a fail on it early. Like, not much damage done there, but the tech name ripping. So we got to watch out here for chip names. And on that note, I don't want to get too carried away. I don't want to necessarily just get right into NVIDIA there. You know what? All right, one more try right here because we've done this before on AMD. We got stopped out there. I'm not going to get stopped out again too much higher than that high. We just don't want to pick the tops every time and then all of a sudden it fades out. Because if I'm looking at something, there is a chance that that's what a lot of traders are looking at. So right here, we're going to give this 20 cents upside right now. If it takes out that recent high, then we are gone from this one and just hang it up on the chip names and go, that's fine. And we're fine with that. We're not putting out much risk. We had definitely saw, wow, okay. We had definitely seen what we need to from the chip names. They're ripping as the market is doing the other way around. And it might just be AMD. Did I miss a story on AMD here or something? All right, Palantir coming right in, man. So this is coming into our levels. So I feel pretty good about thinking about that short. I'm going to give AMD a little bit more room and just be stubborn with it one more time. Okay, so you're in. Oh, love that Robinhood play, man. I really hope it's tanking for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's
against $40.
Starting to work. We tried to push back above 40. We're still kind of chopping, doing a bit of a chop and churn around that area. VWAP's all the way at 40, 65s. I'm aware of that. So again, willing to try this a couple of times here, but let's see if we sustain some selling below that 40. Markets catching a little bit of a slowdown here, a bit of a bid coming in at that 19.8 level. So let's see if that sustains at all. Intel coming back into the downside as well, kind of pulling back off of that 2050, kind of rejecting that pre-market high as well.
Thank you, Randy.
But yeah, with the market tailwind, let's see if we get some more with that market tailwind. Here's that Palantir alert at 79. So you were talking about that one a little bit earlier.
Dude.
So
I don't have a choice.
Are you okay? So let me pull that one up there. So Palantir, I do like that idea, but the aggressive sellers,
dude,
into that level.
Yeah, I'm in it. You've got the short. You're the right way here.
I'm in Hood though, not on Palantir.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, you got the right short. I mean, what is Robinhood at right now? 39.
It's still at 40.
Oh, it's still at 40. Okay, so not too much action off of it. Okay. So quickly, guys, like here's Palantir. We wrote down 78, 79. So we're long here at 79. We didn't really write down a bottom because honestly, Wasn't really sure that Palantir would be down 7 or 8% right now. But let's just do that quick little look. And we've already done this before. We can't hold through this, man. I'm not, and nor, well, we could, but I'm not going to. 78.50 bottom. If this breaks through 78, we're gone. So here we go on Palantir. It's a nice move back to the high side. So at least we might have nailed something here. We'll buy some more at 38s if we can. Right now, here it is, man. Here's a 60-cent winner. Let's take out 10%. There it is. Yes, sir. So that's a good one, man. We'll spend a little bit of money, making a little bit back. We did throw up all over ourselves on AMD. We talked about that. But at least we were patient enough right now to wait for our fill. We wrote down 79. We talked about 79. 79's here, so that's the fill that we have. We could have had a little bit lower. Here we go, man. Okay, Obi, we are now back into the joyous action of trading as Palantir does go back up. Again, we disobeyed our rules. We didn't have anything written down for AMD, yet it's the first position I'm in. So that's a little bit of a misstep for me. Let's see if Palantir can still work. I had written down Robinhood at 43. It looks like you're okay with where you're at. Let's just check out Tesla. Here's Palantir fading a little bit, right? So we got a little bit out there at 60. Tesla's still making moves lower. So, oh man, 249 maybe if we do pop up. But right now we're trying to play the long as we do have PLTR. Dara, give it to us.
Just be aware here, small cap and watch Trevi Therapeutics, TRVI. This is about a 9% short float, getting an upgrade to a strong buy and a $29 price target from Raymond James after announcing positive results for one of the trials of its treatments. Worth noting here, TRVI with a $29 price target, trading around $7.30 right now, guys. Also, Sean, I looked into AMD, no catalyst I could find. Back to you.
Except for just ripping my face off goes AMD. That's okay, hit it. All right, so Palantir off the posted level now. Obi, we just got 80s.
Yes.
So we'll put $1 on the board there for Palantir and see what happens. I think Adara's mic is still on, if you're going to ask me what my opinion would be on that. Okay, so I don't know, dude. Apple also getting getting killed down to 231. I mean, this name does not find a bid either yet today. What about shorting Apple through that low rate here, 231.35? I'm gonna go short on Apple. I know this might be, too low right now.
There's an aggressive bid coming in.
You think there's an aggressive bid?
No, in the market.
In the market, yeah, but I do want to fade this Apple play. So let me do that here against 233 for Apple. Yeah, I think that's fair. It's up to 231, 232 right now. We're going to put on a little bit of a fade here if we can. So there we go. We'll play 54s right now. We are waiting in the 60s, but we got missed there. Palantir still going. That's about 70 cents. Let's see what we could do with Apple. If Apple breaks out through 233, then we're going to get out. We're here to put on some risk, right? I mean, we've really worked out with some of our trading recently, so we're going to be here for that. All right, more Palantir, more love, man. Palantir up to 80. We'll put that. Oops, too many shares. Cancel. Okay, I didn't want to get over them all there. I almost put out a max position out. All right, so more outs there at 80. There it goes. Yes, sir. Wow. Yes. Palantir starting to go. Well, props up on that one right now. So PLTR, good move off of our $79 level. Obi, I can't.
Yes, sir.
I have a lot of problems, and one of them is trading things, getting too excited, not really following the rules. We wrote down Palantir at 79. It's absolutely the only one that triggered, so it should be the only one that we're in, but we've already lost a little bit there on advanced micro devices. And then we'll wait for Apple to get to 233, okay? So maybe 230, 250 or so, my next little short here for Apple. Again, you don't want to be too early, because if you're wrong, it's run over time. So be ready with that. All right, here comes Apple right back in. We'll take 5% down here. Then we'll take 5% a little bit lower. Let's go Apple. Yes, sir. Bang. What a good trade there for Apple. We'll hit a little bit of action there. Out of Palantir as well. Obi, we've made back almost all of our AMD now. 55 cents, 70 cents, 80 cents. It's $1 now on Apple as that's getting down and dirty now. Breaking through 231. So let's see what winds up happening now with Apple. Apple short, Palantir long. Palantir's now $1.50 in the money, by the way, but coming right up to VWAP, so we're going to start to empty out some more of this trade. We still have on 2/3.
Oh, nice. I'm just going to talk about this hood right after we get back from Madeira.
Oh, I did not have a throw.
Oh, sorry. I heard Fabian in my ear like a minute ago. Okay, so hood got stopped out of that one. 40 bid came right back in. So as it broke that quarter back above, I'm like, all right. Well, if we break the quarter, then in my opinion, probability of VWAP kind of runs up, and I will reassess around there. And guess what? we're trading past that VWAP mark right now. Opening price was 40.92s. We're trading 40.90s right now, so 41s right here on Robinhood. So catching a bit of a bid alongside the rest of the market there. I was like, oh boy, a bit of an aggressive bid coming in as the spider wipes up and attempts to push past this opening range high here on the 15-minute. Kind of a similar story maybe potentially happening here on the NASDAQ as well. Let's see if that can get back above its highs there. But yeah, strong bid coming in on a lot of these chips. I'm seeing AMD back above 100. SMCI not as much here, but yeah, no, NVIDIA definitely catching a little bit of a bid into some of those pre-market levels here. Pre-market consolidation highs were in and around what 111s. So yeah, I kind of I'm going to be a little bit patient for that one to see where that goes. Google's also catching a little bit of a bid. We kind of talk about Google being in an area that is a potential trend support, and you can see this trend support has been holding for a couple of years on Google. So again, we did kind of break that a little bit, but if we're just going to false break that support and bid back in, I do have to kind of keep that in mind. So the question becomes, is the NASDAQ going to be able to hold this 19.8 going forward for the rest of the day here? Hood catching a little bit of a pullback here. Pre-market highs right here before the open were in 41.60s. So we didn't quite get back up there. We're trading just in and around 41. Buyers came in at that $40 level. We didn't quite break below as aggressively as I was looking for there. I think the trade might have been a little bit earlier there, coming in the pre-market just before the open. That selling kind of coming into Robinhood here. Oh boy, Apple continuing.
Yeah, man, we're about 250 in the money in total positions right now. Apple continues to bleed for us, so let's go, man. Hit the subs up. If you guys are not subscribed yet, please do it. Hit this. All right, man, we're covering some more down here at 231, though. I mean, despite the market making this move higher, it is making me a little bit nervous that we do have Apple short with the market going up, but Apple's not going up. So what happens when the market goes down is really the question there, a little rhetorical question. All right, so like, for everybody watching, please hit the darn like button. Look what we wrote down for Palantir, 78 to 79, area long right there. We talked about it. We charted it. We looked at it. There's a flush, we buy. It's really that simple. This is absolutely for free. Join over 50,000 of you following right now. There's Palantir. If flush, Obi, we buy. And there it is. It's $2 now in the money as Apple. And again, we just went over, like, screw you, NVIDIA, AMD, honestly. Able to get out of it. But look at this. AMD on no catalyst, apparently. Yeah. Ripping right there back up to the upside. So we shorted it. Again, we made money on this name last week doing this exact thing. And unfortunately, today, it just does not pan out for us. So let's just stick with the rhetoric of what we've been doing. If there's anything that anybody wants us to look at, we of course will. As Obi's right now a little flat, looking for some more opportunities as well. Big Bear AI stops completely at 350. We talked about that last week when I was in it last week, and we were in it this day on earnings. Nice little flush in. We had a hard time getting past 350 last week. So on new contract news valued at 13 million, doesn't seem like it's moving too much. I'm going to get it out one more piece up here on Palantir at 88s. Just because we're at VWAP right now. We do want to hold for that bigger play, right? I mean, if there's a possibility, but how much bigger okay, I'm going to get out another piece right now. Like, how much bigger do we actually need? That was a nice $2 move in a short market. We'll take it, especially with the fact that Apple is now flushing pretty good back in as well. Whoa. All right, okay.
Market's coming in.
Wow, now we're $1 on this one as well. Joe getting ready for the club, as I can see over there. But this is a nice move to the downside again. Apple really flushing, man. And again, what did we want to do? We were going short against 233. So we don't have a full position. We were expecting this move higher. Oh boy, man. Now we've got back-to-back jacks, man. We've got that dollar club on both of these names right now. Apple is really flushing in right there. So good trading there. Make sure you do follow us all on socials. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. Just checking in real quickly. Normally we have a lot of viewers at this time. I know it's March break around here, spring break in Canada. 1.4K likes. Thank you so much. But 10,000 of you are watching. Let's go, man. We're putting up some numbers here. So we're expecting you guys hit the like, hit the subscribe if you can. Bitcoin not doing anything. 82.3 right now, but the market be falling a little bit here off of, again, some nice levels. We wrote down the TQQ $66 OB, and didn't get there, but it did get to VWAP. So we should have maybe looked at that. But market be falling, Palantir coming back in. It's Apple that's really getting to the downside, man. Apple wants the 200-day, says Mr. Westermeyer. That's at 227 and change. So we'll wait to see if that comes through. I mean, hey, I'd love to see a 227 today. I may buy some in the long-term account. So, all right, that's what I'm looking at. The other notes that we had on here, of course, I don't want to step on your toes because you're in Robinhood right now. But again, a trade that I really like. Yeah, you're probably short up here near 41. Yes, you are. So, yeah, good little look there. That was another call on the short side for the disinclusion into the S&P 500, as many traders were hoping for that one. So I really do like that trade. It'll be good call back there near 41.
I took a piece on Tesla here. We talk about that 250 bit of an over under for me. So let's see if this one works out. As again, we break that opening range low on the 15-minute chart. On Tesla, let's see if it can come into some of those lower 240s here. Again, selling continuing on this name. We broke that prior week low as well on Tesla, 245 and some change trading right now. And Robinhood came back into that $40 level. So yeah, like I said, I was looking for potential sellers to come back in. I was a little late off of the open, kind of chasing this low through the 40. I was like, all right, will this kind of continue right away? And it really doesn't. It comes back into 41, false breaks at 41. And then we talk about that opening price. Opening price was at 40.95, just below that 41. And we can't really hold that either after attempting to push through that 41. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to take another stab at this one here. Let's see if that one can finally crack through that opening range low, or do we make higher lows here? Again, a bigger picture kind of sentiment, maybe potentially being that Robinhood was poised for a potential add into the S&P, and we didn't really get that. So a little bit of disappointment. They're looking for price action to kind of maybe reflect that sentiment here. So let's see if that $40 holds or not, or do we just chop around here? But sellers coming in back below that opening price, I do like that a little bit here. Intel still kind of chilling, not really doing too much, consolidating above its VWAP currently, and Tesla's still chopping around this 246, 247 as of right now. Can we get back up to 250? I have no idea. We broke that opening range low on the day. Let me pull up the chart here as well to kind of take a look. So you can see right here. So kind of a consolidation. Let's see if we make it a little bit of a leg lower. We were talking about that prior week level, that 250. Kind of missed that 250. That came in really aggressively right off of the open there. Cracks that 250. Doesn't really look back here. Where is VWAP, you may ask? 250.19s. So let's see if we can get back through some of these lows. This market's still consolidating. We talked about that 19.8 catching a bit of a bid earlier, and we're still kind of holding as of right now with about 9 minutes left on this 15-minute candle to print. So I'm looking for lower lows and lower highs. You guys let me know in the chat what you guys are looking for. Wow, AMD distinctly different.
I don't even want to talk about it.
Again, I got my baskets open here. So my chip basket I'm looking at, and AMD pretty much the strongest one out of the bunch. SMCI as well, kind of holding a little bit of its own as well. So I'm going to keep that on watch. I'm going to be reading what you guys are talking about in the chat, what you guys are trading. And for now, we're going to pass it back to Dara.
Keep an eye here on DWTX if you like these small caps. Dogwood Therapeutics. This got a bit of a move here on Friday. Apparently was mentioned in a newsletter. Today, no catalyst for DWTX, but it is worth noting 722,000 share float, so small float for Dogwood Therapeutics. Back to you.
Thank you, Dara. So yeah, we're back below that $40 level on Robinhood. What's going on with?
Oh, I just hate AMD like a lot, but okay, so we're short again, man. Now we're in the money, 70 cents on it, but we had to do stupid. Damn it, it's going to the gates of hell finally. Oh gosh, Apple right now is really coming in as well. Okay, so now we have $1 almost on AMD. Look, I hate this kind of trading. I'm not going to sit here and promote going short all the way up and celebrate when you're finally right. So forget about it, man. I'm not happy with trading on AMD. We just got stopped out at the top there. We'll be red on it. I mean, But like that last stop out really does suck. So boom to the downside. And again, why did I keep getting into it? It was just right here. I was trying to play off that Friday high. It got ran, and then I was like, no, we'll try one more time because the futures are still below. So we did believe in it. That's being stubborn. I don't really love that trade. My bad on that one, to be honest with you. I'm not in love. But you know what we are in love with? Okay, it's a face slapper. It's the money maker right now. It is the thriller in Manila. It is Apple, and that is just a monster move for me, man. We make it back with Apple in spades. I mean, this is now $1.80 in the money for the short side. And we actually, someone right here, man, I tweeted out earlier, and again, we're going to watch the market. It's 9:53. I mean, we're having a great time with Mr. Oh Boy over here.
Oh boy.
With Obi as we got.
What's that club again, Sean?
Are you in it? Are you in it, Obi?
I don't know.
Is it a Robin Hood club or is it
It's a Tesla. It's a hood. It's a Tesla's in the hood club.
Tesla, so both of them right there. And I just want to say right here, we said, what are we trading today?
Got a little
Look at the volatility. Someone on, anyways, X is not loading up right now, but at some point we'll talk about it. Someone does. Oh, X is down right now, apparently. Down. Okay, so we'll figure that out right there. But yeah, oh boy, Obi. Great trading over there. We're $2. All right, just for me and Obi. $2 in the club right now for Apple. $1 in the club for AMD. How much you got there on Tesla?
2.5.
2.5. 1, 2. How much you got there on Robinhood, my guy?
1.
1 for Robinhood.
Oh boy.
All right, man.
All right,
this day is getting spicy. As there it goes, man. We are just. Oh boy, Joe, you better get ready, man. You better get ready because this show's fire right now.
Oh, there goes the spider.
Fire in the booth. Nice move to the downside right here.
Boom.
AMD, fire in the booth as well. As that's coming back down in
back
through
to 100. Yeah, that would be nice.
We are on one. We're on one again. Bang. Let's go, man. Neil, I hope you're enjoying Dunedin right now because we are enjoying this market. Thanks, Obi, for coming through one more time. But oh boy, were we stubborn with AMD? Yes, we were. But now we've got it back in right now, and it's coming back in. So if we get out right here, we've made back about 2/3 of what we lost. Position, of course, as we always say, pending, because, unrealized losses, unrealized gains right there. So here we go. A nice move to the downside here, and yeah, just really happy. We finally caught it. There it goes, man. This is where the 50-cent stop outs and that really start to pay off. We talk about having risk management. If you don't have it, you don't got it. And, we understand where our stops need to be. We'll still be red on AMD, though. Too many shots to the high side. Let's just see if it does wind up fading out, though. Apple, come on, man. Let's give it up for some Apple, as that's really working to the downside right there. So watching out for VWAP. Maybe we do get that capitulated bottom soon.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of just watching this here. Again, that strong selling, we got right through that 19.8 on the NASDAQ. And yeah, we were talking about that SPY arm was okay, well, maybe we're breaking through the opening range high. Guess what? We wipe it right back down and we're trading within that range, kind of coming into that low again. So again, we've seen this a couple of times there. Oh boy, there's some a little bit of size there on Intel at that, okay, buddy got taken out right away. At 2020s, there was about 1,700 lots there on Intel, kind of taken out right away. So yeah, maybe the selling kind of coming in there. All of that in a single order. So buddy got wiped out the book there on that one there. So yeah, I'm kind of just going to be patient watching this NASDAQ to see what it does with that 19.8 level here. Hood pulling back in a little bit here as well, $40 coming right back in. So VWAP, let's see. We attempted to push that 41. We got back below VWAP. We traded below the opening range lows, but we're catching a little bit of a chop here on Robinhood. This is what I got looking like on my other chart. So VWAP at 40.50. We're trading at 40. So let's see if we get that continuation right here. This was beautiful. We kind of come into some of these pre-market range lows just around that 41, and we do take a bit of a rejection for a quick little pullback into that $40 level here. Let's see if that kind of sustains or not. Tesla still holding that 245 area as of right now. So let's see, we've got about 3 minutes left on this 15-minute candle, Sean, to print. So let's see if we get another red one for another 15 minutes here. NASDAQ and ES still trading pretty within range. And something I was considering a little bit last week is keeping a closer eye on the
Oh my
VIX,
God, I missed
right?
Palantir.
So the VIX has been running up. The VIX is definitely at an elevated level here. So volatility is higher, and I'm starting to ask myself a little bit more as to how I should be shifting around maybe my sizing. Not necessarily, the trade is still the trade, but in terms of like compensating or keeping in mind the volatility of the market and making sure I don't get wicked out or taken out of the move before it actually comes in, right? Because again, a little bit of volatility, you can have some more rangy moves there as well. So Tesla coming in a little bit of a downtrend here on Tesla. Let's see if we can get back down into the 240s or low 240s here. VIX again 26 or so. You can see going to a higher time frame. Let's go to the weekly right away and take a look at this. VIX has been running again for the past few weeks here. This bid kind of, or this increase starting in the second week of February 18th, the week of the VIX started to catch a little bit of a run to the upside. So those are the things that I'm watching. I want to know what you guys are trading here as well as we let some of these trades work out. Are you guys involved in Tesla? We talked about that 250 being a bit of a potential level to watch. Tesla 200 very soon, says Oscar. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think we've seen Tesla do crazy moves like that. It's been in a bit of a perpetual stair-step squeeze for the past few years, and yeah, that squeeze definitely has to bring in some shorts before you can squeeze them out, right? So one to watch out for. 200 Tesla, what do you think about that?
No, I think it's too low. Look, if they can't figure out to sell a couple more cars, then I don't really know. I don't love the space. We talked about that. I think financing is going to be an issue moving forward, especially if we get some sort of a stagflation situation coming through where money just becomes too expensive. Inflation. Again, we have some key reads coming up. Like if inflation's under control, then I do think there is going to be something to be said for picking some Tesla up. I'm just pretty negative about the whole story there. I mean, We've seen Disney, like when they were getting woke there and everything like that. We've seen Disney get really hit, and we've seen some other plays like that as well. When the people don't like something, stocks can fall down pretty easily, including AMD right now. It's getting into $100, so I'm gonna take out another piece. I just got excited there. I thought maybe we were getting a little bit higher, and I was like, oh my gosh, we don't want to be short. Okay, well. I mean, this is not necessarily a plane crash happening right now, but this market is definitely coming in, man. I did miss. So there it is. I was going to say, wow, AMD, I know there's no catalyst, but AMD is crack-a-lacking right now to the down. That's like, you heard that term before?
Crack-a-lacking.
Yeah, it means it's cracking and lacking.
Yep.
But there it goes. I have no idea. But there it goes right now to the downside. AMD, an absolute monster. It's
another one.
So we'll props up that one right there as me and this guy over here, Obi, absolutely holding the shorts on board right now again. And I know you've got Tesla. So for your hope, I hope we do get to $200. There goes Tesla, man.
Intraday capitulation. Boom.
Yeah, I don't think we get to $2 billion today, but we definitely get somewhere, right? Okay, so remember, $78.50 for Palantir. Like, we are lucky enough to grab. Am I even bidding there? I'm not. All right, so we got to bid a little bit lower here for Palantir and just give it a shot. I should have been at $78.50. I'm not sure why we didn't get long down there. We didn't have a bid. My bad. So that's, we should have had that bid, but okay, we don't. All right, so this is Palantir right now. We'll wait to see what happens. We are bidding down here 78.70. And remember, just for everybody to see this, yep, good, let's go. Get more viewers. Happening now, 10,000 plus viewers. We want to thank all of you for all of that. I'm trading like a maniac, so let's go over to Adara real quick and then back over here as quick as you like. Shout out to my guy, Sharif.
Yeah, we'll make this pretty quick here with this happening now so we can get back to the action. NASDAQ here trading with 2.42 relative volume. S&P 500, 2.2 relative volume, both sharply lower at the day and close to taking out, at least for the S&P 500 here, the lows from Friday. Donald Trump in an interview over the weekend hinted that not necessarily that there could be a recession, but that it was not necessarily out of the question, so keep that on watch. One of the biggest catalysts today is certainly going to be these S&P 500 inclusions or exclusions. Robinhood here will pull up Hood was one of the ones that was expected to be included that did not make the S&P 500 alongside names like Coinbase and AAPL. And then we have Palantir, who was actually added to the S&P 100, but still pushing lower. Last but not least, Google on watch here. This is the Robinhood chart, but Google on watch here, their monopoly fight now intensifying as the Justice Department, though it does take some of the AI aspects off the table, they are still looking to set up Google's Chrome business. So separating the Chrome business here is still a goal for the DOJ. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the action-packed content. Back to the guys.
Even in the system.
I'll take what I can get.
Yeah, we'll take our own responsibility for these trades here because, thank you, Adara, for all of that, by the way. AMD right now dropping into 99.40. Oh boy. This is now $2.50 in the money. Sorry. Apple's $2.50 in the money. AMD is $1.70 right now. Palantir's, we're trying to get a little longer. We just got a piece out there near $80. This is not just. This is about 5 minutes ago. And that right now you're trying to bounce again off 79. I'm just trying to wait a little bit lower than this just to make sure that we do get the right fill. Again, I am seeing that something's wrong. My posts are not going out on X. So shout out to getting that fixed, hopefully, for Twitter. But yeah, all right. So what else is happening? I know you're in Robinhood, so I don't want to look at that. Let's look at Google.
Tesla's back down to 41s now, almost 40, 240s.
Yeah, so what's the plan of action there on Tesla?
I don't know. Wait for the bid to come in to look for a strong reason to cover. I've already gotten out at least half. But what I was telling Sean earlier was, Robinhood. I took a lot more on my initial trade than I did on the second trade, and a little disappointed in not taking. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll take my phone off the desk. It's the Trading View alerts, guys. I'm getting down in the DMs, and it is no other than Trading View there. But so 240s coming in here on Tesla. So Hood. I took significantly less on the short back through that 41, and I was like, all right, well, I have what I have. I'll take what I can get. Right? Because at the end of the day, the trade is a trade, and sure, I did not in the moment. I didn't put on the appropriate kind of risk on the short back through that 41. Again, back through the opening price as well. Continuation trade on Hood there, but. You know what? Sometimes you don't have the size that you kind of were looking to get into, and that's okay. Where's the next trade? Just take the trade as it's worth taking. Some size here on Intel as well. 1,000 lots holding that 20.05 here on Intel. So this is last week's low area was $20 flat. So if we break $20 on Intel with the market tailwind on our side, Sean, I am curious to know how much further we will get. We know that Intel has been kind of consolidating, a little bit of a weakness there after that 25 push. Again, if you look back a little bit further on the chart, bigger picture, it was accumulated in the 18.5s at a higher time frame, kind of a support level on Intel, and then we got that push to 25s. Yeah. So a little bit of a pullback here. I don't know if that trade is done just yet, but pullback off of those most recent highs. It was a failure to break out of a consolidation. Here's a bit of a bid coming in here on Tesla, so I don't want to take out most of that there. 39s on Hood. Oh boy, how much further can we get? Let's see. I didn't really plan for this one too well, obviously, because I'm the plan was to take it through the 40. When it does come in, I did not necessarily take more. But let's take a look left on this chart and see what levels we might be potentially coming into. 39s. Is this a free fall here as of right now? So we've got to go a little bit higher time frame. Let's make this a bigger picture here.
Go.
Full screen. Markets at the lows right now. So, oh boy, right here. So prior low, $37.99 for sale on Robinhood right there. So let's see if we can get down to $37.99, about a point away from where we are as of right now. From that selling that did come in right before the open, I do want to measure how much further we are down. So this is great, but I like this because that's where kind of selling started to come in the pre-market. So we're down about 6.3% off of that level there on Robinhood. So continuing to the downside, I'm watching that Intel 20, Sean. That should be very, very interesting here. But oh boy, I did not expect to be 2 points on Hood like that off the 41. But it is what it is. We'll reassess. come back stronger tomorrow, a little bit better tomorrow. But yeah, those are the
We're
trades
huge today, man. Let's keep it going, man.
You want to be a little bit better every day.
Come on, man. We always, yeah. Okay. By the way, right now, right now it's Hydration Nation. It's floss off time because we just told you it's another dollar. These are reloaded dollars, man. This isn't like we're saying the same stuff back and forth again. This is a good reload here for us on Palantir down to that bottom level, man. Today's going to be an oh boy day, as we said, man. Starting to make a little bit of cash here, which is always nice. So far so good, and we'll just wait to see. Just got to make sure I have my auto cancels set up here, and again, just different platform, different things. Like we don't want to get overfilled, right? So we got to make sure that we have the right amount of shares out for our positions because we've been taking some new ones, reloading, so on and so forth. Look what the hell's happening right here. I'm going to hit the plane crash because we absolutely nailed this stock finally, but it just took a minute. So here we go. AMD down to 98.50. AMD's at 98.50. We're short at 101 right now. So this is going to be a good little trade, obviously, here for us. Are we going to reach 79 for Bitcoin? Yes, we are.
Yeah, 75.
80,000 and change right now for Bitcoin. We will check in on IBIT. But bang, bang, and bang as we props it up, man. What a day. Everybody, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much. Like, this is a huge day for us right now, man. $2. If you're in this game, you're in this game. We wrote down short, short, and more short. We wrote down on the sticky note more shorts. We wrote down everything. Everything we liked today was short. Short everything except for Palantir. And Palantir right now is $1 in the money long. So we're happy with that. There it goes. We'll take some more out here at 59. I don't, honestly, I put my hands up in the air because we are doing absolutely fantastic. Let's go, Obi. This is what trading's all about, man.
Trading.
We talk about this. Yay, trading. Love being here every day. Love being here with you guys. Let's get some of these new tires. Yo, mechanic, what's up, man? Maybe we can replace all four now based on what's going on as we go. But here we go.
Every trade you're like, I need one more. I'm going to go for the third one.
Oh, stay against me. No, I only need 3. No, we're
these tariffs, man. These tires. I don't know, where does the rubber come from? Oil's pretty. Oil's been moving around.
Yeah, oil. Yay, oil. Okay, so right now, just quickly, Obi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where's the next trade?
Where? No,
I mean, I'm
like
the
next trade though. I mean,
yeah, of course, always.
No, I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that 100%. But what I meant by that is like sometimes I get for myself a little distracted. It's like I'm looking for something else. Like I have 3 positions on.
Yeah.
You have 2 positions on.
Yeah. I mean, those are done. I'm in them. Like I'm letting them work. The stop is in.
Shares, right.
I don't necessarily need to really babysit them that much because again, I've already covered a little bit along the way. But yeah, I'm looking for that next trade. 3,000 3,000 lots on $20 here on Intel. So here, let me pull up the filter for you guys so you guys can see
the one thing
right here highlighted right there.
The one thing I appreciate about you, and it's just different style than Neil. Like you talk about, like you had more shares the first time.
Yes.
You know,
I had significantly more shares.
Right, and so that's being honest. So I like that kind of talk as same thing with me, right? Like we were short AMD a bunch of times. Like we're just getting back to green when this was happening for AMD. Why? Like how could we be $2.50 in the money, but just getting back to green when we just took 30, 40 cent, 50 cent hits? It's because when you take 5 50-cent hits, you know, at the end of the day, that's $2.50.
Yeah.
You know, so it can add up that way, or it can add up share size way, where we get a little carried away, we take too many shares or whatever on certain plays, and those plays don't work out. It's about grading the opportunities, and this is why. And again, Neil and I will go back and forth on this. This is why I don't like he took a 30-cent hit or something on Palantir the other day, which is fine. Again, all about the strategy. But for me, you got to let sometimes trades work out because I don't want to make, we talked about one good trade. I don't want to make like 7 trades. Like I want to make good trades, find the best ones, not just take little cuts. You know, little cuts are fine if you're using little shares, but if you're trading a little bit hotter, you know, you like 500 shares, 10 cents, 500 shares, 10 cents. Like the next thing you know, you're down a couple tires, you know, and it just becomes.
You've got a couple flat tires.
What the hell's my mechanic saying now? Okay, yeah, no, you don't want to have a couple. Oh, I got a smiley face.
I like the tire talk. Okay.
I said no rush to you, my guy, my mechanic. I just have ADHD. I don't know if I do or not. Ramin has said that potentially I do. Ramin? You ain't no doctor.
Dr.
Yeah,
Ramin.
doctor of narcotics. What exactly doctors are we over there? But no, thing is, most of what we do on the show here is just for fun.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm.
Are you not entertained?
That's.
Are you not entertained?
We are trying to entertain.
Yeah.
And with over Obi, I know we are
bit,
doing a hell of a job. And we can't do this without Ramin. We can't do this without Fabian. We can't do it without Obi. We can't do it without Bears vs. Bulls. And we sure as heck can't do it without everybody watching. Almost 10,000 of you are in the building right now. So thank you so much for that. But that 1.7K, man, if we can vote on this, we can definitely get going over here. 1,300 votes, 1.7K likes. Let's get that over 2K, or Obi, do not make another trade. All right, let's call it sick. No, we're never calling it sick. Oh, damn it.
Yeah, let's get that. You guys we got about 45 minutes here.
Just hit the wrong.
You want me to force a trade? let's get it. Let's get that up to 10,000 likes. If we get 10,000 likes, maybe I'll dabble into some bad habits. No, I'm joking. I don't do that.
Bad habits, or some sort of a song like that. I've
3891.
There's something bad habits
on Hood. Oh, my bad habits have me coming back to you, or something like that. That's a Ed Sheeran song. Yeah,
don't
beautiful
quit your day
song.
job like me. I tried to get Kevin O'Leary to invest in Trader TV Live, and he said, "Don't quit your day job." I mean, that didn't sound that well. I'm going to put out something funny later on about Kevin. So I want to thank Kevin O'Leary for coming through, and he's going to be coming.
I don't think he needs to worry. Those ventures are definitely capitalizing for him.
Those O'Leary Ventures funds that he has. You mean?
What's that?
I
no, he's venture capitalist.
Right? Oh, venture capitalist. Yeah, he has the O'Leary funds as well.
Yeah.
That I thought maybe.
That size got taken out here on $20 there on Intel, but we rebid right away. So again, that's the information I'm looking for. What do we do? Okay, cool. We print that size. Buyers at that $20 level got taken out there, or some of them did. But what does price do after that? Let's see. Let's observe. $20, 01 still holding. A little bit of a size kind of reappearing on that 20 after some of it got taken out. You can see right here, 300 lots now, so significantly less than the 3,000 we had before on Intel. But yeah, I'm looking for this 20 to kind of give me some information here. So let me pull this in here. Wow, Tesla's still consolidating near lows. Oh boy, this is. Yeah, you know what? Again, we talk about kind of trailing the position here. So I don't normally trade Tesla like this, but again, that 250 was a little enticing, so did get involved. But again, didn't size as aggressively because I was risking about 3 points. Again, got short 240 under 247s. I tried to get 247s and some change, didn't really get it. So a bit of a chase in the 246s, but again, covered I guess about over 80-90% of whatever I did take there. So a little bit of a nice sell-off there on Tesla, but catching a little bit of a bid now. VWAP's all the way back at 247s here, but the market is trading lower as we now test that next $100 level here. We break that 19.8. We're on top of 19.7 now, Sean. So let's see if the market can give us some more moves to the downside here. Apple continuing to consolidate near its lows here. Bit of a break. Oh, that 233 was definitely interesting. Was an interesting level for me on Apple, and we basically cracked that pretty aggressively going in off of the open there. So I do want to cover a little bit of a hood here on that trail as the bid starts to step back in. Again, if we bounce off this 19.7, I don't necessarily want to be too heavy in this. And if Tesla is going to come right back in above 245s, I don't necessarily want to get too involved or stay too involved with that one just yet. But let us know in the chat, what are you guys trading? How's your morning been? Throw it up in the chat. What are some of the tickers that you guys have been evolved in? We know that BBAI was doing some stuff in the morning. Let's go check on that one there. Big Bear AI. So yeah, got up to 357. Oh boy, what a beautiful kind of short off the open there. So continuing to do more of what it has been doing over the past couple of, I think, weeks. Post earnings again as well. Today is technically earnings day too, and we didn't quite get below that day one low. Not only that, we broke through this consolidation high in the pre-market. You can see I have my anchored VWAP that's been pinned to the earnings action there coming in here. Let's make that a little bit of a better color so you can see it a little bit better. So 341 was where that anchored came in. We did go all the way up to 3 56s on BBAI before pulling right back in below VWAP here. Didn't really quite get back through the opening price just yet. It would seem, oh, actually, no, you know what? I am wrong. I'm looking at a 30-minute candle when I thought I was looking at a 15-minute candle here. So that bid, let's see where that comes in right here. That was off of the news in the pre-market. So that reference low is more of what I mean. We are trading below that opening range low as of right now. What's up, Adara?
No news on this, but just be aware, Harley-Davidson actually popped up for me on the volume scanner. Under 500,000 shares traded on the day, but worth noting, this one is trying to ride higher, 11% short float for HOG. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Get on that hog, that is for sure.
The incredible Mr. Lib saying KO is printing nicely. Let's see what's up with this one here. So Coke. So we know. Again, I was talking about XLP in the morning. Consumer staples here. So let's see. XLP is probably running as well. If that's the case, okay. Well, not as strong as the equity,
Bitcoin getting smoked.
Bitcoin getting smoked. What do you got going on?
It's
79. Fabian was like, "What's my target?" I was like, I was like, if we break below the 100,000 consolidation, then I like the 75. I like to work in quarters.
Right.
Quarters and maybe sometimes eighths.
50s. Oh, eighths?
Eighths. Shout out to the old days.
I see what you're saying.
Where, I wasn't necessarily around, but it seems like the eighths are could be important. But what's that? The zips? Oh, like that kind of eighth. No. I'm talking about, we used to trade in eighths. The market used to trade in 1/8.
My guy.
No, I understand, but I think there might be things that are still kind of hanging around and respecting that.
I got you.
Some of those prices, but
mind
I don't know.
there.
Tinfoil hat, tinfoil suit, no idea. But I like to work with quarters and eighths. But Coca-Cola definitely very, very strong here. Let's take a look at a higher time frame and see what's going on here. Absolutely beautiful. Again, we had some of this strength coming in the prior weeks. We did get a strong flush, if I remember correctly. Yeah, this was the one right here. So Tuesday, March 4th, we got a strong flush there. Let's get that VWAP out of the way and go to a even higher time frame. Let's go to the hourly here. So we are looking for that breakout. Oh boy. So this was the bid I was looking at right here. So strong push off of the earnings. We got continuation for a couple of weeks, almost for the rest of the month, and then some strong selling coming into the beginning of the month in March. So again, maybe strong month last month, beginning of the month, maybe some selling, and then now we're headed right back up towards those highs. Those highs being at 72.71, currently trading at 72.50. So I like that look. Incredible, the incredible Mr. Lib saying that Coke is printing for him. So yeah, maybe if it can get through that 71, oh boy, that might bring in some more buying pressure here. But something that does not have buying pressure, Sean, oh boy, why don't I have more? It's okay.
We never know that answer.
Look at that. Look at this. It's a grind. This is a grind down. So maybe I should just stick with this one here until it really breaks down. Oh boy, I don't want to do this because yeah. There's okay, not so bad, not so bad. I was like, okay, higher time frame. I definitely have a lot of lines, and on Tesla, I thought it was going to be kind of plastered all over the chart, but it's not as bad on the 3-minute chart here. But yeah, a little bit of a strong trend to the downside. What I wanted to do was draw a bit of a trend line here. So again, let's see if we can hold kind of below this 240. Again, interesting level. We talk about 250. So we did about a 10-point move. Well, I didn't take a 10-point move, but from that 250, which I was thinking as an over/under level, I was like, all right, if we can hold and trade below 250, maybe sellers are still in this vehicle. Sellers might be in this vehicle here on Tesla. You see what I did there? I did. But 240 trading below that now. Okay, I have a bit of a level here from before at 235. Let's see if we can go 5 more points lower as sellers continue to push into this. But $20 still holding on Intel, man. So oh boy. So I really like that trade on Coke as well. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm going to take a look at some of those other names like ENPH.
I just wanted to bring a quick. Someone asked me about reloading on Palantir.
Yes.
I am reloaded on Palantir. We are reloaded on Palantir. Bang right there. Thank you so much for the face slapper right there. There it is, man. We just got more shares down here. I got to sort of punch out like a little bit of a maniac here because that's a nice move to the upside. Boom. This is a big day, man. We're nicely up here today. We are loving everything. We love the market. We love that everyone's here with us right now, but I don't know why we only have 1.9K likes. So let's get it. Hey, how about this? Like we're about to throw to Adara. We got to We got to pump it up. Hit the like button, not for Obi or Fry, but for Adara, who's filling in. She'll also be on the Midday show if we get more than like 2,300 likes. We'll put her on the Midday show, I think. Or she may be there regardless. But hit the like button, hit the subscribe. We're all over the place today. It's been a big one. I hope you guys are enjoying it. Both green over here, so I'm sure you're fine with me saying that. Yep. It's been a good day here, so let's go back over to the big screen and find out what's up with Miss Adara. There we go, 2K likes.
I can confirm I will be on the Midday show regardless of likes, but please like and subscribe if you enjoy the content we are bringing you. Let's take a look here at the IWM, which is actually perilously close to the $200 level and also taking out Friday's lows, kind of a similar look to the S&P 500. As we witnessed earlier, down about 1.8%. But what's not down here is one of today's small caps, Sharps Technology, STSS. This is a penny stock, no catalyst on it, but from what I was seeing here, an impressive 70% plus short floats. Keep an eye on STSS. Next up, we have SNOA. No news on Sonoma either. This one does vote a 1.6 million share float. And last but not least, Mineralysis. So this one actually does have a catalyst, our only small cap of the day with a catalyst. Mineralysis here, therapeutics announcing some positive top-line results from some of their critical trials of uncontrolled resistant hypertension treatment. So some hypertension treatment getting some positive results for MLYS. Back to you.
The trades are solid.
The trades are what we're here to do, right? I mean, we are here to make trades, make some cash, and hopefully just show everybody that, you know, day trading here for a living is definitely possible. Obi and I...
I got an alert for coin crossing prior week low. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but that was
you. No, that's great. Let's go. All right. So, like, yeah, no, I was just saying, like, there's Palantir. Like, I'm not, like, we're $1.50 in right now. And again, Obi, what you caught Obi and I talking about were just easy trades. And it's like, we knew that Tesla was our number one idea short. Number two idea short was Robinhood. Number three idea short was the market. Number four idea was Palantir long, which is by far my number one stock. It's not even close. So, yeah, we're all about it, man. We bowdy. And thank you so much right there. Over 2,000 likes right there. So we want to thank everybody for all of that. All right, so we're out of already. Thank you, Anurag in the chat, who asked me if it was reload Palantir time. All you really have to do is check out the sticky note. If anything changes as it's happening, that's why I sort of wanted to say that before we threw over to Adara. Obi and I'll let you know if we're sort of, you know, changing ways or anything like that on what we're thinking. But I'm still thinking short. When I'm looking at the market here, I mean, Obi already nailed that we were under 20,000 earlier. But now the cues, like, look at this, man. This is a 30-minute chart. Like, where's the love, right? Like, I don't really, like, we can go over to a 60-minute chart. Where is the love? Is that a Black Eyed Peas song or something? Yes. Nice downside move. They're still pushing. So there's nothing here. So I think we go lower, man. And I don't know. I'd said earlier when we came on that this could be a 3% whoosh day. I just checked my account. Like, when's the last time I bought the S&P? March 5th. So, by the way, who all about this? Awesome. Starbucks. I didn't even, that's a great one there. Hitting back, we talked about that at 115, that was probably a short back into a bill. So there it is. So March 5th was the last time we bought. So it was right here. No, not that up candle. Where is March 5th? Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's right into here, so it's only last Wednesday. But at the end of the day, 576, now down to 566 and going a little bit lower. I think we'll hold off today, but we could, you know, we could dip in there and buy another 5% or so. That's what I'm trying to do, is buy some indexes because I'm way overloaded on equity. So we'll wait for all of this. But yeah, good day over here, man. We've hit our day goal. We hit that about on this sort of this last Palantir little reload. We did have some explaining to do to ourselves about this trade here on AMD, so we had to battle that back. So that was really the only thing that's the problem. But right here, you know, the biggest P&L name, and I have to be careful because this guy beside me might be putting up some numbers as well. But Palantir right here is a big day. So we'll wait to see if it can load back up, but back up into the 50 period and then right there again into VWAP as we go. So yeah, just we're making more as we go. 250 Apple's down here. So let's just review what we have. 5% left on Apple, which is why I really haven't talked about it. We have about 15% or so left on AMD, making me a little nervous that we're in this sort of range right here. Palantirs are just a bunch of reloads, man. We have 35% left of our reloaded spot there. So we'll get a little bit more out at the 50 period. If the market wants to rebound from here, I know we have the right, I feel like we have the right names. So we'll just continue to watch out for that. But yeah, Roberta Flack. Oh, Danny Hathaway is the where is the love thing. Okay. Thank you for that. MSTR and IBIT. We talked a little bit about what Bitcoin was doing here as well. And Bitcoin makes a huge fall. Down 8% today is BTC. So how about this, Obi? You're relatively young. You're about maybe 2 or 3 years younger than me.
Yep.
Hit fail on myself. All right. Would you rather, at these levels, we just talked about the S&P 500 slightly being under the 200 period moving average, or the NASDAQ, you could pick either one of those indexes, or if there's another index you like, you can mention that as well, or Bitcoin.
Yeah. Which one would I buy right now?
Yeah, like let's just say your total portfolio was like 10 grand, and you were looking to put 5,000 or 500 in right now. So you're trying to dip by 5-10% of some kind of a play. Do you prefer right here the S&P at these levels or Bitcoin down at 80,000?
I think I don't know. That's a tough question without kind of looking or.
I bring the
really
hard-hitting questions.
Yeah, I think in terms of what I like, I would want to maybe post a bid at 75 on Bitcoin and see if that hits for a quick scalp. I think that's
so you don't really like anything here long term. Basically, you would be scalping nature.
I mean, we just talked about the VIX kind of continuing to push up higher, right? So I'm like, okay, if we get that bit of push on the volatility and maybe volatility capitulates, then maybe there
any love for
maybe
gold?
Potentially gold. I mean, gold is.
I'm trying to check it out right here.
Gold is all right. I think gold has been pushing all-time highs, but we did kind of take a bit of a pullback there off of it. But I haven't really taken a strong look at stuff for like long term. And I know we were talking about it this morning. Like a majority of the years, the spider makes a few all-time highs every year. Right.
You think we get back to highs? I actually do not.
I mean, I have no idea.
I'm not like I was trying to think of it. I was like, okay, what about these tariffs? Like, what are we actually talking about here? If let's just say the tariffs get pulled back, does that mean we go to highs? I don't know. I'm not overly convinced of that.
We kind of talked about this earlier this morning. Like these are all great conversations to have, but at the end of the day, I'm not really an analyst.
Right.
So I don't really know. I like the price action. I like the chart.
On TV.
I like the price action. I like the chart. So again, the trades are.
Or is that a trade
around there?
Sure what we do.
Yeah.
Over here.
Maybe.
But yeah, no, I think
38s on Robinhood. Oh boy.
Again, I just feel like the easier trades, right? Tesla short, Robinhood short, Q's short, Palantir long. I mean, it's just been pay dirt so far here today. So, all right, you know what? In a matter of 10 minutes, we are bringing back most people's favorite segment, and probably it's not even close to their favorite segment, but we're going to bring back What's for Lunch.
Ooh, okay.
Because now I have the weekly calendar. I don't like having the weekly calendar. Adair and I discussed this last week when we got it, and that is the fact that now we know, like, I like being surprised about what's coming through.
I mean, you could just not open it.
No, but it's literally just listed. I don't know, you probably don't get the email, but I'll show it to you. Yeah, it's like very... Like I knew this morning was hard-boiled eggs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like I like opening up that little tinfoil and getting the surprise of what's in there.
Yes.
You know, like those nice little wraps that we sometimes will get. Okay, enough talk about this.
Yes.
Let's go over to that. Adara with crypto.
This is the chart of Bitcoin, and it is not a particularly beautiful chart, for lack of better terms. We did have a bit of a double top, as mentioned earlier. This first top made December 17th. The next one here made January 20th. That was, of course, Inauguration Day. Since then, we went from just over 109,000 to currently below 80,000. The next low we would need to take out, though, is this one that we made on Friday, February 28th. That's the level we're looking for next. What triggered the selling? I mean, there's a variety of things that could be attributed, but we know that there were already some concerns about what Donald Trump had planned for the crypto reserve, with people thinking that certain crypto names like Cardano, Solana were not necessarily worthy of being included alongside Bitcoin, especially because if you remember his initial post announcing this reserve had Bitcoin and Ethereum mentioned in a double tweet, or I guess a reply, about 2 hours after the initial post. So pretty interesting look. This sell-off also followed the crypto summit that took place on Friday. So Friday's crypto summit, maybe a bit of a sell the news event here for BTC. Let's take a look here at some of how these other names are doing. Ethereum down about 4.5%, XRP down about 5%, BNB 3.5, Solana 8.5. And I want to mention too, before I throw you back to the guys, one element that I found interesting, I mentioned on the morning show as well, the fact that two of the names that were really heavily expected to be added to the S&P 500 that were snubbed were Coinbase and Robinhood, both of which are involved in the crypto space. So quite a few catalysts in crypto to watch out for this morning to start a pretty eventful week for the markets and for crypto. Back to you.
Thank you, Dara. Yeah, so what an eventful beginning of the week we've had. Some strong selling coming right back in. So again, I like that there. And from both perspectives, from a day trading perspective and a long-term perspective, I like the discounts, right? So if the market's going to continue to be discounted, then yeah, let's all aboard that train there. But yeah. I'm watching this Intel, man. This $20 level is holding like a champ right now on Intel. So again, no real decision just yet. $20. Ooh. So yeah, the last week's low was $20 to the T. So, and I saw that bounce happen off the $20, and I was like, oh boy, that was a very clean level hold. And coming into this week, I don't think we've printed a penny below as of yet. Yeah, $20 flat is the low on Intel as of today as well. So holding that prior week low, bit of a held bid, it would seem like, on that $20 level. Now, if that buyer kind of drops, again, let's see if we hold that 20 as a support turn to resistance. So that's the next question I'll be asking. Market tailwind is definitely on our side there, but if we're going to have a held bid while the market continues to fade off, then I do want to be a little bit patient for that one there. But oh boy, Tesla is trading a little bit lower there. I got out of the rest of that Tesla, Sean, but it seems like that 235 might be well within range if the market continues to drop here. I know someone earlier was talking about ENPH, Enphase Energy, and this one has been quite energetic off of the open here. So doing that pre-market relative volume, bit of a crumble there. So whenever I see this kind of price action, regardless of whether it has a relative volume or not, I'm always like, yeah, a little bit of a crumble action there. But that bid steps in with expanding volume off of into the open and a strong trend to the upside. Now, I don't know if this really had a catalyst, but it says apparently six hours ago, insiders sold shares according to recent SEC filing. That's the latest thing. Here comes the ES. Oh boy. Who is short and who is holding on?
For dear life.
For dear life. But yeah, seems like, again, that 20 still not breaking with that flush coming in on the market, Sean. So very, very interesting action here on Intel. Anybody's got any Intel on that $20 level hold? Let's see. Yeah, profit. Definitely big guys at 20 on Intel saying profit. So yeah, exactly. So a bit of a held. Again, in the market, there are times where you see held offers and held bids, and yeah, it could just be a larger participant that's sitting there. And I think that 79 level on Palantir is another kind of example of that as well, right? So we saw that level hold last week, and we're doing more of the same here. So it's being patient, waiting. Where's the next trade?
Well, my next trade was just reloading Palantir down here, right here at 20s. And we just got some out at 40s. So that's why I was like, oh yeah, maybe it's going back upside, because we almost broke 78. If this thing breaks 78, man, we are gone. I'm not trying to like do anything too crazy here or anything like that. We will be getting out of Palantir on a 78 break, but we are also long here at 23. So let's take some more out at 40. There we go. And then just see what winds up happening now, because again, I like the trade, but I don't like the market. I feel that bad because we did talk about this potential market. Wow, I'm going to get another bid here. Going down 3%. I hate that this is down where we are here. Oh no, I left my earpiece somewhere. Oh no, I think it's back over there on the table. I'll go get it. But at the end of the day, what do you want me to do? Okay, e-signal, there it is. Thank you, Andre. Andre 3000. Yeah, e-signal. Okay, let's get going. All right, I'll just go. All right, so I want everyone to make sure that they do scan that QR code right there. Why should we do that? Because e-signal is your one-stop shop for charting needs, man. I mean, all the back testing, every single thing you could possibly want available with eSignal, tick charts, minute charts, second charts, entitlement based, right? Over 50 plus brokers, you can trade from the charts. You can set it all up. You don't need to now open up your brokerage account. You can just go nuts and start trading right there live with eSignal. And again, first month is free. We are very, very proud to be able to offer that to you. It took us a bit to organize that. So we want to do thank you to eSignal for that, and make sure you do take advantage of their offers. So eSignal right there, scan that QR code again. It's the charts that I use. We talk about that all the time. Again, understand your charting platform is probably one of the most important things you can do as a trader. eSignal makes it simple, great customer support, and first month free. So again, really, really happy to be able to do that. Okay, so Palantir broke. I know it's back above now, but it broke. So we're not going to cry over spilled milk or anything. That's just the trade that wound up happening there for us. It does break lower, and that we got out. Is that going to be potentially the bottom? Yeah, it might be, and maybe we called it. But at the end of the day right here, we wrote down on our sticky note, I want to thank everybody for liking it there today. We wrote down 78 breaks. So Obi, we talk about, sitting in there, making sure that we follow our own rules. And that was one right there on our, oh yeah, that's right. I tried to post things up here, not working on, oh, it worked. Oh, okay, whoops. That was a real old post that just went out right now. But there it was right there on Palantir, 78 to 79. If it flushes, we'll buy that up. Unfortunately, we do follow not unfortunately, but now it's in the money 50 cents. I really do hope that some of you were able to hold it, but not this guy. We're out as we follow the rules. AMD again, down in the day's low, and that's another rule of ours. Let's just start to cover as we get into some of these lows. I'm just bidding 55 as well. So, there it is. We just got that. So that was a good trade for us. Looking to get some more shares on that name. Palantir, Apple, AMD. What else is going on here? SMR, I'm getting a little. And again, here we go. Here's an alert. So this is coming from eSignal, SMR, SMCI, AMD, PayPal. This is a curated list of mine where I've just put on names that I'm looking at for the day. Or actually, I don't really update it that often, so I add new ones on the day, but I'll keep the same list. And again, bouncing there, I'm assuming approaching VWAP, different scanners. So that was a 5-minute moving average right there that just popped up for SMR. So we'll have to wait to see, but that is a nice bounce play as the market's catching bids now. So boo for that Palantir, but at least we were mentioning it. We do like that one. I saw that you got out of your Tesla.
Yeah, I got out of the Tesla.
Okay, go ahead. I was going to look at it for a long, but what do you think?
Yeah, would you look at that? So Tesla, I kind of pointed this out a little bit earlier, a bit of a downtrend that was holding. So I'm like, all right, I like the idea for the short. So simple exit rules here. Wow, Hood with that bid coming in very, very aggressively. Oh boy. So a bit of a trend break happening on Robinhood right now, as well as the market catches a little bit of a bid as well. But yeah, kind of a simple rule here. I'm just like, all right, well, that 250 came in. We sold off. We kind of break trend. We're starting to slow down. Basically, all this shows me is that selling might be slowing down. So I'm just taking it off of that one there. A quick little scalp on Tesla. But let's go to Dara for the recap. Or sector watch.
We're going to recap here the actions of some of these sectors, which we have a lot of red, but I actually want to focus on the green because you might not expect that we'd have as much strength and as many sectors as we do on this side of the board. Health technology, despite a big drop here in Eli Lilly, generally pretty strong. Consumer non-durables looking good. Energy, minerals, utilities, communications, and distribution services all looking pretty good. UNH selling a little bit here in health services, but some of the other tickers in this group are starting strong as well. What's certainly not strong, though, is going to be consumer services. McDonald's holding up nicely, as mentioned by Michael Noss this morning, but booking holdings very weak. Consumer durables being dragged to the downside by Tesla. Finance, not a great look. JPM, we have Bank of America, Wells Fargo, AXP all selling. Retail trade here, Amazon and Walmart dropping. So is Costco on day 2 earnings. And of course, the tech sector. There's very little strength or relief to be found in these tech names. The Mag 7s across both the electronic technology and technology services sector, both sharply red across the board. Netflix continuing to sell off. Oracle weak. Cisco weak. It's really hard to find tech strength, but it is actually pretty easy to find strength in other sectors, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, we kind of talked about that earlier on during the the watch list, the rundown for the watch list.
We love that watch list.
Where a lot of strong selling across the board, but there's definitely sectors that you can look for where the bid might be coming in as well, and we saw that coming in with some of those health sectors here. So this is the so XLE is trending higher, XLU is trending a little bit higher, XLP is trending higher, and I think XLV, we were looking at some of those healthcare sectors as well. So
I like XBI.
XPI?
B, which is
XBI.
biotech. It's getting hit too. But.
Yeah. No, tech is the only one that's really selling off out of all of these select funds. So keeping that into consideration, watching that. Bit of a turnaround here on HOOD, as again I went up to looking at it on a 5-minute now. You can see that we failed that 41. We came all the way into 38. And remember when I said earlier, I was like, all right, where can we potentially look for a decision-making point there? And just looking back on the chart, we found that 38 level was that prior kind of a support area here, all the way from, when is this? This is January 13th, 2025. So just a couple months ago right there, you can see that that's where we caught this bit of a bid here on Robinhood. So yeah, maybe catching a little bit of some trouble there at that 38 in terms of sellers kind of meeting up with a few buyers there. So that's basically was the idea. It's like, all right, if I want to sell this, where can I potentially look for buyers to kind of start buying up with again as well? And that 38 level showing us a little bit of that strength coming in here on Robinhood today. So a nice little turnaround there on Robinhood. And again, with a confluence of a market sell-off, bringing that in off of the open there. But the market continues to make fresh lows here, Sean. So
wow.
I have no idea, but I'm looking for the next trade. That $20 level on Intel still holding like a champ. So what's going on there?
I just want to see this is what my daughter's doing right here, right now. Come over to the screen. This is her right here. Look at this, Joe. Look at this through the cones. Look at this, Joe. Look at that. There we go. So really, really super. Oh, boom.
Boom.
I didn't see that shot. One more time. Here we go. So this is my daughter here, 10 years old. She's at hockey camp. Look at that, Joe. Look at that. And here comes the shot. Look at that, receiving the pass. Boom. Top cheese.
That's awesome.
You like those crossovers? Yeah, I didn't teach her any of it. But there it is, man. Wow. Okay. Wow. I'm all about.
That's really cool.
That life.
Yeah.
She is something special to me, and so is my wife. So thank you so much for taking them.
Did you play a lot of sports when you were younger?
Yeah. So
what
was your main playing rugby in grade 11, which really sucked, and had knee surgeries and all this kind of stuff. So it kind of stopped in and around there. But no, Neil and I played on the same high school baseball team.
Oh wow, nice.
We played on the same high school basketball team.
Sick.
So yeah,
awesome.
we did all that. I played rugby, football as well for high school. So just basically it all ended in high school. And then no, I continued on beer leagues. So there's some pictures on my Instagram of me and the kids. I was number 6 or number something, and my kid was 6.5. I don't know. I showed that picture before, right there. But yeah, a lot of sports. Didn't play hockey though.
Okay.
Curling. We talked about curling.
What about ball? Like ball hockey was very.
Ball hockey.
Yeah,
in high
of
school
course.
Was
huge.
Yeah,
ball hockey. We used to do ball hockey during recess. Like they would open up the gym, and
Love ball hockey. But you know what I love more?
Stonks.
Sport of trading.
Let's go.
Right there, because you never know what you're going to get involved with.
Yes.
Down now 5% on Apple, $4 in the money. We are $6 right now, and this is it's not something new for us, but today is every day is something new. AMD right now $3.50 in the money, making new lows in the market. Unfortunately, we did have that prediction of 3% lower in the Nasdaq. We are now 3% lower in the Nasdaq right there, but absolutely awesome day for the shorts and not a one for the longs. Palantir holding out, if anything. This will be the name that I like long. It sounds crazy to say that, down 8%, but it's the one that's really at the lows, but has been pretty strong. We were sad that we sort of got knocked out of it, but not that sad, guys. As right now, Palantir still doing its thing. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day long. So yeah, it's been an exciting day. Just one that it's hard for me to get behind too much because I'm gonna get another bid. I just know how bad this is I even looked at the long-term account. I actually thought about maybe I cannot buy new tires at all. But all right, so here we go, man. Yeah, everything's either at its 200 period moving average or potentially lower. Let's go. Money talks already? Sure. All right. We're early, but never too late to discuss the dollar. It's Money Talks.
Yeah, we're going to do this Money Talks here a couple minutes earlier. There's not a lot to talk about here in the world of the US dollar, but there are some Trump updates I do want to mention. So here's the US dollar. This is a 6-day losing streak for the US dollar. Now we've been weak the entirety of last week and starting this week off on a bit of a not a strong note. But it's worth noting here, selling getting a little bit more contracted in the last 3 days of this downtrend compared to the first 3 days of aggressive selling. So keep that in mind here for the US dollar. This is an incredibly light day when it comes to economic data. We actually don't have any. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., we're going to be getting the JOLTS job openings. Wednesday, we get CPI. Thursday, we get PPI. But there is one thing I want you guys to be aware of today. Donald Trump at 1 p.m. is holding a tech roundtable, apparently with the Technology CEO Council. It's unclear who's going to be involved in that event. And it's worth noting, this is actually at 2 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be getting this roundtable. At 3 p.m. Eastern, Trump will be signing executive orders. Both of these are actually closed to the media, though there might be some comments after the fact. So around 2 and 3 p.m. heading into the afternoon session, watch out for technology names as the Tech Trump Roundtable takes place. Back to you.
Yeah, so a bit of a pullback on the Dixie there. Yeah, market's not really.
Apple's $4, AMD's $3. We only have 2% left now of Apple as we just took a piece out right there at 228. That's getting pretty aggressive to the downside. Make sure you do join, and I just see her come over here. Adara and Joe on the midday show. But you know what?
It'll be a fun show.
Let's see if we can cheer people up a little bit. We're getting close to what's for lunch. I'm getting a little hungry. I almost don't even want to talk about it. All right, here we go. Let's open up this thing here and figure this out. All right. Well, today's breakfast was a fresh fruit bowl, of course, with whole fresh fruit, assorted bagels, butters, and cream cheese with hard-cooked eggs. That's for breakfast. But what is for lunch today, Obi? You may be asking.
Ooh. Okay.
Mongolian beef with stir-fried chow mein, mixed vegetables, and Asian cabbage salad. Huh? That's what's for lunch.
Nice. Sounds interesting.
Take it.
Excited?
I think it's great. The Mongolian beef there, why not have beef? Why not have Mongolian beef? So, with some little stir fry. We did make a little stir fry at our house last night. Got the little walkout, put some little chow mein going on there. It was chicken, though.
Nice.
And then we did stop and got, my daughter loves just the little maki rolls, like the California rolls, stuff like that. So we actually wound stopping and getting that. Made the little, pasta or the noodle dish at home, and that was pretty good. And then I made burgers on.
Ooh, yeah. We were talking about that last week.
I think it was Fridays. Yeah, we keep on failing on getting it. Homemade burgers, I think those are some of the best there. So we made that on Friday, and then my son reheated one yesterday, and he had that, as well as some of those noodles. So that was pretty.
Burgers are the best, man. Well balanced. You can throw a little bit of everything in there.
Throw a little piece of cheese on there if you like the veggies. You can load them on. We like banana peppers. I think is pretty sweet on top of a burger.
Ooh, what is that? Ice cold.
Ice cold right
ice
there.
Cold, frozen.
As the market has turned ice cold. We do have
1960.
We still have 10% left of NVIDIA, of AMD, so we're going to take out another piece right there. Part of me doesn't even really want to go to the gym today because I feel like I want to sit here and trade this. I do think that there's going to be a rebound at some point. Here, people are like, you remember what the story was with Elf Cosmetics, Adara? Was there one? Elf today is up 9%. Let's just check out Benzinga Pro as Adara's getting ready to rock and roll for. I want to know if she knew something quickly for the midday show. So Elf, let me just check this out right here. So we'll go over to Elf Beauty. Again, I like the space. Multi-year. This on Friday. Okay, National Soccer League. That's good. They just did have earnings, I feel like, for Elf. But Maybe not that I see on here. So a couple upgrades right there. Okay, so I'm not really seeing too much there on ELF, but at the end of the day, 77. If I remember correctly, that's right where we are, right? Yeah, so there it is there on the daily chart. You can check out ELF Cosmetics, been really hit downside there again. Products made in China, tariffs coming through as well. But this looks like a great breaking spot for ELF. Man, $78, $79. I always say, get this out of here. If you like the stock, you do sometimes have to absorb these moves, but it does look like we could get a continuation here, break through $79. But I know Neil always talks about this, and you and I talked about it with XLF and things like that. Maybe the break for the highs aren't that great, but maybe if you get a low and then break off of that, maybe something like there's just back on Monday. I'm going to talk about this. We'll have Michael Nas, I believe tonight on the recap show, which I'll be doing there tonight. We'll talk to him. I want to ask him about this. What does he think about the banks? Because there's one sector that I'm pretty underweight in right now, and it is financials. So looking to get some dip buy opportunities in that.
Yeah.
Dude, we're at 227.
On Apple. Yeah, no, Apple's straight. There's no bid on Apple.
450.
There's absolutely no bid on Apple.
Yeah, look, it's part of my
money.
We're 450 in the money on Apple. We're 350 in the money right now on AMD. So with only 8 minutes left.
Yeah.
Any plans for your Robinhood? I mean, I know that's very similar to all of these.
I mean, like I've gotten out of, I would say 95%. So now I just have the trail going on, and let's see what it does with that. But yeah, insignificant size left on Hood on a trade where I already basically undersized because I'm like, I like the 40. But again, going back at it, a bit of a quick review there. If I did like the back through 40, when it comes back in and consolidates and then breaks back below 40, instead of having some of my initial covers here, maybe I got to get a little bit better with being like, all right, let me take more on that first kind of impulse of wanting to get out there on Hood as it's working, right? It's showing me that sellers are kind of dominant. It's false broken the opening price, and it's traded below VWAP. It's tried to reclaim and then traded below, which I think is very valuable as well, and then gets below that opening range low and can't get above back through 40. So yeah, it's definitely more reason to sell that was there, and yeah, I have no business kind of buying in on that initial break there. So yeah, it could be a little bit better there on Hood, but again, it's coming right back into that 38 level that I pointed out earlier. So it's like, all right, if sellers kind of come in here, that price or that level hold happened at the beginning of January there, but it's only been a couple of months. But if we're going to sell off on this news or on the move where it's like, all right, well, maybe players were positioning for a potential add in the S&P, and now that's kind of failed, and I'm looking for the price action or the bid to kind of fail as well here. So 38's coming right back in here on Hood. I'm going to let that one just do its thing here.
Oh my.
But yeah, I forget who, was it Mr. Incredible Library or something like that? Yeah, the Incredible Mr. LIB. So he was in a Coke.
That means he's a liberal.
So I thought it was library. Okay, anyways, it doesn't matter. Coke, that prior high, 72, what was it, 72.70, 72.80s, I think it was. Yeah, 72.71, and look at that. Absolutely beautiful there, continuation. So you're asking, where is the bid? It's definitely not on Apple, it's definitely not in tech, it's definitely not on the spider, but Coca-Cola getting a little shaken up here and blowing up to the upside as price action breaks out towards, are these all-time highs, Sean? I think they might be on Coca-Cola. No, not yet. Yeah. 73.53, so we're about 50 pennies away from all-time highs here on Coca-Cola. So gonna watch out for, actually, you know what, adjusted, I must correct myself, adjusted, these are all-time highs right here on Coca-Cola. So Coke breaking out to some fresh highs as tech sells off, and maybe some staples getting bought up. I'm curious to know if Pepsi's having a similar kind of move here on the day. Yes, grind bid there on on Pepsi as well, kind of happening there. A little bit more choppier than the Coca-Cola move, but look at that. We were talking about every 100 levels. The market is continuing to push 100 points lower and lower here on the NASDAQ here. Now we're trading below 19 at sixes. Can we get to 19 halves? We could not hold that 20,000 level off of the open there, and the spider's looking hella weak as well on the day. So who's in those shorts? Throw them up in the chat. Or are you in a long? Coke is working out absolutely beautifully as well.
Wow.
Great short there on Apple. That's a snipe, dude.
Those are 2 shorts there.
Those are entries, yeah.
Yeah.
Quick little double tap, pop.
Quick little pop. Yeah, I like that one. And we didn't really get reloaded, but I mean, at some point, man, I mean, I don't know. You gonna cut the rates, my guy, or what? Because like, oh shoot. Boom. I didn't push that. Who did that? Oh, my guy over there. Okay, I see you over there, Joseph, coming through. All right, well, I don't. Mr. Westermeyer in the chat there, he was like, man, 227 for Apple. Good look, but you off, my guy. I mean, it's a great look. It's 225.50 right now. Like, I don't. So there's a team that could come in pretty soon called the Plunge Protection Team.
Oh, yeah?
The PPT comes in and just buys the market. That's why I'm very hesitant to leave this desk here because, you know what's holding? Palantir's holding real sweet, man. And this is not just because, again, trying to talk up the book. This was down 8% like not too long ago. Now you're actually battled back. I mean, it's not battling back anything, but it's not doing this right now, right? It's, wow, the ES also down 2 and a bit percentage points right now. Yeah, a little speechless here for what we're doing. We're over $9 in the money, almost even more than that, as we're over $6 right now on Apple. We are over $3.50. That's $6.50, almost $10 now. We have some opportunities to get some more. I mean, this AMD move is huge. One more thing I want to talk about just real quickly before we go. So I've traded thousands of shares of AMD and hundreds of shares of Palantir, and I'm up significantly more on Palantir going long. So I just wanted to say, like, despite some of this talk that, you and I will talk about here, trying to, hold shorts and all this, my number one profitable name today is actually Palantir over Apple even. Because again, we like the stock, it hit our levels, we sat there with confidence and took shares. So this is going to be my number one stock. I mean, sure, Apple, they're battling, obviously, and Apple probably takes it out once we eventually get out of this. But at the same time, just despite this happening, my number one stock is Palantir. And again, it's because we had confidence, dip buying into these levels, and really put on shares. Like, even if you only have a couple hundred shares, like this drops down into 78.30 there. Our outs are 79.60, 79.50s on the top, right? And we really were able to get greedy and wait for view up and get greedy and wait for the 50-period moving average. So there's something to be said about making sure that you have the right prices at the right time. But definitely Palantir. As a long, I'm kind of a little bit embarrassed to say it's like my best stock today because we really should not. It would be AMD 10 times over, but we just fought it too much on the way up, like only to get some of these prints. All right, what's NVIDIA doing? Are we at like 105 yet for NVIDIA? Yeah, like, wow. I kind of just threw that number out there. I was not expecting to be anywhere close to 105. So we have a number in 1 minute now. What is coming out at 10 o'clock? We can check our watch list, of course, that we put out every single day. And then I tweeted out some of the stuff that was happening here today also. I don't see anything coming out right now. So Adair, myself, Obi, we all don't know of this number coming up. There could well
job
be.
Openings tomorrow at 10.
All right.
Yeah.
We just checked the earnings calendar or the numbers calendar up there right now. So all right, man, it's almost 10. It's almost 11 o'clock. Yeah. So Obi, let's finish it off here.
No, I think it's been a solid morning there. Wow. Shout out to everybody who had a solid morning as well. But yeah, we'll be back at 2 o'clock. But right now, we will pass it over to Adara and Joe in about 15 seconds. So I'll be watching this Intel 20 mark there. Hood continuing to watch that as well. But this market absolutely wild here. Kind of some strong selling coming in here. So sellers still in charge.
All right, I want to thank everybody. Yeah, now they're getting ready to lock and load over there. We don't want to throw it over too early. 2.2 likes, so thank you so much for that. We still have 9,000 watching. You're about to get treated to Joe and Adara here on the Midday show. So thank you, Obi. We'll be back, obviously, at 2 p.m. So great trading over there as the shorts have really been printing out. I hope you guys had a good morning with us and even a better midday. So thank you to everybody. Bears versus Bulls, Ramin, Fabian, Brendo, everybody for all the help. Andre as well. Thank you so much. And we'll join you back here, right here at 2 o'clock. But for now, we'll shift over to the left. Take care.
See ya.
Good morning, everybody, and happy Monday. Hope everybody had a good, solid weekend. Man, what a start to this morning. We'll wait for some people to come in the chat here, Adara, then we'll start doing some roll call. But here we go, continuing the downside price action in the NASDAQ and the S&P, guys. So a little bit of a tougher look for the longs today. We'll go over some of the trades that we did. And yeah, just didn't work out as planned, but that's okay. We'll wait. There's still a lot of day left here, guys. All right, let's see what we got going on in the chat here. We got John Wick. Good morning. Andrew Chow. Once again, Kalua, our friend. Edwin Wang. Hey, what's going on? I didn't see what you said there, but maybe I shouldn't have gave that shout out. But here we go. Chef Joe, Vernier, full-time trader. Randall. Let's see what else we got in here. Why not? Okay, I guess so. Omega Zero, Wowie Dude, and Pazek, Jimmy J, the Corleone family, Atul, Matt Fatim, Mark Sushi, Darth Trader, okay, I like that one instead of Darth Vader, Luke S, Pax Z, my guy Gorav, let's go, Jose Perez, and who else do we got here? Adara, the Blue Baron. That is the roll call this morning. Oh, one more here, Nephew with capital P. Okay, I see what you're up to here. We'll switch that over here in just 1 second. Pardon me? Okay, all right, straighten it. The boss lady said we got to switch it up and straighten it. We'll do that. So yeah, Dare, how's your morning been so far?
My morning's been great, thank you, Joe.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take a moment here. I'm going to actually prepare a lesson for the day for you guys.
Yeah,
I'm really excited to get into. Before we do that, I have been involved in 2 tickers today, currently involved in one, though it is not on the position board, and that is because I got involved before the show started. So this is Flix, or Netflix, as Obi likes to call it. And there's a theme here that you're going to notice between this and my AAPL breakdown, and it is, unfortunately, fat fingers, so that means we have to be a little bit more cautious with our entries. Look at this short entry on NFLX. Why do I like it? We're below VWAP. We're at that 870 level. I can risk a prior bar in the 3,875. Now, risking $5 is a lot, but with these spready tickers, if I use small size, I don't mind at all because A, I am not necessarily someone that needs a 2-to-1 RR. If I think the trade has high probability, I'll take it. And point B, I also liked it, again, just because if I have small enough size, if I'm thinking about in terms of percentage of my overall risk, I don't mind taking a move like that or risking something like that. So I tried this short, and then I went to move my stop to the new prior bar in the 3-minute, and I fat fingered. So great, out of the trade. Obviously, it ended up working out quite nicely, but I did not have the impetus for myself to get back in, and I didn't want to force it. That's cool. I don't have a problem with that. Because then I see this flat bottom break attempt. I get short. I risk again to prior bar in the 3, but I forgot to move to this prior bar, and I get stopped out. I'm cool with that. I have a 3-strike rule. So I can take it as a short again, and I do when I come back, sit on this here desk, and I see once again we are breaking here on this the bottom here, trying to flat bottom break. But I don't want to take the 3-minute. We have enough data. I don't need to do that. So what do? I risk to the 15-minute. So in that case, I am giving myself here, it's about, okay, yeah, roughly, yeah, 869 here, 869. I think I give myself 869.30. I might tighten that before we get into the lesson. But regardless here, giving myself, my entry here is the low here, so that's 864.30. Giving myself about 5 points, again, something I have no problem doing if it's a spreadier stock that I know is going to be a little bit herkier jerkier, and if I've sized properly, and I actually sized up on this attempt compared to my second attempt at this, because I still like the trade and I'm willing to risk a little bit more because I actually think if this goes, it's going to be a doozy. So that is my take here on NFLX. And when I mean sized up, I took the same amount of shares, but given that I'm risking more, it's still a size up for my parameters and for how I do my risk. So the next spready ticker we're going to look at here is AAPL. AAPL, another situation of the fat finger initially, and I'll move to the 3-minute because I used it for this trade. On AAPL here, I initially liked it as a long. We're above VWAP. I was going to be risking to these prior bars, and I accidentally put a short, realized I fat fingered, got out instantly, and did not even get hit that much. So honestly, I'm happy with that. I think I took a $1 loss on it, which again, for a spready ticker, I have zero problem with, and I've always risked for more than that. Then though, we get near VWAP, and I actually want to take the short, so I do take the short. Got involved out. I took, I think, 25% out here at this 249, so basically like the top of this pre-market range. Took out another piece here at the bottom of the pre-market range, got stopped out in the 3-minute prior bar, and obviously we have broken lower since, but I have no problem with the stop out, A, because I followed my rules, which was the 5-minute prior bar. At that point I flipped it, and The second point is I knew I'd have to get out of this trade once the midday started. So to that point, I wasn't trying to be flagrant and just wasting money. I liked the trade, but I knew that I wasn't going to have as much time with it as I necessarily would. And I'm never going to chase. I'm not going to cry over spilled shares. So that is my Apple of it and Netflix quick little analysis. I'm going to be in some more trades at some point for sure. Like I'm still in the Netflix, again, not on here, but it is 864.30s. So right now we're like 30 cents on the money on the ask, which again, that's not going to move the needle for me. With a spready ticker, I want dollars and I want blood, or I want lots of green if I'm long. So we'll have to wait and see. Other things I'm looking at, I'm looking at Mr. MSTR, but truthfully, this is my first time trading at this desk, so I'm still setting up my system. Now that I have gapped for way too long, Joe, what are you looking at over here?
No, it's all good. We had to go through all those trades that you put on this morning. They look pretty good from my standpoint anyways, Adara. So nice work there on that front. So sticking with the shorts, Adara, is, and I think that's the way to go here. Trying to find these bottoms. I don't even want to display this, but it is what it is. Try to grab it a couple of times on the TQs. Hopefully this will be a bottoming signal here, guys, and then we can get the ball rolling. Took a couple attempts on this name, just didn't work out, and that's okay. And then we had NVDA as well, too. It's unfortunate because I was in exactly where I wanted to be, and then I cut this a little bit early. These were just wicks, and it never really came. Oh, sorry, my mic here. Let me fix this up. There we go. So yeah, guys, sorry, it just never really came to my break even, and I got out a little bit earlier, but this move here would have been beautiful, and then I would have just been able to sit pretty for the majority of the session. But that's okay. We'll do a little bit of a grind back here, guys. But we're not overly worried about it because it happens. The market is really, really weak on the session. Let's take a look at the Qs to see what we're down overall here. And it's just not a pretty look, right? So, wow, okay, so down 3% here on the session, guys, and just being dragged down by a lot of these big tech names here and there. NVIDIA, Tesla, Apple was selling heavily, and I haven't taken a look at Microsoft today, so we'll see what Microsoft is up to. And yeah, just dragging everything down along with it. So a little bit tougher of a look. I've seen that Staples was relatively strong. So that's what we got to do, right? If tech is overly weak, we got to go around and look for what buying strength there might be and find some relative strength instead of weakness. So energy sector up about 1.25 here on the day. Consumer staples about 1% as well too here, guys. And then utilities up about 0.7. The rest of the sectors are red. So we have healthcare red, real estate, industrials, materials, financials, and then the bottom three are the consumer discretionary, the comm services, and the tech sector, all right? So that should say enough. I want to take a look at Meta here. I know Adara likes Meta, and just continuing to bleed, so not overly pretty. XLE is relatively strong. I mentioned that, and here you go. This is the price action on today's session here in XLE. Don't want to chase it all the way up at the highs here, Adara, but I mean, if we can get involved on some form of pullback and stick with this relative strength, then I'll look to do so. But nice look here on XLE. Pre-market not overly liquid, but you can see that we just have a beautiful pullback here, and then we push through the volume weighted average price consolidation phase as we break through this 5-minute opening drive high and then continue to the northeast, guys. So really nice price action here from XLE, the best performing sector on the day, and that's it. So let's see what we got going on for volume. Adara's got a lesson for us. I want to go over the top 3 volume stocks this morning, and we probably already know what's at the top of the class. With NVDA with 120 million shares traded, SOXL sitting in second here, and then the TQs sitting in third with 58 million shares traded on the day. We're getting the TQs to slowly bounce back. We're going to look for the next resistance level, then we'll start to take some out. But Adara's got a lesson for us, guys. What do you got cooking up for us, Adara?
Yeah, I do. I'm excited to go over this.
Yes.
Just an update here. NFLX looking like I'm probably going to get stopped out. That's cool, though, because I'm not going to leave. Why? Because it has not hit my stop yet, so I have no reason to.
Exactly.
I'm aware I did risk, like I said, 5 points on this, but for a spready ticker, I have no problem doing that if I think it's worth it. So we're risking here to this 15-minute prior bar high around this candle here that just above 869s. We're going to wait and see what happens. Slippage is an issue, but I always size appropriately for that, so let's wait and see what occurs. If we bounce off the 9 EMA, I suspect I'm wrong, and we're trying to do that right now around that 866. But again, do I know I'm wrong? No, because the basis of my trade was that prior bar in the 15. So until we've hit that, I am not wrong by the parameters through which I entered the trade. So with that in mind, a couple questions here that I want to mention. Harry Liu was saying, if you're not looking for 2-to-1 risk to reward, what's the acceptable risk to reward in your spread of your names? The truth is, I don't have one, and I think that's fine. My thing is, do I think I can get at least what I'm risking, for example, 5 points on the trade? And if I think I can, then it's worth it to me. It's also how probable I think it is. With Netflix, this is what you'd call trend. We've been selling off on the daily chart. We're selling off on the intraday after an attempted bounce. So I do think it's realistic we could continue to sell further, and that's why I'm comfortable entering that trade. But I'll always explain my impetus for trades. I have no problem doing that throughout the day. Also, Tushar is saying, I'm struggling with patience and waiting for my setups. Any advice to improve this? Well, it's actually a great transition into our lesson, because a lot of our lesson is that, and my advice, Tushar, is you're gonna have to figure out what works best for you. So today's lesson, which I'm deeply excited about, is discovering your trading identity. Also, shout out to Obi, who just clapped there, so I'm guessing he has a nice trade going on there. To which we say, oh boy. So really big question to start this, who are you? So this question could mean a lot of things, and I'm aware like I'm taking us all back to psychology class and dark nights, but what you have to figure out is which traits are central to your personality. And this is beyond trading, this is just in life. Like what traits by which would you define yourself? What motivates you and what gets you excited about the world, life? What makes you unique? What interests do you have, right? How do you approach the world? How do you view things? And which ways do you learn? Because all of these are key to who makes you, what makes you up as a person, but they're also going to be key to discovering your trading identity. So, because the thing is too, like just as you can figure out who you are as a person, you can figure out who you are as a trader. So you guys are thinking, hey, I want to take some trades. Why does it matter? Why am I like in psychology class or on some weird YouTube channel? Why does this matter? Because understanding who you are as a trader, much like understanding who you are as a person, can help you find the best approach to your life, figure out how to navigate your life. What kind of allowances do you need? What are some factors that can improve or actually make negative impacts on your performance? What strategies and practices should you be doing, right? So the other thing here is understanding who you are as a trader can help you find your own setups and stocks that you can trade confidently and comfortably. So I'm going to be using the example a lot of myself because I made this lesson and I guess how I discovered trading spread, but we're going to get into that throughout the lesson. The other thing too is you can get your own personal sense of edge. Now, edge can mean a lot of things, and it's really hard to kind of quantify and notify, but if you feel like you have a leg up in the market because of your approach, that is automatically going to help you do better, at least be more confident in your approach, because you feel good about it. You're going to take more size if necessary. You're going to be also confident knowing when you're wrong and knowing when to step back, because if you don't feel like you have any edge up, why are you taking the trade? Right? So it's about finding ways to be more comfortable and take the trades that deserve to be taken and don't get involved in ones that don't. So we're going to start here with knowing your strengths. So this really means just figuring out what you're good at and where your interests lie as a trader, right? So what kind of traits do you have? What attributes do you have that can benefit positively, not just to trading in general, but also to specific trades, to specific strategies, and to specific stocks or markets or entities. So really what you have to do is explore the markets and find ways to apply these strengths and interests to your trading. And take your time. Like, you do not have to figure this out overnight. You can cycle through different aspects of your trading identity, because once you figure something out, it's going to be worth all the time that you took to figure this out in the first place. So the more individual approaches to the market you can find, the better. If you can find analogies that you think are applicable to the market and use that approach in your mind, just even mentally, to help see the way that you view the market, I think that is really key. So here are some examples, right? So let's say your strength is pattern recognition. I talk about this a lot with myself for spread. I like seeing the ways that these spready tickers move on the book, on the bid, on the ask, and I'll use that as the impetus for my entries, of course, in Confluence. So if you have pattern recognition as a strength, this might make you more apt at noticing repeated behavior in the chart or in the tape, which can increase your confidence in a trader outcome. And one ex-user on FinTwits that I've been getting more familiar with is Nathan Michaud, who really what he'll do is look at patterns on charts and see how things have moved similarly in the past. So I think that is key. Just two examples here. So one of your strengths is industry knowledge. Let's say, Sharif will talk about this a lot because he has that pharmacy background. Sometimes he's more aware of what the implications of a story might be in the pharmacy space. So that's just one example. I think we use pharmacy knowledge a lot because it's one specific niche, but regardless of what that industry is, I know there's Jay Lee in our chat who knows a lot about software and tech. Whatever that is, use that if you can to help you quickly analyze breaking news or just news in general in a specific industry and find out what direction you might want to take. And that can be both intraday really quickly or in the longer term. I know Darwin a lot will talk about how Moderna has certain longer term catalysts. And I just like shouting out people in the chat because I think when you see these names a lot, you understand each one of you has your own strengths. and your own weaknesses, which we'll get to in a second. And I know this is really kind of a rudimentary psychology lesson, but I do think it's important. I think it was extremely helpful for myself trying to get to consistency as a trader. So knowing your weaknesses, and I want to stress, this is different than knowing your strengths, because knowing your strength is like, you can feel good about that, right? You can be like, this is something I know I can do, but you do have to know your weaknesses as well, because if you know what might stop you, you can find ways to cut that off at the head and stop it from impacting further trades and your trading journey as a whole. So you have to understand why or how you lose, both in trading and life. If you're really stubborn, that's something that might impede you in life, and it's certainly going to impede you in the market. So just be aware of these traits, and more importantly, be solution-based. Find ways to avoid these negative tendencies before they even stop you in a trade or during the day, and build your strategies around that, and be honest with yourself. If you think you have a weakness, don't try to attribute it to other things. Just be honest, this is my weakness, this is what's happening. Take time to analyze your data and figure that out, because it will save you pain. So here are some examples, right? What if your weakness is greed and or impatience? And obviously these are very different, but both of these can lead you to get out of trades earlier than needed. And I used to do this all the time. It was impatience. It was worrying about factors. It was I didn't have clear enough guidelines before entering the trade in the first place, perhaps. So the solution is just stay calm in the trades. Keep calm, carry on. Have your plan ahead of time and come up with exit rules before entering each trade. And now kind of the inverse of this is impulsivity. This is a trait. Obviously, these traits can impact you in the market in different ways, but this might actually lead you to get involved in trades unnecessarily before you need to, or just even when they're not in play. So come up with clear entry rules and hold yourself to them. You know, one concept from Lance Breitstein, who is another name on FinTwit, is the idea of no man's land. Right? So the idea is sometimes stocks are just not in play at all. Come up with your own rules for when that's the case. Is there not enough volume, just not enough in interest, and just keep going. So here are some tips and tricks here. One is P&L is a byproduct and it is not the goal. And I know this is really huge, and I know this is also easy for us to say because we're in a prop firm. When you're retail trading at home, you want to put up that green. But the thing is, if you figure out what your system is first, your chances of putting up that green do end up becoming a little bit more consistent and higher over time. Ebbs and flows in your P&L are totally normal. Like I talked about this, I had my first green month in October, I was green in November, and then December and January were a bloodbath. And that's fun because I was figuring things out. I was moving away from spread and trying to trade other names. What I realized is, no, I'm more comfortable with spready tickers. You know, breaking news, I'm willing to go outside of that. But, you know, it's really important to kind of learn through experience, and progress will take time and sustained effort. The more you put into the market, the more effort, the more Mother Market will give you back. She'll give you a cookie for dessert. She'll pat you on the head. She'll tuck you in before bed. Whatever it is, know that you're going to get into the market what you're putting, or get out of it what you're putting into it, and understand this progress will take time. Now, you know, you also want to talk to other traders. I think this is huge. Through, you know, you're going to do this on networking events, even on this floor, even when we have, you know, now the floor is a little bit smaller, but when we have events, for example, OB's grad party, shout out, when you have a whole bunch of other traders on the floor, you can really get the chance to talk to them. What are they doing? What are they looking at? And this is really big, I think, for a couple reasons. I think the biggest one, though, for the purpose of this lesson, is that can help you realize that every single market participant has their own approach to the market. And you can make money in all different kinds of ways. I think that's really huge. Also, it helps you understand the psychology of traders. So if there's certain things that are costing people money or leading to a lot of losses, you can think, how do I avoid that? How do I skew out of that, right? So I think that's huge. You also want to try everything and track your progress. I, for a while, identified as a range trader. I identified as a scalper until I found the strategy that works best for me. And again, I don't think you should mirror yourself to the strategy, but if you're noticing something with consistent results, move with that. Like I find when I get consistent positive results is when I'm trading spread, and that's why I stick with that, and for that reason alone. But even that being said, I trade a variety of different setups. Within that, I just focus on tickers that are going to give me, in my opinion, edge or a higher probability of success. And you, last but not least here, just make sure you're tracking your journey to see if your strategy is making a difference. Make sure, I take screenshots every day, track that P&L at the end of the day, not necessarily during the trading day, but just make sure you're aware of how your trading is going, because if you don't know how it's going, how do you know if you're improving or if things are getting worse? So with that in mind, that is our lesson. I apologize, a little bit of a slower paced lesson, but I think it's a great way to start the week. And it's something I was thinking about this morning before I even knew I was going to be on here. So I'm happy I got to share that with you guys. Netflix working out quite nicely for us here. Again, still not on the board because I haven't taken a fill yet, but we got short 864.30s, currently around 860s right now. I'm going to move my stop to prior bar on the 15. Will I add? Yeah, actually, if we get an 862 pop reject, I will fully add there because that was that pre-market low. But other than that, I have no plans on taking any profit out yet. Like, we're not taking out anything. I am keeping every piece of this in until I have a reason to sell, and I want a strong reason to sell. So, or I guess buy. So buy, get out of the trade because I'm short. But wait and see what happens here. This was my little entry, that little purple guy. So that is the trade, and with that, I'll send you guys back to Joe.
Hey, yeah, good stuff there, Adair. I think psychology is extremely important. A lot of people say it's 70% mental and then 30% technical, and I agree with that. You need to beat around those, those walls that you have blocking you from just taking yourself to that next level. So I really like that lesson that Adair put together there. Much appreciated, and thank you for that one. I know. For me, this is why we need to talk about the psychology aspect, is because we know that the market sentiment has changed, and it's okay. You can try to buy the dips all the time, but on days like today, it's just not working, right? So you have to have the ability to kind of flick that switch and be like, hey, okay, my setup isn't specifically working, so time to maybe put the inverse of that, change it up, see what's possible, and then, hey, look to modify what's going on. You don't completely have to change the system, but you just need to have that mindset flip, all right? So even though I'm long right now, trying to get a bounce in the Qs, looking for 62 in TQs, but if we break the low, that's just too many attempts. Adair says she has a 3-strike rule, and that's right. That's usually what I abide by myself. But I'm like, okay, we've been weak for a couple weeks now, 3 to be exact, and now starting this week off red. When are we going to get that oversold bounce? And unfortunately, the market can wait for you significantly longer than you can wait for it. All right, you get a little impatient. It can stay irrational significantly longer. So we'll hold on to this position until otherwise. We always talk about the risk to reward here. So I'm going to hold it. If we break and crack this support level and then continue to the south side, then I'm just going to get out of the trade. It's that simple. I'm not going to hold on to it. We are slowly climbing back here, looking for this oversold bounce in the market. We are running into some key resistance zones. As you can see, it was established previously over here on the 1 minute, and then now what was one support now acting as resistance. We're going to need some volume and momentum to step in order for us to break through those levels and then take that next step higher, all right? And that's what we're going to look for. A touch of the volume weighted average price will put us right below 62.50, and that's going to be the target, all right? We're going to try to hold on to the majority of the size until that price target, because that's the game plan. And I think that's what Adair is really good at. She just comes up with a plan, her strategy, what she's going to do, and executes it and just sticks to it, all right? And it kind of just modify audibles as she goes sometimes as well. But you don't want to do too much audibling to the point where you're like, oh, okay, maybe I'm just modifying the system too much, and you just need to stick to it. Because with today's price action, you can see that buyers aren't stepping in, and it's like, okay, well, I'm going to continue to audible, but what if the run play is not working, right? We got to go past, we got to go play action, we got to switch something up. So that's kind of just the mindset that I'm in right now. Running through some key resistance levels right now, Adair. It looks like the market's going to want to catch somewhat of a bounce here, and that seems pretty good. So everybody in the chat, let us know what you're looking at. We'll go over some of your tickers. I'm going to sit in this trade for as long as I have to, and that's to 62. I'm not going to look to take any size off until 62, and then I'll take the full size off at 62.50 unless that momentum steps in and we have the ability to break through the volume weighted average price. So that is exactly what I am looking for. Let's see what 61% on Tesla, says Ronnie. Yeah, it's a tough look here in Tesla, and it's unfortunate. I talked to you guys about my average and everything along those lines, but just losing so much value in the span of a month or so, or whatever it may be, a couple of months, it's not easy to sit through, and nor is it fun, especially for the long-term accounts, but that's okay. Waiting for that oversold bounce, now going back to this breakout level here, which is not pretty. We're probably north of 50% now to the downside from peak to trough, 51%. From this all-time high here, guys, to where we're currently sitting at. So tough look here in Tesla. Elon needs to get his focus straight and really get that fleet out in Austin. I think that's just what I'm sticking to. It could put a spike in the stock, and that's what we're hoping for, guys. So yeah, let's go over a couple of the names. Holmes Lindsay says SPY calls. Yeah, I was looking at the options chain not too long ago, and what I realized is that there's a high levels of open interest at that 470 strike on the Qs. So is that going to act as somewhat of a magnet and we get dragged towards those levels? We'll have to wait and see, to be honest with you. And with the current market sentiment, I'm going to have to say yes. Is it going to happen today? Maybe not. But at this week's expiration cycle, that is where you're going to see the highest levels of open interest that are out of the money. There is some higher levels in the money, but we're not going to focus on that. We're going to see what is out of the money and look for those support levels and if it's going to act as a possible magnet here in the market. But here we go, climbing higher now, Adara, starting to get this bounce finally. We put in, we were essentially selling for 2 hours here before we got any half decent bounce. These were all just market breaths, and then we take those additional legs lower. So this might be a bottoming signal. One thing that I do like to note is that we have this engulfing volume candle and a price action print as well too, followed by an indecision. So that is something that I always look for. You know, we talk about these bottoming signals all the time, but one thing that before they display themselves from time and time again, from time to time, you will see that we have these volumes. This could be possible exhausting volume, and then you get the engulfing price action print as well too. Now sitting above this resistance zone, let's see if we can hold this relatively longer. I have a feeling it's going to be a grind to 62 and to 62.5. So I'm going to pack my patience, hold these horses, and I'm going to hold on to this trade. Like Adara said, there's no reason for me to get out of it until price tells me to get out of it or my trade thesis tells me to otherwise. So I'm going to hold on to this. Hopefully we get that 62 rip here, Adara, and I'm going to hold on to the size. What do you got going on there?
Yeah, so this is the thing with trading spread. What I love about it, what makes it crazy, is you can go from like you're totally right to you're totally wrong.
Yeah.
In it. So we were nicely, I think we were like $5 in the money here in NFLX, and then we bounced, and now we're about like $3.50 out of the money. And the thing is, my thesis has not been proven wrong, which is power bar high in the 15. So I'm still chilling in this. I literally am not leaving. We're also below VWAP, which also does give me confluence. I did move my stop to power bar high in the 15, the new one that was made while I was waxing poetic during the lesson. So now we're about 868.50, but given slippage, it will probably slip me and I'll probably lose a little bit more than that. Again, I have no problem with that because I risked it appropriately and I do not mind. Areas I'm watching here for a potential change though in my thesis, if we bounce off 864, basically around my entry here, this 864.30, not gonna love that. I'm also not gonna love if we can't get below 862. If we can't get below 862, I will add. And I mentioned that earlier. If I see interactions with 862 in a way that I like, that I think confirms my thesis, I will get back involved. And I want to mention that because I know there's a lot of talk here about DCAs being planned or unplanned. What I like to do is I like to have a nice little like rough sketchbook, right? An outline, if you will. So there's areas that I always like when I go into a trade, potentially, that I'm like, maybe this could be an ad. But if it doesn't set up, I don't want to add because I don't want to be adding all willy-nilly. So with that in mind, that's going to be my plan for NFLX. And certainly, get an idea. I cannot update the position board, unfortunately, because my position has not changed. But the second that I get a fill or I get out or I get stopped out, it will update. As I mentioned earlier, my entry for NFLX was 864.30 short. So I'm about $3 out of the money. But again, I was willing to initially risk 5. So that's not a problem for me. And you also might add, Adara, why are you still in this trade as it's pushing towards VWAP as we get that bounce off the lows? Because it has not hit my stop yet. And there have been times where I've gotten out of things before it's hit my stop, and it works like the second afterwards, right? So I don't want to run out of a trade. I'm starting to see some things that are a little bit herky-jerky with regards to confirming or disproving my position. But I saw that earlier, too, when we had this run into VWAP around here, and then we dropped. So I have no reason to leave. With that in mind, I am, to quote Jennifer Hudson in Dreamgirls, and I'm telling you, I'm not going. And we got stopped out. I'm cool with that. Actually, like 14-cent spread. So shout out to you, Netflix. This is my last attempt at the short. But if we get above VWAP, I have no problem with the long. And given that I fat figured myself out of this first short, maybe I could be like, oh, you get another shot. I don't want to do that, though. I don't like playing with my rules. So with that in mind, goodbye, Netflix. It was nice watching you. Now I got to add a new name to my watch list, pun very much intended. MSTR. This is one I honestly constantly have this side chart up because I feel like it's one of those spready tickers that does always give you plays. I like these higher lows, and I like this area in and around 255. I was watching this earlier. If you can get a 255 hold, I have no problem risking to this low, which is 250. That is, again, risking like $5. but I have no problem doing that if it gives me a reason to do so. I want to do some multi-time frame looks, but MSTR, I do not mind here at all. Are there any small caps people are watching? Let us know what you are looking at. Math Fatim Sharif is sick for the day, but I will be here for the day to give you guys these plays. Not small caps, the opposite. We're going to be trading like $500, $800 tickers, but hopefully you guys don't mind too much. We're going to get Sharif back tomorrow, as far as I'm aware. And one spready ticker, I know Joe mentioned this one earlier. This is probably one of my favorite Mag 7s to trade, along with our pal Tesla, and showed it to Obi for killing it with that Tesla trade earlier. But Meta here, we are above the 9 EMA. We have made nice push off the lows. So I want to see what we do here at this 595 level. Oh my gosh, I just realized we bounced off of this 587, which is a huge level for Meta when it was below 600. So I really like this. Still have the MSTR order book up. I apologize, I'm going to move that to Meta. But I want to see what we do here, because if we can nicely hold above this 595, I have no problem getting into this. I need to take a look here at some other time frames for this META, but I have a feeling I'll either short this if we reject, or I'll go long through it. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. We added to this position here on the TQs, guys. So we're starting to rip. I wish I got it added at this engulfing candle right now, but that's okay. As we sit on top of this resistance zone, I think that we can slowly climb higher. So starting to work out, coming into fruition, and that's what we want to see. But we got some good questions in the chat here. Oops, so Six Hustle asked, do I need to use VWAP, or do I have to use VWAP, or support and resistance good enough? Well, VWAP is a very common indicator amongst retail traders and a lot of traders, institutional as well. But again, it's preference, but I think the majority of traders, do you use the volume weighted average price on your charts right there? Yeah, so yeah, the majority of traders, I think everybody here on the floor uses it as a line in the sand. I most definitely do, and that's essentially the only indicator that I use. You guys can see that I don't have any moving averages if you don't want to classify it as one. Other than that, I don't have the 9, the 20, the 50, or anything along those lines, because I like to keep my charts as clean as possible, and I don't want analysis paralysis. Okay, I don't want too many things telling me too many things at once, and that it just started to work for me. So when I was trading at home, I only had the volume weighted average price and the Camarilla pivots, and that's all I needed. I want to look at the time of sales and price. Those are my indicators, okay, and that's specifically what I use. It's totally subjective. A lot of traders like to use multiple indicators. My buddy Dan F likes to use the Bollinger Bands. He trades Bollinger Bands. Greg uses RSI. We have an RSI video. There's such a wide variety of indicators that you can use. You just need to go, especially if you're in your earlier stages, experiment with what works for you, what really draws your eye, and what Adair was referring to earlier is pattern recognition, and then utilize it. None of them work 100% of the time, and you need to take that into consideration. But find something that works for you and that you feel comfortable with and you're just really attracted to. And RSI stands for Relative Strength Index, okay? So we have a video on that in our YouTube channel, guys, so go and check that out, Six Hustles. Hopefully that helps you because I know you had some good questions, and hopefully me answering the first one as well. So here we go. We're starting to pull back. We almost knocked on the door 62 here, Adair. We didn't quite get it before I started taking some off the top. If this rally and we can get more momentum to come into these spaces, the tech names start to recover. NVDA is back at the volume weighted average price. Palantir is trading above the volume weighted average price. So I think it's only a matter of time until we get that squeeze up into 62, and that's where I'm going to take my first partial here on the TQs, guys. So being really patient, holding these significantly longer. As you can see, I haven't pieced any out yet. Why? Because I need to have a larger risk to reward here. We took multiple stabs at it. Now I need a greater of a move. When something's working out, you also add to the position as well. So you can see that I got in here, entry slightly late, so that skews my risk to reward, but then I also add a little bit to the position. So you gotta make those winners as big as possible and then cut those losers relatively short. You can see I have a trade plan on every single one of them. I'm scaling in half a risk at each entry. Why am I only at half risk there? Because once it starts working, I can add into the position and be in at full risk. But when you add, that also lifts your stop a little bit higher. So sticking to the game plan, waiting for those bottoming signals to come into play. Here we go, Adair. We're starting to run into 62 on the TQs. So I will slowly take some out here. And then the next target is going to be 62.50 when we take out the majority of the position. And then we're going to leave the rest for a runner just in case we want to run into 63 or anything along those lines. 9. So here we go. Nice look here on the TQs. I wanted to tell you, I watched have you seen the Hugh Grant A24 movie?
Is it?
It's like, yeah, it's like relative. It came out last year. Heretic.
Yes.
Yeah,
oh my God, I heard really
it's so good. It's actually so good. Yeah, definitely watch it because I know you're an A24 fan as well as me. I forgot that Moonlight was made by A24. Yeah, there's so many good A24. Lighthouse is a really good one with Robert Patterson. And everything. So yeah, I was fun, and I thought of you when I turned it on there. But what do you got going on?
Yeah, I mean, also, just shout out to A24. A lot of the movies in that Florida core genre of just like beautifully lit movies in Florida are A24 as well. So shout out to Spring Breakers, Florida Project, all that. But Spring Breakers is an underrated movie, which is an essay I will say for another day.
That's with Riff-Raff and Selena Gomez, isn't it?
Oh, well, it's not Riff-Raff. It's James Franco playing a hard knockoff of Riff-Raff.
Exactly.
But I literally wrote an essay on this when I was in undergrad. I love this movie, but not the point. The point is Meta here is above VWAP. Sorry, guys, I'm not in any positions. I'm waiting to strike because I don't want to rush into anything. Meta's above VWAP, so I still like this. The thing is, risk is a bit tricky here. I'd probably give it to that area I liked earlier, 595.70. So if we continue to hold here, this is basically 590. If I see a hold of 599, I will get long. But I need to wait because the stuff I'm seeing on the book right now is not super indicative of that. Let's get a look at App 11 because that is the other one I'm waiting here for it. Okay, yeah, App 11 ran off without me. That's fine. I wanted to get long here above VWAP or short if we couldn't hold VWAP. And we got above VWAP. I was like, I'm not going to get filled here. Obviously I didn't. So we're going to have to wait and watch to see what happens. If we cannot clear this 255, I actually think it's still a short. But if we can clear 255, I'm going long. I say this a lot. I don't like being directionally biased at all because I find when I am, I run into trouble. So I just like to have levels I like and see what happens at those levels. So MSTR here, I like. We're above VWAP. I could reasonably risk this, I think. Okay, I really like this now. So I would give this to 254.40s. I want to see us clear, though, this prior bar high on the 3 of 258.20s, which is also a little bit of support right off the open. So I want to see what happens there, but I'm going to switch to my MSTR order book. I think MSTR is probably the most viable for me right now. So we're going to have to wait and see how much would have to raise there. Yeah, that's fine. So we're going to get into this Mr., as I like to call it, M to the S to T to the R. So people were asking about STSS, so I'm going to get into that for a moment. And yeah, this book is starting to get grimy. So I'm going to get into STSS. So STSS here, as I wait to see what I'm going to do with MSTR, and again, I apologize for not being in trades, but I don't want to force it. STSS. So Sharif has his small cap rules. I'm not a small cap trader, so I'm going to assess them based on the rules of the master of this show. STSS is above VWAP, and it's quite above its pre-market high. That being said, you would probably want to wait for a VWAP bounce here. And again, I am not a small cap person, so my look is purely going to be based on what I'm seeing on the chart here. But I like the fact that we have not gotten below the support area above VWAP on the way up, which is at 55.7 cents. Right now, though, my knowledge of the order book from what I just look at for spready stocks, it looks kind of indecisive. I want to see clear directionality to the upside or the downside. Let's see what you do at VWAP. That's my take here on ST to the S to another S. Ooh. There's also here Amazon well above VWAP with big green candles, says Groff. Let's take a look here at AMZN. And shout out to Obi, the former Amazon man beside me here. Wow, okay, I see what you mean, Groff, with this trade. The thing, too, that concerns me about Amazon, and this is the same thing I said with App 11, we're heading to the upside, but we are below an area that could potentially result in a flip. So by that, I mean this level here on Amazon, which is going to be that 190. I can't believe we're below 200. 196.70s. We're right now actually rejecting this little candle spike we got, which was also off this pre-market support, and that would be here around 195.70s. I think if we can't reclaim 195.70s, Amazon might still be in trouble. That's just my take on the chart, just based on things that I look for. And also, Harry Lou here, Harry Lou had a great question in the chat saying, because today's lesson was about psychology, can we wax poetic a little bit about revenge trading? I absolutely would love to do that. And I think the thing too, it's difficult. I think it's more something that you'll realize while you're in it, even if you don't admit it to yourself. But I think for myself, some techniques to avoid revenge trading, don't look at the P&L, follow your rules. If you have clear rules and you're committed to following those rules, chances of revenge trading might go down a bit. Take a walk. Take yourself away from the situation and don't put pressure on yourself to be in a trade every second. I did lose on Netflix. That was fine. I did lose more than I was planning on because I had my stop, but I lost in the trade, so I'm not rushing into anything right now. I have stuff I like, but if the setup doesn't hit for me, I'm not going to get involved because I also think, from my experience, I run the risk of revenge trading or getting into that mindset if I get involved in something too early. If I rush into a trade, then I lose on it, then I'm going to be like, oh, what happened? You're going to get into that negative mindset. Be patient, wait for the trades to set up, because if you start the day in a good place, you're much more likely to end the day in a good place. And so that is my TED Talk on revenge trading. Okay, Meta.
Okay, Meta. What's
Yo,
Meta?
Meta, what are you? Okay. I want to see Meta close a red candle here. If we do, I'm risking here. This is right above 600. I like it even more.
Okay.
Yeah, Meta, I'm talking hard short Meta right now. Ooh. I want to see what we do here. And I would actually add to the short if we break below this 596 level. So that's going to be my target right now. That MSTR long I was liking would not have worked out. It's a good thing we didn't rush into it. But both MSTR and app near VWAP right now, so there's some potential entries. Meta, though, right now Meta's back above VWAP. So Meta, if you can close a red candle below VWAP, you're going to be my star, best pony in the show, and I'm going to get involved in that trade. Sorry, guys, for the speed. I talk fast because these markets move quickly, and I got to match it up. So that's what we're going to do here, META. How are you doing over here, Joe?
We're good. We're starting to piece them out here on the TQs, Adira. I just want to add to just hulking out, I guess I used to refer to, or revenge trading. I think one of the hardest skills to acquire in day trading is walking away. I think that Obi might agree with this, Adira might, Sharif, and a lot of the traders, it's just walking away from your screen and getting away when you should be, right? With just not trading. It's like, okay, you went 0 for 4 on a trade. You have a 4 trade limit. It's just just get up and leave. There's going to be tomorrow. There's always going to be a second half of the session or whatever it may be. And I think amongst traders, especially for me in my earlier days, was just having the ability to say, all right, I'm not in sync with the market today. Whatever I'm doing isn't working. I'll be back tomorrow to see what's going on. And I think that's once you master that skill, then I think the veteran traders would agree is then you're much better off. So revenge trading, it happens because you want to be right. It's the fear of being wrong, and you don't like being wrong. We're not raised. We weren't programmed to be wrong all the time, right? When we go to school, you have tests, etc. You need to be right. It doesn't matter anything else. So just take that into consideration. You have to hardwire your brain. You have to rewire everything to accept the fact that, hey, I may not be right today. I may not be right tomorrow. But as long as I just stick with the same mindset and stick to the game plan, then eventually I will be right. All right. So just keep that into consideration. And that's just what I do. It takes years to acquire that skill. You're not going to learn it overnight. You're going to go through pain. There's growing pains with everything. So take that into consideration. You're not alone. Everybody's gone through it. And once you have the ability to hone in and acquire that skill, you're going to be a much better off intraday trader. But here we go. Pulling back here quite deep is the market, rejecting the volume weighted average price, guys. Is this going to be a potential add opportunity? If I don't get stopped out, 117 is my average, 61.17, and it looks like this pullback is going to be relatively deep. If we can hold this resistance level, then I'll have some more confidence to add right back into this this trade and make it larger. We took out half of it right now, so we're sitting on about 50%. I'm willing to get stopped out, break even, so take that in. Let's see what everybody else in the chat is saying. For me, it was getting burnt many of times. Then I learned exactly, Oscarito, you go through the process, you go through those growing pains, and then eventually you're like, oh, it's just not worth it. I was off to a pretty good start, then it turned around, wasn't good for me. And then you don't want to ruin your day just because you were wrong once or twice or anything along those lines. Monty G says, great point. And yeah, this might be a shakeout candle. This is what I'm hoping for. If we come back into the middle of the range here, Adara, then I might be in some trouble on this trade, but that's okay. We'll wait for a possible a second entry because we've got a really nice move all the way up here, holding on to 50%. I only have about 10 cents left before I get stopped out, break even. I'm not going to make a winning trade, a losing one, that's for sure. So I'm looking for these key levels to hold, and that's the game plan. Palantir now trading below the volume weighted average price. NVDA rejecting VWAP quite aggressively here, guys. So we'll take that in. If the Q's tech heavy, you have to follow these big names, and if they want to sell off, the Qs are going to participate. So keeping this primary downtrend intact here. Attaboy, Obi, what do you got going on there, my guy? Intel short. Nice. Obi's trading Intel. working out really nice for him, I'm assuming, because we're getting the claps, but we're holding on. Oh, here we go, Adair. We're going to have to punch out of this trade because we are now at the break even. We'll wait to get back in if this level can hold and then possibly break through the volume weighted average price, but it's not looking too good for the longs. I should have added multiple times to this trade because you can see we got this extended move, over $1 move here with this add, and then going up to 62.20, putting in this hammer candle right now. If we hold this base, then I'll hop right back in, but not going to make a winner a loser. My guy 2NY, let's see. It's been a very hard month to gauge anything. I actually just slowed down, just decided to wait. If I do get in on a stock, I make a small entry and put a short leash on it. Well, I agree with you. Sizing down is important, but you also want to widen the risk. Why? Listen to what Obi said this morning. The VIX is up, right? So if the VIX is up, what does that mean? The average true range within the underlyings on a day-to-day basis are going to move more. So you're going to have more price fluctuation, okay? So you have to widen those stops in heightened volatility sentiment. That's the way it works. Otherwise, you're going to be getting stopped out quite often. That's why I like to put my stops at the bases or above resistance. I like it below support or above resistance. That way, if price comes into those levels, I still have a little bit of a wall or some defense in front of me, all right? So that's what you need to do. That's what I'm doing for this heightened volatility market is I'm going less size and wider stops. Adair, what do you got going on there?
Yeah, speaking of stops being wide or too tight, I have a feeling we're going to get stopped out of Meta here, which is, yeah, we did. That's cool. Oh, the slippage on this is not, okay, I had more slippage on Meta than I had on Netflix, which, hello. So Meta 50-cent slippage, I did get stopped out. My stop here initially was, so I got short here, 597.40s, and that was just because that was the prior bar low on the 3 and also on the 5, and we were below VWAP. I wanted a red candle below VWAP. I knew that there was a risk on this trade, and that risk was A, we were above the 90 MA, B, we could have a potential 596 bounce, and C, it looked kind of bull flaggy below VWAP. So with all of that in mind, I knew there were some factors, so I did lower my stop there to the 5-minute prior bar high as we got a new one that ended up being around 599. As mentioned, I got 50-cent slippage because I was like, I put my stop just below 599, ended up being 599.40s where we got stopped out. So that is not the vibe, but you know what? We're going to chill. We're going to breathe. I do apologize. I'm not in a lot of trades right now because I'm just waiting for stuff to set up, and this has not been necessarily like a great day. I'm definitely red on the day, but I'm not looking at my P&L because I don't do that. I'm risking appropriately for each trade and for each setup, and that's what matters at the end of the day, full stop. MSGR is interesting here. I initially liked it as a long above VWAP, but I said I wanted to see and be very cognizant of what we're going to do here around some of these areas of support around the open set, like 258, 259. We can't hold that right now. So if we can break back below VWAP, and then if we can break back below that 255, which as I mentioned, an area of interest for me, I am going to be so short this thing, it's not even funny. But I have no reason to short it yet. So we're chilling. We're breathing. Because Chief Sethi asking, do we have a trade mentorship program? We have the campus program if you are in Canada, or I guess any country that's not the US as far as I know. So the campus program is great. They have meetups. It's really cool. That is also, we have Wayne and Brankles from our floor, shout out. They help run that program. So that's a great look here. With regards to the campus program, we don't have actually any mentors, unfortunately, here. So that is kind of what is going on there. Is Trump going to speak or something, says SBP Trader. Trump is sort of. It's sort of. So we have a tech roundtable at 2 p.m. Unclear what that's going to entail. And then at 3 p.m., we have more executive orders being signed. So Trump will be likely posing with some more executive orders, as he is wont to do. That will be happening again at 3, but apparently there's not going to be any press for either the 2 p.m. event or the 3 p.m. event. Likely there will be comments after the fact. So Redfin was another ticker that I saw some people asking about. Why did I add an I where there didn't need to be one? This is not Google. This is on a 5-letter ticker, Adara. RD to the F to the N. Redfin up a wild 72%. Okay. Ooh. This is interesting. So we have a ton of support here. This is just insane support at $9.70. I suspect Sharif would like this support. But by the small cap rules, it would be untradeable because it's below the pre-market high of roughly just under $11. And it's also below VWAP. However, this RDFN, if we can keep making these higher highs, higher lows, or I guess if we make a higher low from here on 90 MA, I don't think it's a bad look. I think if we break 970, I think this would get kind of dicey. I think that Redfin would be very red as, on my list if it breaks below that 970. But this is not something I'd be paying for shorts for because it is a little baby cap, and I'm not comfortable with those. So with this in mind too, I want to mention the stop move on Meta. I initially said that could have been a little bit too early to move my stop in Meta to the 5-minute prior bar, but I'm happy I did. Why? Because I recognized that the risk had changed, the parameters had changed, and if I had left my stop at $600.30, A, I knew that I was probably wrong at that point, and B, given the slippage, I think we would have gotten hit even harder. I've talked a lot about just waiting and holding for my stops and letting things hit, but sometimes you have to move the stop within your parameters, and in this case, I made the right call by doing that. So always be a little bit, be flexible, but also be willing to stick to the main plan. Mark Susie asking about Meta short. I have Meta on the brain. I was short Meta, Mark, and with that in mind, because I was in this trade, because I was watching this on this push up past VWAP and on the way down, I think VWAP doesn't even matter at this point for Meta. I want to see us break below 596. That to me is I will fully short Meta if we get back below 596. If we don't, I'm not going to. And I've talked about my 3-strike rule. My other thing with the 3-strike rules, if I'm going to take a second pop at a stock on the same kind of setup, I have to wait for it to hit a different low if it's a short or to hit a different high if it's a long. Otherwise, I'm just beating up a stock at the same level for no reason, and that's when you might get a little tilty. So as the stock changes, you have to change your approach a bit. I have waxed poetic enough. How are you doing, Joe?
Yeah, we're back into the TQs. Good stuff there, Adara. We're back in it. We got a little pop, but the thing is, what we need to take into consideration here is that we couldn't construct a new high or break through it. NVDA wants to move against the volume-weighted average price. It's rejecting VWAP, so we need to take that into consideration as well, too. If these big names are selling, it's hard to get these pops in the TQs. I see people in the chat referring, hey, we've now switched from a bull market to a bear market. I mean, with the Qs being down probably north of 10%, from those all-time highs, I can agree with you that sentiment has changed, and it's not deniable, really. There's not much of an argument for the other side of the party here. So we'll take a look from a percentage metric what we got going on. From peak to the bottom here. So now running into that 13%, 12 and a quarter there, guys. I mentioned, hey, we broke through this support level. Now we're going to look for the next level. We have now breached that to the downside. So it's like, okay, what are we going to look for? What is the next pivot that is really stand out? Where's that next resistance level that can act as support? And for me, I think that we come all the way down to 450, to be honest with you. This is not looking good. This momentum is extremely aggressive to the downside. Every pop is getting faded. We can't construct new highs. We're rejecting the volume-weighted average price, and you need to take this into consideration from a day trading perspective, all right? And just try to follow this sentiment. If we break this candle low, I'm probably going to get out of this trade. We don't want to climb any higher. PLTR is still holding above the volume-weighted average price, but it's just not heavily weighted enough to drag the market up with it, but it is relatively strong compared to some of these Mag 7 names. Microsoft now hovering below the VWAP as well too, guys, so we'll hold on to this position until otherwise, but buying these pops isn't looking too good. Needed to see, one thing that I'm kicking myself about is I should have added a little bit more into here considering this move that we got, over $1 move, and I was like, I think this is the oversold bounce, because considering from a technical standpoint, what I was referring to you guys is that we have this volume signature that engulfed the rest close to that 5-minute opening drive, and then you get that indecision print right beside it, right alongside it there, guys. So yeah, we'll wait. Is the market going to completely turn around? Possibly. The Qs are down closer to 4%, so we'll take that into perspective as well, guys. So let's see what everybody else is in the chat. If you want us to go over any names, just put it in the chat, and we will do so. We'll go over some technical analysis and hold on to what we got going on. So you're not in anything. You're being more patient. You're waiting for it. Yeah, which is smart. Yeah. Waiting for those signals, and that's just where you know yourself, right? You want to be patient. Wait for that setup. If it doesn't work out, then just get out of the trade and wait for those definitive signals. And that's what we try to do time and time again. I really like these bottoming signals here on the TQs, and they came into play. If I got into, see, this is what I'm working on lately, guys, is I want my entries to be as precise to the penny as possible. I was watching some videos over the weekend, and it's like, this is like a game of sense, right? This is a game of sense, and the closer you get your entry to that target that you want, the better you are from a risk reward standpoint. So if I got in right at the break of this candle to the high at 60.61 instead of me getting in 38 cents later, look at my risk to reward. I can then add here, right? So my initial entry would be here. I can then add here, being able to hold through this pullback and then recognizing this candle where I can add into the position to make the winner even larger, all right? So that is the game plan for me. So Tesla, okay, we'll go over some tickers in the chat, what everybody's looking at. So we got Apple and Tesla, we'll go over those. I took my my chart off of Apple because it was just continuing to bleed and not looking good. I think it's down over 10 points on the day, which is not a good look for AAPL here, guys. So opening up at 235 and then trading as low as 225. So that is not a good look here in Apple. I was referring, it was holding up relatively stronger than the rest of the Mag 7, but it just capitulated and gave up the rest. Gonna run into some support levels here around 220, it looks like, because you can see the strength in these selling candles. That selling pressure is fully alive, guys. So the pullback's not relatively strong, buyers not stepping in aggressively, but then the sellers step right in aggressively and push price right down. So 220 is going to be that next target, in my opinion. It may not happen today on Apple, but it will come into play, I think, at some point. But what I want to do is pull up the options chain to see where we have high levels of open interest and if they can possibly come into play. And what do I do as soon as I open this week's expiration cycle? Where do I see the highest level of open interest on the out the money puts is right at 220 with 9.9 thousand contracts currently open at that level. So it might come into play relatively soon before the end of the week here, Adara. So not a good look in some of these tech names.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a little bit dicey. We know the NASDAQ sold out for 3 weeks in a row there, the Qs. But I'm in a trade now. So that's cool. I'm in an Apple 11 again. And I have talked about my 3-strike rule. I want to clarify. This is actually my second strike. Now you might be like, but Adara, there's a purple candle over there. There is a purple triangle over there. And that is because I had a fat finger moment. I wanted to go long. And then I accidentally pressed short. And then I got out of my short because I had to follow my rules. And then, yeah. So the point, like all of my weird British accent aside, I do not count this as an attempt, and that is purely because it was a fat finger and I was trying to go long. Clearly, fat finger saved lives, as I used to say sometimes, and that ended up being a good thing. We got the fat finger there because the long wouldn't have worked, but still got caught up in it. The point is I don't consider it an attempt as a short because I wasn't trying to go short. So with that in mind, we're in our second attempt at this Apple 11 short. Now, why am I short Apple 11 above VWAP and above the 90 MA and all that stuff? As I mentioned, I think that 255 area was going to be like a hard level for me to watch. Well, not only are we not at 255 yet, we pretty harshly rejected below 254s. And the other thing, too, that I like about this, generally when I see this pattern of we try to push up and we get a big old ugly red candle, the chance of this to me continuing higher are a little bit iffier. And of course, that's just from my own perspective. So I'm risking $2 here. I got short 250.70, as you can see. I am risking here to this 3-minute candle here, 250.270. Now, this might not be, quote, real risk. Maybe I should have given it to the 254s. I did not size for that. I did not plan for that. And that's okay. I'm not moving my stop yet because I don't have a reason to. I want to see us break below 90 MA. If we can break below the 90 MA, and if we can get kind of into this 250 area, just below 250, I have no qualms adding to this position. And yes, adding, I guess, like a couple dollars in the money. It's a choice, but like I said, with spready tickers, these things move dollars, and you have to respond to that accordingly. And I also want to be more cognizant of wider term levels because I want to talk about Netflix. I was in the Netflix short, and I did get stopped out after I was like $5 in the money, which is obviously, and I didn't take any profit of that. That's not a vibe. But you know what makes it more not a vibe, Joe, is when I look back on my 15-minute chart and I have this bar here, and I'm like, oh, no wonder we bounced there.
Yep.
So, Adara, have your profit takers ready next time. But again, I'm not going to cry over spilled shares. I traded the plan. I should have been more cognizant of that trade. That was a big L for me, especially because I'm not joking when I tell you guys, I had the trading view chart up the whole time. So why I was looking at that and not noticing the glaring blue bar, I have no idea. But that's the thing. You have to take L's sometimes so that you can make more M's. Shout out to our man, 21 Savage. So that's what's happening here. Thank you,
Did he say
Monty G, saying thanks for the show. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's the song More M's from him and Drake on Her Loss.
Okay.
Taking less L's, making more M's, and that's about all of that song we can rap without getting censored. So that's going on. Trump must be talking, says Katie Dompster. To my knowledge, he is not set to speak until that roundtable at 2. I'll keep an eye on it. X has been really on and off today, so that's a big X to that one. I do not like the fact that X is doing that. Oh my gosh, Meta, hello. I just saw my chart and I see Miss Meta hanging out all pretty here around that 596 level I liked. I want to see his break below 596 on the ask, and then I'll get involved. I'll risk it to 598.30s, which is I think about the same. It's like around that view up area. Okay, time to strike. How much do I risk? Yeah, that's appropriate. Let's go. I have a feeling we're actually not going to maybe get this fill. I was not hasty enough on that, but I'm going to attempt it regardless because I like the trade and I like this 596, and I honestly don't think we have any issues here. Okay, there we go. Perfect. We got filled. Time to set our stop. We're going to do 598. We'll do 32s. I like to give it a couple cents, and I want to shout out Sean for that because I was having an issue where I was just getting stopped out of like every trade, and I was like, why am I doing that? Yeah, it's because I was putting the stop right at the support or resistance level instead of giving it a little bit of wiggle room. So that's my take on that. Also, I like this question from Harry Lou. Do you find on spreadier names that it's harder to get filled as the market makers go around your limit orders? Sometimes, I think the bigger issue is sometimes you get like wicked out. Like there was a period, like I said, where I just felt really stop hunted. And I think sometimes too, like it does give you that sense, and it sucks because you could be off, you can get wicked out, and then it goes like another $30, and you feel that a lot more acutely when you trade spreading names because they can make these massive moves. There was an app love and trade. I'll see if I can find it in my Google Drive on Thursday, and I had gotten short, I think just below 300. I got stopped out at 292, so I still took profit on it. But then the thing dropped another like multiple dollars, and it ended up going to like 262s or I left $30 on the table just because of my stop placement. So you do really want to give it enough room that you can breathe, that you can have that wiggle room. Speaking of app Lubman, we are still on that short. This is APP. Given the fact that we're kind of bouncing off that 250, that makes me even more confident in adding if we get below 250. B, that makes me think we might get stopped out. I kept my stop here 252 60s, but now that we've rejected this 252 area once, twice, 3 times, I might actually have to move my stop to 252s. I think that would be fair for the trade. This has not been my best day. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Like I said, we're red on the day. I don't love that 3-day green streak. We're red, but you have to take each day as it comes. So that's going to be the thing. I could not believe, Joe, that it is already 12:01 p.m. So happy afternoon to everybody. Thank you for being here with us. Tony's saying who's down with OPP. So I got to say, and you know me.
He always says that stuff to me.
I mean, it's a great quote there. So hope everyone's having a great day. Tag me if you have any questions, if you have anything that you want us to go over, because that's what we do here at Trader TV.
That's exactly what we do. Do you have like a specific day of the week where you tend to be red or anything? Do you have from your data collection?
I had like, so there's January Fridays, hard red, 3 days in a row. Since then, I actually have found that's not the case. Now I find it really just Tuesdays sometimes, but it really just depends on like what my process was that day. I used to feel like that a lot. Now I kind of don't notice that as much, but I think sometimes it depends on the market. It depends on or any specific things happening that day every week. But I try not to think about that too much. Superstition. Do you have a day like that?
Yeah, I did. For me, it used to be Wednesdays for some reason. Yeah, Wednesdays I couldn't get anything going for the longest period of time. So what did I do there? I just stopped trading on Wednesdays. And then sure enough, again, I'm red on the session as well too here, guys. This market wants to continue to bleed. It's time to flip this bias. Sell any form of pop. We're not getting that continuation to the top side here. Buyers they're just not engaging. Right? So it's fully sellers engaged here. And now we're running into some key support levels. If we break through this, I'm just going to get out of this trade. Looking for it to climb higher, but you can see this descent that we've been on in the TQs here, guys. Can't even construct a new a higher high or anything along those. It's all lower highs there, guys. So it's time for me to abandon the thesis and find something to the short side possibly, especially if this trade doesn't work out. But yeah, as of right now, it was Wednesdays for me, and then now Mondays. I've had a couple of red days, but then the rest of the week has been. Last week was I went 4 for 5 for green days. Yeah. So let's see if we can continue that today. I got to flip the bias to there if I want to continue this green streak because these pops are just getting sold here. On every pop. So yeah, we'll just have to to be patient here, guys. Let's see what everybody else in the chat says. I only had one red day this year. Nice drop trades. Good work there. Congrats. Someone said they also used to have it on Fridays. What do I think? Stevenson says, what do you think about NVIDIA coming back to the low of day? Yeah, it's weak. Extremely weak, something that I'm going to avoid. I think we see sub 100 in this name, so NVDA not looking too good. I mentioned last week that a lot of these hyperscalers are starting to build their own chips. What does that mean for NVDA? Taking away some market share there, even though they're using them, they might be for their own use, but again, not too good of a look. Pops being sold off, the bounces are just short covering. Exactly, I agree with you there, Pug Life. Tesla, yeah, we'll take a look at that. I promised that we would. What about XWEL? It's a defensive penny stock. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. But I'm gonna have to get out of this this TQ's trade, guys. Not looking too good here on these longs. So I'm gonna wait, be patient, wait for another pop, and then just look to fade it because I'm not getting any continuation to the top side. This was the one that worked out really well for us, but everything else. So the accuracy on this ticker has not been good, so I'm going to avoid it. Gonna stick to those rules. Not getting any of those moves that we're looking for, so gotta abide by them. Here we are, Tesla making an additional leg down. TSLL down 20%. That is absolutely insane. TSLL?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. The
sorry,
Tesla, Tesla being down 10%. So it's a 2x here. So Tesla would be half of the TSLL, guys, continuing to bleed. That downside momentum, you can see the volume on the lower time frames really start to pick up. That is not a positive sign for any form of bounce here. So gonna have to stick with that short bias. Let's see what Pug Life says. Market is in the negative gamma and VIX is high. You're right. Let's take a look at the VIX here, guys, because I bet you it spiked drastically. I got to pull up my trading view because my other platform is not working, and we'll see what the VIX is up to. And I wonder if we're north of 30 here on the volatility index, the fear index. All right, so a spike up to 2662 here in the VIX. So guys, this is what I was referring to earlier, is that when you see this spike in the VIX, we're now breaking through some key resistance levels, but check the average true range from a daily standpoint on all your tickers, and you're gonna see it's on the incline, right? It's gonna pick up, so you're gonna have to widen stops, okay? And that goes with your options as well too. So with a heightened VIX comes heightened options premium. You have to take that in, and with that comes more fluctuation within your contracts. We went over it last week, I believe, what gamma does and how you get those gamma squeezes in heightened volatility, because when those out the money contracts start to trade in the money, that's when that gamma's at its greatest, okay? And then that's when you can get those gamma squeezes, and traders need to start hedging, and then everybody starts to hit panic mode. So what do? You have to trade further dated contracts, whether you be writing or buying options, okay? So take that into consideration. If you want to stabilize the fluctuation within your day-to-day contracts, you need to go farther dated out, okay? So that is the VIX really heightened. I thought that selling some 30 calls would be a good idea, but Brankles told me no. He's like, Joe, we're on the incline. The sentiment has changed. We're down 13% now in the Qs. You need to look to be buying these calls in the VIX, or at least be selling puts where you have a long bias, and that you're not going to get these drastic drops in volatility. So take that into consideration and implement that into your day-to-day practice. But I'm going to wait for a potential pop here in the market Adara and then look to fade it, because it seems to be the narrative of this session.
Yeah, I mean, I think too, fading some things might be great. And then you've got situations like Meta where I am like, girl, you realize you are a Make 7 name and the NASDAQ is dropping below VWAP and you're below VWAP, right? Like, and I say this as a joke, whatever. I'm still short Meta 596s. And I will add to this short if we get below 595. But the reason I'm like joking, I'm like, Meta, do you know what's going on? Is because Meta is just trucking along here, holding support beautifully at 595, which was not even really a level I had clocked. And that being said, we're still below VWAP, we're also below the 90 MA, and we're making lower lows into these areas with a flat bottom of 595s. So if we get below 595s, I'm adding. And that's what I mean by saying that I don't like having like set, if I'll add, like, I guess I don't like to have a set like additions or DCAs. if an area sets up that I think is a great DCA, I will have zero qualms. I will be qualmless, as I used to say, about getting involved. And with that in mind, given that this META is showing me this 595 support, if we get below that, I'll add. And I will actually double. I have no problem doubling up at 595. That is how much I like it. I have moved my stop to just above 598, which is more or less that VWAP area. Should I move it to above VWAP? Maybe. But given that massive slippage I had on my first meta attempt, I want to be extremely careful about doing so, especially if I add. And I will add if we get to 595, if meta will have me. And with that in mind, Joe, I really like what you had to say there about your risk with regards to the VIX and this volatility in the market. And there's different ways of doing that, right? Like what you can do sometimes too is just size down. If I want to give a wider stop for something like a Meta or an AAPL or a spready ticker, I have no problem doing the wider stop, but maybe I'll size down to give it more room because like I said, on a spready ticker, sometimes you do have to give it $5, $6 and you can lose off of that, but you do have to give it the space and you have to be willing, depending on your stock, to take that risk either with maybe with less size, or with more size, depending, or what you're going to do there with regards to the placement of your stop. So it really does depend. You have to take your time and figure that out for yourself before entering the trade. Also, I am pleased as punch to say AAPL is doing quite well. So APP here, we're below VWAP. And yes, I took the short above VWAP and the 90 MA. But like I said, I had no issue doing with it because when I see this type of setup where we're trying to push up and then we immediately give it all back in one candle, that to me is always going to be a short, or at least I'm not going to look to go long there. So I wanted it as a short. We're below VWAP now. I was willing to add at 250s, as I mentioned. I didn't get the add, so I didn't chase it. I'm not going to add here. There's nowhere where I want to add here. This to me is a no man's land for additions. But now that we're below VWAP, I'm breathing pretty easy in my AAPL. I'm AAPL this trade. So I'm going to stay in this. We're going to be using 5-minute prior bars at this point for the stop. I'm going to have to move my stop, I think, as well. So if we get back above VWAP, will I panic? Not at all. Why? Because the trade isn't wrong for me until we get those parameters met, right? Like the 5-minute prior bars. So we're going to hang out. I would love this 244.30 I liked on the book and I like it on the chart. So if 244.30 hits, absolutely, I am going to be taking out some profit there. I took a piece out just above VWAP for, it's VWAP. That was the reason. This META is, okay, I like the fact that we kind of false broke into that 598. Usually when that happens, that tends to give you a bit of confidence. But the fact that we're still above this 595 and making marginally higher highs on the 3-minute, I don't like at all. I'm happy I didn't add till I saw the break below 595. I have a feeling, especially with this 80-cent spread, if I get stopped out, there's going to be like slippage city on this. But I'm going to chill because you accept the risk going into the trade. You cannot panic. You just got to chill, live your life. Hey, shout out to Rihanna and T.I. So I actually went to that concert. That was pretty good. But let's keep an eye on META here. Tesla being mentioned by a lot of people. Go Dracula, go, says Tony. That is just a fantastic way of describing Tesla because these shorts are sucking the blood out of this name. Someone was asking here, did we have a SSR setup play potentially for TSLA? I don't think we mentioned it, though. Joe mentioned TSLL is down 20%. For me with Tesla, and I think Obi would probably be a better person to talk about with this. We know he had that awesome Tesla short earlier. But here's my thing with Tesla. We had attempted a little bit of support here at 237. I think if we can get above that support and then we can kind of get above this other part of the range here, that'd be around that 241s. I don't think that's a bad look, but I also think at that point you might be grasping at straws. When I see this 15-minute chart, I'm going to be honest with you. There is nothing here that is screaming at me a potential bounce, and that even includes the 237 because right now we're kind of trying to push below that. So what I would do then to the person who asked that question is look at the different time frames. Look to, for example, a green 60-minute bar if we haven't had one yet, which we have not. 30-minute, I guess we kind of did have one, so maybe not the 30, but look at the 60. And because we've only had red 60-minute bars this whole time, maybe say, hey, for example, if we get a green 60-minute bar, that might be with other confluence a buy signal, right? So I would say look for some significant change in trend, either consistent higher highs, higher lows, a green bar in a larger time frame, what have you. Right now, honestly, I am not seeing those. So that's what's happening there for that trade. AAPL is just chef's kiss. I really like what this is doing.
That's your next target?
Oh, I'm already in it.
Nice.
My next target's there. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah, that's your next target. Nice,
sorry,
nice.
Yeah. I'm going to move my stop here, I think, right now, Joe. But I like that this 246 bounce. That was a bit of a level 2 when I was in this short earlier, so we'll see. But I did not have that much size to begin with. Like I said, I did size down a bit on this because of the fact we were above VWAP in the 90 MA. So we're going to wait and see. I'm going to move my stop on this trade. And Meta is, I think at this point, probably... I'm just going to get stopped out, but I have no problem with that. I have no reason to leave the trade, so I won't. I abandoned my friend MSTR, so story Mr. Looking really kind of similar to the last ticker we just looked at, which I think was up. I don't want to rush into this, but this 252 kind of slumped to the downside, bit of a flat bottom locally. I don't hate, but not hating something is not enough for me to get into the trade. So we're going to wait and see what happens there. How are you doing on that side of the desk?
Nice. Thank you for that, Adair. Yeah, we're in some TSLL here now, guys, looking for this bounce off of these lows. So you can see that we broke through the support level and then headed lower. As the vampire, you can't stop the bleeding, just sucking the blood and the life out of Tesla, unfortunately. So we're going to look for this bounce. If we can't get anything along this prior support, then I'm just going to get out, because that can mean, hey, there's no one willing to step in and buy this name, and then sellers have the ability, if some big sellers step in, push price right back down. So we are currently running into it. I wouldn't mind if it bounced, obviously, but again, you can see that we are running into the support level, and what the next target will be is this resistance level. So we'll hold on to that. Let's see if we can get this bounce, if we can continue to climb and squeeze through some of these key support and resistance zones, then I will add to the position. But right now, I'm not in the money enough in order for me to do so. Tony, nice. Yeah, it's not looking too good, to be honest with you. I talk about just fading all these pops, and it's probably going to come into play here on Tesla. We do have bottoming signals. You can see that on the 5-minute time frame. You have that stair-step type price action, and then look at the selling pressure. There's essentially no buyers stepping in, and then sellers will just step in and push it back down. So we're going to hold on to this position. If not, I'm going to have to sit on my hands for a little while. Don't want to risk. You got to take into consideration, we have to worry about shutdown as well, especially with my performance on the TQs. Not good, not up to my standards, but that's okay. It's only Monday, and I know there will always be another day, and there's always going to be another trade. Apple still getting taken behind the woodshed here, Adair, beaten to a pulp, not looking good. I would prefer some choppiness opposed to just this straight capitulation type price action, but it is what it is, and we got to work with what we have here, guys. So it's funny. And I like the lesson of the day is because we're all relayed the same information, but how we perceive it is totally up to you and subjective, right? So that's why there's no right trading style and there's no wrong trading style. Essentially, it's what you can do, how you refine your system, and how you can make that maximize the ability and the performance out of it. So yeah, here we go, guys. Starting to sell here is Tesla, looking like this is just going to be another breath, and then we take another leg to the downside. So more than 10% on TSLL, or sorry, Tesla itself. Not pretty, guys. Let me know what you're looking at in the chat. We're going to go over some names. If you have any options questions, be sure to put them in there. We'll go over it. Yeah, a lot of people talking about Tesla and X. I don't know if X gets back up. A lot of people are referring to it being hacked and it's not working right now. I haven't pulled it up since this morning. I don't usually look at it too much other than when I'm here. But yeah, let's see if we can get a pop. If we can hold this base, if we break it, then maybe I'll look for the short, put a stop up here, and then look for the continuation of this primary trend to the downside. So let's see what everybody's looking at. PLTR, yeah, for sure we can go over some Palantir. I'm curious how it's holding up. Probably selling like the rest of the market. Let me pull this out. Let me unlock this. So yeah, Palantir, it did trade above the volume weighted average price for some time, but you can see if we were to pick up the time frames and zoom out a little bit and go to the 15-minute, primary downtrend still fully intact. So we'll take that into consideration. Oh, but we do have a couple super chats here, Adair, that we are going to go over. Marty, great crew, just getting back. So sorry if you addressed this, but what setup would you look for a Tesla SSR retracement? That's a good question. I'm in Tesla and it's breaking through the lows right now. So I don't know if you're going to get that. We're now down 11% or more on this name. I'm out of Tesla. longs ain't working today, that is going to be, I promise you guys, the last attempt until there's some definitive signals here. So that is to take a look at Tesla. Big smile. Ooh, yeah, we already went over that one. 500. Yeah, he's trolling me there, guys, because I said 500 before 300, and we have now gone south of that 300 target that Kyle Burdett was referring to. So not a good look here in Tesla. And to be honest with you, I was thinking about just liquidating that position. I told you guys I have an average price of 200, and now we're down to 250 or south of 250. So what am I going to hold on to it? There's no point. I think at this point we're going to be able to get a better price in this name. So 235 and change here, guys. So 45 to 50% down off of those all-time highs. That is not a good look. Like I honestly don't even know what to say. You don't see that too often, to be honest with you, especially when I was extremely bullish in Tesla with him joining Donald Trump and working in Doge. I'm like, hey, this is going to be perfect for Elon, but it's been the total opposite of that. It has been horrendous for Elon and Tesla here, guys. And we got to take into consideration, Waymo is already on the ground, right? So we already have some autonomy vehicles, and he doesn't even have anything out. We were pricing a lot in. Now the market's starting to price in tariffs, and the big is the second half of that word is the ifs, and what's going on with that. So
yeah, I was gonna say, I like the setup there. It's not tear if, it's tear when.
Yeah, tear when, if anything, right? And what kind of bargaining tool Mr. Trump is going to use in that aspect. So really tough look. Apple continuing to the south side, the market continuing to the south side of Dara, and these tech names not looking good. I want to see what XLE is up to because I want to find something where I can possibly long. Oh, why aren't I trading the SQs? That's an idea, Joe. Trade the SQQ, all right? If you want to go long, just trade the SQs because the market is going down, and that is an inverse there, guys. So let's see what Harry Law says. Joe W., as the psychology shift to a bear bias, stop losses on swing positions become more important on names you are not married to long term. No, well, I'm in this for the long term, Harry Lou. This is in my long term portfolio, but I'm totally thinking about just changing that. And let me know what you guys, let me know your opinions on this, all right? So I understand the HODL concept, but at what point are you going to HODL when you're like, okay, the market has potentially peaked. You can lock in a bunch of unrealized gains and then just buy in at lower prices. So I'm really debating this term HODL when you can just manage your accounts. Yeah, you can have something long term. I've been holding on to these positions for greater than a year. Okay, so that's long term, is it not? Right? So should I get out, or I'm like, this is me talking to myself, should I get out and wait for potentially better prices, lock in what I have unrealized, and then if the market continues to bleed, I can just buy back in at lower prices. So are you HODL? Just put it in the chat. Are you HODL, or are you pro HODL, or are you pro account management? And I think that's something that I need to sit down with myself and really ask those questions. Am I willing to sit through this volatility in the market and give up those unrealized gains, or do I want to manage my account and possibly reposition myself if the opportunity arises? Adair, I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, like I've mentioned this, I am lucky enough to have access kind of through whatever kind of wild chance, I guess, to a financial manager. There's a word for this. Yeah, I guess financial advisor, that's the word I'm looking for. So through that, I do a lot of my investment, but because I know the market, I'm able to make smart decisions through that. So I don't feel like I'm in the dark. So I feel pretty lucky with that. But yeah, I have a financial advisor, so I do everything there, and I'm aware I'm very lucky to have that at my age as well. So not something I take for granted, but something I'm lucky enough to be able to access. So with that in mind here, I want to take a look at META. I'm still short. I added to this position, and I said hard stop, hard line. We break below 595, I'm adding. We broke below 595, I added 595. Currently like $2 in the money with the average, so I'm cool with that. I moved my stop to 597 because that was kind of this little wick here. A little bit of support, a little bit of resistance, 597. Bit arbitrary, I will admit, and I will, going forward, be moving my stop to 5-minute prior bar highs. That's the deal. I like this 592.50. I probably don't need to tell you guys why I like this. If you can see here, this was a little bit of or I guess resistance earlier. I think it might form to support, so I want to get a piece out for the dream. And with that in mind, I was trying, and sometimes like these areas that you like, I find, for the support resistance, ads or takeouts, sometimes they work so well you don't even get filled. We just got filled here in AAPL, and initially I was looking to get filled on this one at 244.30s. That never happened, so I moved it to just below 245s. I also, interestingly enough, tried to add to this. I know I initially said I like 250. I tried to add to this actually at like 246s, which was, of course, a little bit below where I was necessarily, or I guess this area, this 246, certainly below my initial entry price of that 250, almost 251 area. But if I like the area, I don't mind getting it a little bit lower, necessarily adding a bit lower. Regardless, the ad didn't come. So that is indeed a moot point. My current stop here for AAPL is the 5-minute prior bar high just below 247. I'm more than cool with that. But we have 2 profit takers taken, and I have no plans for taking the rest of this profit anytime soon. So unless it gets stopped out, I'm in this AAPL for the app long haul. Ooh. And this is META, and this is what I meant sometimes about you place these areas at places you think might bounce, and they bounce before you can even get filled. So my price here is 592.51s. We clearly could not get to 592.51s. I might move it to 75s, but even then, as you can see here, I did give it like an extra 25, 50 cents above the true resistance area around 592s. So we'll have to wait and see. There's nothing telling me to get out of this. And also this meta trade is probably the biggest part of my thesis. I've talked about this a lot. If I don't get stopped out, I'm not leaving. I knew it looked pretty bad for me when we were pushing into VWAP, but I wasn't stopped out. So I didn't get out. And so I stayed in META, happy I did. Clearly that ended up working out well enough to even give us an addition. This APP here is now above that 5-minute prior bar, so I'm gonna have to move my stop on this, Joe. But before we go send things back here, I wanna look at Robinhood. Nice little bit of bounce in the market, I guess, pushing these things higher. Here's Robinhood. Someone asked us here for Robinhood. I think it was Champs in the chat. Please and thank you, Robinhood. I have to tell you, Robinhood looks a little bit like the hockey stick pattern that Sharif talks about. We have this big leg down, then we get a little bit of a slump, and we get another leg down. We're almost at days lows here for Hood. That 37.80 would be days lows for Hood. So I think with this, you also have some natural lower highs to get risks to. I think if we stable at 38.10s, it looks, or I guess 38.20s, we just broke above that though. So it looks like this HOOD might no longer be a trade to be in right now. It might not be all good in the Hood if you just got short. I want to see now what we do there though if we pull back to that 38.10. That was a little bit of support going back to 11 and was a little bit of resistance until we just popped now. So I want to wait and see what we do here. I got stopped out at AAPL. That is cool. The spread was like 50 cents. So again, with AAPL, I'm not going to mind. If we reject VWAP, I will short again. META, I'm going to go move my stop on this one because we have now bounced a little bit here. I want to move some of my profit takers and take stock, pun intended, of this trade. We're still in the money. I'm not going to get out, but I'm going to take a moment to evaluate. How are you doing, Joe?
Yeah, I'm doing okay because I'm just sitting on my hands here, Dara. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you need to. The market wants to continue to bleed, and that's okay. But something that is holding up relatively strong is Amazon. So Obi's Amazon here, probably one of the better performing. I don't want to say like it's performing great, but in the Mag 7, it's definitely performing the best. All right, it's not bleeding like the rest of these names. It's holding around the volume weighted average price. You see that we punched through, but we need to take these trend lines into consideration. As you can see, we are constructing lower highs there, guys. So yeah, not a good look. I'll wait for another test of it, right? If you can get a good entry, we are putting in a possible base. It's holding at these support levels. If it does continue to hold, maybe we'll look for a retest of this trend line. And if it constructs another lower high, then that's okay. We'll take it off at that trend line. And if it breaks, we'll hold some for the dream. Man, in the chat, I'm glad that you guys were engaging. Day Trader Cut says that he's pro account management. A lot of people are saying HODL until you're negative or something along those lines. Yeah, that's a tough look. I think I'm leaning more towards account management. I know it's the long term and you don't really want to hyper focus on it too much. You don't want to micromanage the long term, but you also want to take into consideration, like, look at this daily on Amazon, Adara. This is not good whatsoever. 21% off of those all-time highs. So talking about the market baking in these tariffs and what it can do and how it can impact margins, et cetera, whatever it may be, it's in full effect here, guys. So we'll go through the Mag 7 right now just to see from a percentage metric what we are down. So here we go. We'll start off with Amazon, then we'll go with Apple. So 21% off of those highs. Amazon is down. Apple now continuing to bleed as well here too, guys. Let's see what we got from that peak. Do. Now Sharif's got me doing now Sharif's got me doing that. Here we go. 13%, closer to 14 on Apple. Now we'll pull up some Microsoft to see what we got going on with Microsoft. Yeah, we know that this stock has been consolidating for the better part of a year now, so not too good of a look. Let's see how much we're down off of those all-time highs. 19%, okay, and now we're going to go take a look at Google. We know that the DOJ is saying, hey, they might have to divest from Chrome, which isn't a good look for them. Looking for a potential bounce, may not come anytime soon. 21% here on Google, all right, so... And then we'll pull up NVDA to see what we got going on from that standpoint. And if you're liquid, 31% on NVDA. If you're somewhat liquid, I think it's time to be like, hey, slowly start allocating into these positions. Do not go all in because there might be some more downside. But full-on correction territory we are in. 20% across the board seems to be the common denominator here in some of these Mag 7 names. So it's a really tough look. If you're liquid, slowly start buying it. And if you're still hodling, then look to maybe manage the account. Tough look here. Again, we heard Michael Noss say this morning the third year of a bull market is usually some choppy mess, and it's coming into full fruition here. Adara not looking too good, but those are just the big names. We have to look for relative strength, and with that, we pull up the top performing sectors, and we can see that XLE was. Let's see what we got going on from a daily standpoint here on XLE. A little choppy mess, not something too good. Again, it's not like a high beta name or anything along those lines, but you could just see that it's like, okay, you get a nice move to the top side, you retrace 40% of that move back here, and then you make another new high. So it's not necessarily fun. What you want to do is you want to get in at the lows and then look for a potential rip on that side. But yeah, maybe the market will get somewhat of a bounce. I see a bottoming signal here on Apple on the 5-minute time frame as well too. I don't know if I want to try it considering the momentum is really weak to the downside and these pops aren't working. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for the pops to slowly phase out and then maybe look to the short side. So I'm going to sit on my hands for a little bit here. Let's see what we got going on with Apple. And this is what I'm looking at specifically. You can see that we have this isolated volume signature compared to 11 o'clock, so about an hour and a half. This is the largest one. Nice hammer candle, now pumping towards some key support zones if it can break through. But you can see that there's not much buying pressure, so those buyers are not fully engaged just yet, Adara. So I'm going to be patient. You're not in anything. I'm not in anything. Not in anything. We'll wait for those setups to come in.
Yeah, you just got stopped out. Like I said, app 11, I got stopped out. And I want to clarify both these stop outs for profit, but still not in any trades. APP, I did get stopped out of that. Again, I was short 250, 70. I got stopped out just above 247. So still $3 a share in the position. I'm not going to cry about that. Happy with the trade. But META, I want to talk about because I got stopped out of this and I had a little beak wetter set there at 252, initially 292.50s, then I moved to 292.70s, and could we get filled? No, we could not. We bounced. I got stopped out for it. Drum roll, please. 30 cents a profit on the average, so not great, but I don't really care. I took the trade as planned, and that's what matters. I am looking at a couple potential shorts here. I'm watching Netflix, and I know actually accidental pun, and I said based on my rules, I'd be cautious with Netflix. Usually I would allow myself 2-3 pops at a stock. But this first pop at Netflix was a fat finger situation. I didn't mean to get out. I fat fingered my stock and it got me out. I would have still been in the trade. So with that in mind, if I see certain things set up, I have no problem taking my third pop at that, but that's going to be my last. Why and what am I looking for? If we break below this 262.60, why? That was a huge support level earlier. It was a little bit of support here as well. And like I said earlier, my biggest thing with Netflix and my first short was I was not cognizant of that 858. But now, this is now the second time I've tried to break 858 without doing so successfully. And I'm going to pull up the 15-minute chart so I can show you guys what I mean. The fact that we keep failing to break 858 and making lower highs, If we break 858, oh my gosh, do I want that short? It is not even funny. That's what I have to say to that. So with that in mind, yeah, 862, I will fully take that short, and I will take further at the 858 breakdown. If we don't get it, that's cool. We don't get it. I'll take some profit at 858, maybe. But I think the probability of that, like I said, given the fact that Netflix is particularly weak, the market is a little bit weak, still below VWAP. I think if we can get that 862 breakdown and then an 858 breakdown, I'm going to be pleased as a punch to take that short.
Nice.
Now, another guy I'm looking at right now, AAPL. I got waked out of this. It happens. It's cool. Whatever. I didn't run back in. I still thought that 246.30 area could have been a place to get back into this because that was an area I liked as an ad earlier, but I didn't want to risk it. And I think that's probably good I didn't because look, we just got to that 244.30 area again and we bounced. So if we get to this 244.30 and we reject it and we break below it, I will 1000% be going short and I'm going to risk you 247. So that's about like risking $2.50. I think that's more than reasonable for a stock like AAPL. So that is my next trade on watch. I actually think we might get it, but I want to see us sustainably into and breaking below the 244. There was a talk. Oh yeah, PDD. Someone asked about PDD here. SPP trader asking about PDD short. Only down 3%. Oh. Oof. Ooh. I've got to say, I don't know if I'd short this. A, there's not a lot of volume, so I might not want to be involved. And B, to me, this looks like a really nice rounded bottom on PDD. So that's my take. I think with PDD, I would be pretty darn diligent, to use a pun Ramin actually initially gave me, so shout out to her. I'd be pretty darn diligent before dipping my toe into PDD. There's a super chat here from Tuan Vo. Does the volume on SMCI look weird to you guys? We'll find out. If it's low, I would say yes, because SMCI tends to have volume. Honestly, SMCI does smicky things, as we say. Shreve and I sometimes call it smicky. So with that in mind, this volume looks pretty good. We have some higher lows. We have some lower highs. It is doing, I guess, like SMCI is pretty volatile. So I would say this is kind of what this stock tends to do. I'm not seeing for myself anything out of the ordinary, but I do not trade SMCI a lot since it split. When it was $600, I'd be like in heaven, going long, going short, la-di-da-di-da. Now that it's like $38, I'm not going to lie, that's not necessarily my thing. But there is one slightly cheaper, and by that I mean $80-ish stock that moves sometimes that I do like to trade, and that's Novo Nordisk. And why do I bring up Novo Nordisk right now? Well, that's because this actually had a catalyst. It's CagriSema, weight loss drug, once again showed lower than expected signs. I don't like to touch Novo on an intraday basis a lot of the time because I found regardless of the catalyst, it just tends to sell off. Today it didn't do that, so I think it's probably pretty good we didn't. I'm going to try right now to get involved here in this APP, and we're going to take, we'll do this many shares. We'll see what happens here. We're back. Yeah, we got filled here, 244.30. Now, I know I talked about my 3-strike rule. If I'm correct on a trade, and I'm correct on the direction, and I'm not right on it, I am sometimes willing to give it a couple more pops. But that being said, if we're wrong on this, then we're wrong. I don't want to keep dipping my head into the same well like a little ostrich. So that's going to be the vibe here with this. We're gonna set our stop here. We're short 244.40. We're gonna set our stop here at 246.93s. I want to give it just above 90s, but just below 277 because I think if I give it to 247, if I give it to 247, I think the chances of me getting slipped are really high. And that's one thing too. I talk a lot about trading spready tickers. You have to be aware of slippage. You have to be so aware of slippage. And I think with that in mind, setting your stops is crucial because you do want to mention, as I said, you want to give it a little bit above if you're going to be risking to see prior bar. You want to give it a little bit above, or you want to give it a little bit below if you're going to risk a prior bar low. But with that in mind, sometimes if you give it too much room, regardless of your size, you're going to get lots of slippage. So I would say, like with any ticker, the more you trade it, the more things you trade of that ilk, you will get more used to it. Before I send it back here, we're going to take a look here at Tesla. A lot of people joking, Elon Musk has puts. Executives are selling. I don't know about all that. I have no idea. But I will say with TSLA, which is not on the NY Adara, oh my gosh. With TSLA, the one thing I think definitely, as this thing breaks a new low, oh my gosh, I'm going to have to look at this as a short. So with Tesla, I think a lot of people are concerned about Doge. And I think what you mentioned earlier, Joe, that I meant to talk about, I think that might have been a buy the rumor, sell the news. Yep. People were really excited about the idea of Elon Musk being involved in the government. And then people remembered what Elon Musk is like when he gets involved in things. Sleeping at the factory or in the White House. Bringing his kid along for show and tells at the White House. Elon Musk is a very involved guy. And that is not a bad thing by any means. But when that is involvement is not at Tesla, especially I think after those delivery numbers were what they were for Q4, which is when he started to get political. In my opinion, that is when the trend shifts. However, there is a very small thing, and I'm going to call it the Amy Gleason factor. And I actually think this could be bullish for Tesla if we find out more about it. Now, you might be like, who is Amy Gleason? That was me yesterday when I discovered her. Amy Gleason is, I think, a woman in, I think her late 40s. That's not really the point. Amy Gleason is a woman who has worked for the government. She's worked also as, chief tech officer, chief marketing officer in a couple small companies that are no longer with us. But this individual, this woman, she's been involved in politics a little bit, and she apparently is the acting manager of Doge right now. I've seen this reported by a couple outlets. I want to find out more about Miss Amy before we get too excited about her. But I think if Amy Gleason is, in fact, doing more for Doge than we think she is, or more than Elon is, I think that's a good look for Tesla. Why do I think that's a good look for Tesla? Well, I will tell you, I think if we actually have it that Elon, who we're concerned is doing too much, if he's actually not doing as much as we think he is, I think that could maybe assuage the fears of some of these Tesla investors who are worried that Tesla's too involved in Doge. If he's less involved in Doge, I actually think that's probably a good look for Tesla. But I know that is kind of a different look. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. That's just my take. And it's worth noting, too, people have asked about Amy's involvement with the Doge, and no one has confirmed. So I think the fact that they don't want to say how involved she is makes me think she might be more involved than we think she is. I'm going to stop ranting about this lady no one's heard of. I got back on this at Love and Short. Happy I did. We are doing quite nicely here. I don't even have any profit takers or B quitters. I'm just going to chill in this trade. I have no reason to leave until I have a reason to leave. Right now, my stop is going to be 247s, as I said, just below 247s. I've waxed poetic. So, Joe, what are you checking out over there?
Yeah, I'm looking at SMCI. Someone in the chat, I see Tuan put in that super chat. So what did I do? I just pulled it up. I was looking for this resistance zone to break, but it didn't come into play. That there's no buyer stepping in. We didn't see that volume influx that we would need in order to break through that resistance zone. Instead, we have continued to sell off. So double top type price action here on SMCE, as Adara A and Sharif like to call it here. But SMCI not looking too good. But relative to the rest of the chip names, pretty strong here. Okay, so compared to the rest of the tech market, the tech sector, sorry, this is holding up relatively well. Can we get buyers to step in and break through those zones? Possibly. Maybe I'll look to join it if we can crack the volume weighted average price around 38.20, and then maybe we can punch through some of these lower highs there, guys. So that is the game plan here on SMCI. What is everybody looking at in the chat? Put it in there. We will go over some names. IBIT putting in a potentially bottom signal here. Someone said flat bottom break, so I pulled it up. But we have a nice standout volume print continuing to the south side, now at 45. We were at 53 last week. I think a high of last week was roughly, let's see, yeah, we were north of 50. So 50, 62, 51.85, so a couple of days, yeah, so around $52 we were, and then now heading to the south side. I haven't looked at spot Bitcoin. I seen it was selling yesterday, and I'm like, okay, we got to avoid that. So yeah, all right, UNG, TB, I see you. We'll go over UNG. Please don't spam the chat. We will, U.S. natural gas looking pretty good, holding up relatively strong. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. You do it one more time, I'm going to unfortunately have to put you on timeout. And there you go. You're going to catch a 5-minute, 10-minute timeout from your boy Joe. So it's your boy, live and learn, as I like to say. Here we go on UNG, considering I'm still going over what you are looking at. Daily standpoint, 5-minute trading above the volume weighted average price. Nice curl over. You can see that we're constructing higher lows throughout this whole channel to the top side. That is a positive signal. And we'll go and look at it from a daily standpoint. Ooh, okay, off of these bottoms here, guys. Really good look here on the U.S. natural gas. Up about 93%, so doubling from late last year. Let's see how much we're up year to date here. The second owner, 58%. So there you go. The natural gas coming really, really into play with a high of 134. So not too good of a look there on that. But again, if you're in at this base, then you're up 58% from those levels, guys. Good look. Let's see what else we got going on. Looking for a potential, I can't believe I'm about to say it, long here on SMCE. But yeah, I don't know if I should do that. I should probably just sell that dip here. Already blocked. Yeah, there we go. Joe put him in the, yeah, he's in the box. Yeah, he got a 10-minute major there, guys. So that's what happens when you continuously spam the chat, especially when I'm like, hey, I'm going to go over what you're looking at, and then you continue to do so. So yeah, you get a 10-minute major there for that play. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna sell this. I'm gonna sell this pop here on SMCI. We can't break through VWAP, rejecting really nice here, guys. So let's see if we can get involved in some of these shorts. If we can break through some of these support levels, then I think we can come and test 37.40 would be my next target. We're gonna hop in. Okay, rejected. Why is that rejecting? That's okay, we'll figure that out here shortly. I'll put in a different order is what I will do. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, still rejecting it. Still not working out for me. That's right. But that's okay. We'll figure out why we can't get into this. We'll just have to post something, and then hopefully we can catch a fill on that one. Yeah, now we're on the power play, Kirk D. Oh, here we go, and it's starting to sell off here, Adara. Wish we were in at 38, but that is okay. We will find a way to enter this trade. All right, anyways, never mind. We'll find something else, not that liquid. It's not on SSR or anything along those lines, so we'll find something that will help us get into this position as we start to bleed here in SMCI. The Q's looking like they want to take another leg lower here, down probably north of 3%. Getting closer to 4. I thought this double bottom will come into play here, Adair, but it is not. We are testing it again, and you can see those indecision prints right at that key level, 474. If we crack 474, I talked about the options chain. What's the next level there? 470, highest levels of out the money open interest. We need to take these levels into consideration. We went over it last week. We've seen where the market bounced. Is it going to bounce at 470? Possibly, but we need to get there first. Hopefully that magnetic effect comes in, and then we can reject it after that. So that is going to be the game plan on the Qs. If we crack it, then maybe we'll take the TQQ short. But other than that, I'm not going to hop into anything just yet. I don't want to miss the entry here on SMCI. That's okay. There will always be another one, especially if we get this retest and have the inability to break through the volume weighted average price. That's going to give me more conviction within the setup to go to the downside. Now let's see what everybody else in the chat is up to. VIX still around the highs, around 26.79. It's still up there. I think that we see 30 in the VIX. Watching a lot of options videos over the weekend, and it's just like the market hasn't completely priced in these tariffs, and that's what you have to take into consideration. We are starting to bake in the effect of these tariffs in the market. That is why you see all these mega cap names down north of 20%, or 10%, sorry. You see 15%, 20%, 13% in some of these big names, something that has carried the market the past couple years, and now they're starting to drag the market. So the leaders being the leaders, whether it be to the downside or to the top side here, Adara, I'm going to be patient. I'm not going to hop in anything just yet, even though we are cracking some key support levels here in SMCE. I'm going to pack my patience, hold those horses, and wait for that precise entry.
Yeah, shout out to our boy SMCE. Great look there. I am in AAPL, and I'm still in AAPL. This is not a difference here. I'm still in this trade. My risk is now here, this 246 level, because that, like I said, just kind of areas that I think were previous support that I think could form to resistance. Might move it to 246.30s because that was more of the area for me, but right now it's around just above 246. I'm fine with that. We're a couple pennies on the money. It's whatever. I will be adding if we break below 242 if I think I have a reason to do so. Why? Look at all these little, these wicks into 242 earlier. That was a huge support resistance area for me personally. So if we break below that, I am going to want a slice of that pie. I'm going to be like, yum, let's take a bite. Let's eat that pie. Let's take that train to the downside. So I have another name I'm looking at here. It's Netflix. And I know I said with Netflix, I was going to be very discretionary with this because technically it is flirting with my 3-strike rule. And I say flirting with my 3-strike rule because I did technically take 3 strikes, but the first one I fat fingered out of the second I got in. Netflix, like I said, we're going to take small size with. We're not going to do anything cray-cray. But if we break below this 863, I believe it deserves a third or another shot. 863, that's my hard line. If we don't break below 863, I do not want it, and I will not cry. So give the 863, I like that. I will have to give it to 868. That is the prior bar in the 15. But the great thing too about using prior bar 15 stops, Joe, is if it takes us longer to break to 863 and that prior bar gets lower, like I can take more size. So I'm down, but I'm only going to be risking 1 unit. And by that, I mean, I'm going to be risking roughly 10% of my total risk for the day. I'm not going to be risking any more than that on flakes, though I will add, as I mentioned earlier, if it breaks below 858, because if you look at this 15-minute chart now, we've bounced off 858 twice. If we break below 858 with these lower highs, man, do I want that blood in that ticker. It is not a joke. It is very real. So let's look at that. PSTV, some people were mentioning here. So PSTV, that is Pure Storage, I believe. My memory is serving me correctly. So PSTV, I want to take a look at. This is okay. Okay, Pure Storage, I see you. This is a pure bounce. This looks like that PDD chart earlier. Man, Pure Storage is this beautiful. Like, mwah, mwah, mwah. It keeps kissing that support at 135, almost 136. Then we push to the upside, and I'm going to pull a Sharif because we're looking at a Sharif name. Oh, baby, look at that push above VWAP. That is gorgeous. So you have that push above VWAP. I would honestly say, and this is the thing, I don't know how much you're supposed to risk on small caps, but I would say a reasonable area, if I were to trade this, would be that 145. Why? Because there's a lot of wicks here. This is clearly some previous resistance with that rounded bottom. If that can hold the support, I would say that is likely a good look. Netflix is just eating its way towards that 863. So I'm all hands on deck on that. AAPL is chilling. I have no reason to get too excited or too upset about it. We're chilling. We don't trade emotionally. It is what it is. And I think I have to say too, one thing that I've really found, especially myself, just since not trading on the midday, trading on my own, there's no reason to get upset. Like, it's fun to get excited and stuff for the show, but when I'm on my own, I will just take my trade and I will like do my, news, eating food, trade, it's happening, whatever. You know what I mean? It is what it is. So I think that's pretty key. Shout out to Mike Simmons saying, LOL, Adara, you're awesome. I appreciate that, Mike. You're awesome, and this whole community is awesome. If you are enjoying the show, get in the chat, and make sure to like and subscribe. We're so happy to have you here every day. Some people talking about a potential Tesla bounce at 230. I believe Daryl Flinch mentioned the 230 first. Like I said to someone earlier, asking if Tesla was going to reverse, my take on Tesla possibly reversing is, given how much it sold off, I need a high time frame confirmation. I initially said earlier I'd want a 1 hour green bar. Even a 30-minute green bar at this point might be a good look. So if we had a 1 hour green bar, and again, that seems highly unlikely unless it's the next bar to open, I think if we have that green 1 hour bar, that would certainly show a change of trend. But the point is, after all the selling, given the extent of the selling, the size of the selling, I'm going to want to see a distinct change in the tide, something that looks distinctly different. Shout out to the man to our right, oh boy himself, Obi. If I see that distinct change, I would be interested. Even right now, I can't even say it risk to low of day because this could even be a further bear flag. So make sure that you're doing your checks, to make sure you're doing your balances before you get involved, because you don't want to be in a situation where you got involved too early and then you end up revenge trading because of it. So just be careful about that. Remember the lesson. Come up with plans that work for you. Like for myself, I love rules. I tend to trade much better if I just come up with rules for everything and follow them. Is that nerdy? Sure. Does it work for me? I find it does. So whatever that is for you, make it work for you. And it does not, this is the thing I've realized too, your plan, your trading identity, your strategy does not have to make sense to anybody else but yourself. And I run into that problem where I know, because I've been trading spread for a while, there was a situation a lot of the times where I would see people in the chat be like, why are you looking at spread, whatever. And because I was newer in my journey and I was a bit more insecure in my trading identity, I would get scared of taking trades because I would think, why am I looking at that? And you can't do that, right? It makes sense, especially when you're early, to sometimes have that doubt, but recognize that doubt and realize if something's working for you, it does not have to make sense to a single other soul. And I think that's huge. And I want to really kind of nail down the fort on that. Okay, I'm going to, Joe, if you don't mind, I'm going to pass it over.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So there you go. There has to manage some trades, guys. Palantir continuing to bleed, looking to go to the low of day, breaking through some key bottoming signals, rejecting the volume-weighted average price. This is on the 15-minute there, guys. So you can see this indecision within this price action just below the VWAP here, and now possibly going to go and test that 77.40 level. Let's take take a look at it from a daily standpoint. I know this is a popular name amongst the community, a high of 125.78, and then now we're sitting at a low of 77. So that's almost a 40% pullback here in Palantir. So not a good look. So where are we going to find some relative strength, guys? Let's take a look at the staples. XLP here, guys. Now, I like what Michael Noss did this morning. It was like, okay, just go on your platform, whatever it may be, TradingView, whatever you're using, and look for stocks that are nearing that 52-week high and look for that strength and try to continue in that strength, because the chances are if they haven't sold off at this point, they may continue in that northeast trajectory. So I'm going to take that into consideration and look for these strong sectors. And with that comes XLP. We know that Walmart's not having the best session today. That's okay. We'll see what other of these names are up to. But we almost punched through that all-time high here on XLP, which would be a really good look, but we're still hovering around those areas. So getting defensive the market is, and I think I should at this point as well. But I want to see if this double bottom, TKO. So I have three names that I want to allocate into the long term. It's TKO, Walmart, and what was the third one? Robinhood. So getting the fintech. I like Robinhood. I think it's priced really good, especially with that 700% increase year over year with that crypto, trading crypto. I think that's a positive name, and I really like that for Robinhood. We know what they went through with the GameStop phase. I think that's behind us now and has been for an extended period of time. But those are the three names. TKO, because I'm a big fan. Maybe I can collect a little bit of a dividend on that one, and it can pay for the pay-per-views that it cost me to stream all these UFC events. And then Walmart, because even though I don't necessarily shop there, I just love the company and I love the stock. And then whatever the other one was, I said there, Hood, because of fintech, and I don't own my broker, so I want to get into a brokerage here, though. So thoughts on Baba short, couldn't break VWAP, asked Ramzi. Yeah, we'll take a look at Alibaba. I mentioned that the Chinese ADRs have been performing significantly better than the U.S. markets, and they're up drastically compared to what we are. We are down and we are negative. It's not looking good for our picks of the year, Adair, especially on my end, because Meta was one of my picks. It went on that 20-day green streak, and then now is put in consecutive days. But here we go on Baba, still hovering around these highs. I would look for this base to hold here. But if we want to go to performance from a year-to-date standpoint, let's see what we got going on from the 2nd of January all the way to where we're currently sitting at. A 56% gain there, guys, in some of these ADR names. So that's a tough look. If you want to find strong markets, you might find it here in some of these ADR names. Now, what else? Oh yeah, TKO. Someone asked in the chat, asked me to take a look at TKO, and I'll go over that for you guys briefly, because I mentioned that I also want to get involved with this name because I like Dana White and I like combat sports. But here we go, guys. Nice pullback off of these highs, 179.32 all the way down to 143. Is that an all-time high on TKO? It is. Yep. Because I know they only merged not too long ago, so WWE, and I forget, I think it was like Endeavor Holdings or something along those lines. But here we go, running into the support level, bouncing off it really well here, folks. You can see that right at 137.64, we're holding that and a really definitive bounce. I want to pull up the options chain to see if we have any outsized open interest on the put side that would cause it to bounce at that specific level. And what are we looking at? 137, we'll call it. We'll pull up that 137. So 135, okay, here we go. This is why we look at these options levels, because we can use them as support and resistance. It's almost essentially like bookmap, a heat map of where there's a high level of concentration of contracts. And 135, we have 26,000 open contracts right now, guys. And that is a March 21st expiration cycle, so you don't even get the weeklies in this name. So 135 really coming into play, bouncing off it. I mentioned that we might tap into 470 here in the Qs, and then that's maybe where we get a rebound or we start to get that sideways price action in the market. But that's still about 4 points away here, guys, 4 or 5 points. So we'll take that into consideration as well. UFC discretionary spending is drying up. What do you mean by that, Dwyer? Dwyer? I mean, they're not spending as much. Yeah, I guess on promoting and everything along those lines, fight promotion, But again, I think it's still popular. That sport is growing, in my opinion. It's only getting bigger and bigger. You see that they're over in the Middle East. They're in Australia multiple times a year. We're fortunate enough to get a couple events here and there. I think the next one's coming up in Montreal, which will be a good time. And I think the card is a pretty good title fight. So, yeah, we'll hold on to that. Apple Dim says Tesla to $120. I hope not, because it's funny because we hear Dan Ives and Cathie Wood talking about Tesla and what autonomy can bring to it, and releasing this robo fleet can bring another $1 trillion in market cap. But as we're sitting right now, I think we've lost roughly about that. So I'll pull up the highest market cap companies and see what Tesla is. It down? Okay, so Tesla's south of that. So I'll type in top 20 highest market cap companies in S&P. S&P and the NASDAQ. So we'll figure that out. If we are south of $1 trillion, when they were talking about that, we are sitting above $1 trillion, and then now adding another $1 trillion into market cap, that's going to put it at a pretty hefty price tag, and I just don't see it going there anytime soon. A lot of my good buddy Greg V and I were talking about, I don't think that this market makes an all-time high this year, and maybe even next year. It may take some time. We're going to need some positive news, and we're going to need earnings to not be hindered as much by these tariffs in order for us to hold on to these key levels and somewhat hover. But now that we're down 20%, now we need double of the move to get back to where we were, Adara. But what do you got going on? How's those trades working out for you?
Yeah, I mean, Netflix, we're like $1 out of the money, but like I said, with something like Flakes, where I'm willing to risk $5 and it's this pretty, I am not going to cry. I don't care. And then, like I said, I am cautious about this because I did already, I don't want to say I broke my rules. I bet my rules. I like to give myself 3 tries. This is my 4th, but my first try I got stopped out right away because I had a fat finger. So it is what it is. You could argue, Adara, you are literally splitting hairs, and maybe I literally am. I don't know, but we'll see. I'm okay with it. The point is, I like the setup, and I did have very specific criteria, and I waited. So crying over spilled shares, I will not. People were making that joke because of the way you worded, like the Yoda or whatever. So you said something. Yeah. So I'm like, I will pull that too. We can all be Yoda over here. This is App Lovin'. And I have to say, I am loving App Lovin'. Has the market been? No, it has not. I did mention I wanted to add at 242s, but I didn't get the ad right away. And then we kind of came back up and tried to retest 243s. At that point, I said, Adara, you are going to be really, really pushing it if you try to add here. So I didn't. We're going to move the stop right now here to that 243.58. So at that point, like I'm totally comfortable with the stop there. That's still, you're still going to get stopped out in the money, which is not the point at all, but it's always kind of nice sometimes when that happens. So that's just basically what I'm doing right now. Because of the way we're moving, I'm not really comfortable using 5-minute prior bars. To me, it's more of a structure break. So as we get, this kind of touch we just had around that 243s, I want to be cognizant of that. I want to move my stop accordingly. As we continue to bleed, I probably will move back to using 5-minute prior bars. Right now, though, I'm cool with this stop. I do not like the way we bounced off 240, which makes sense. It's a whole dollar level. But with that in mind, I might actually, have to take some off here at 240. I didn't necessarily want to do that. You know what we're going to do? I was going to take off half my position here. We might have to, if we still continue to try to bounce off this 240, I might have to take off a quarter there and then another quarter here. But that's the plan here with Apple. And I like to keep you guys updated on what my thought process is as the trade goes. So with Netflix, I've been using 15-minute prior bars as my stop. And I just realized we had a new 15-minute bar. So I'm going to have to move my stop now to 866.25. So this is really my process here. I want to let you guys know what I do is I like to be an active trader, and by that I mean I am constantly trailing my stops. I move my stops like all the time. If there's a reason to move it, I will move it. And that's not to be, too discretionary. It's just if I see a reason to change my stop, if I think the sentiment may or may not have changed at a certain point, I want to be cognizant of that, and I want my trading to reflect that. So that's why I move stops. That being said, the action we're getting in the book right now on Netflix is, for lack of better term, very flushy. So I want to take that to the downside. Is it time to do that pull?
It is. I was going to say, I don't want to interrupt you, Adara,
Perfect.
but it's really important here because what won the Playmaker poll? It is the shorts, guys. So we're going to be heading shorts. Do you know the routine how Sharif and I do it?
Yeah, he reads like what the current price,
Yep.
and then
the stop. Yeah, so a $2 price target we're looking for, and then a $1 stop. You think you can hang? You can hang. All right.
Is this are we long or short?
No, we're short today, Adara. So please tell me the short entry here on the SPY.
Okay, so right now, I mean, it keeps moving. We're going to say 562.60s for the short entry.
Okay.
And so for a $2 profit taker, that would be 560.60s.
Bang.
And we are risking to 563.60s.
563.60s. I think I might have done that backwards, but I will adjust that. So yeah, no, that's correct. So 563.60 is going to be our out. Our price target is going to be 560.60. We're breaking through some key support levels in this market, guys. We're going to type in short here on the Playmaker poll. It is exactly 103 is when we're getting in at, and we're going to be short a negative 100 shares. And please continue.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I do have a little bit more I want to say. That's perfect there. Appreciate that. Yeah, no worries. We're going to take a look here at Palantir. I just saw that one on the new poll, and I don't remember what I voted for, truthfully. That's how quickly the time flies when you were having fun with these markets. But, oh, my Palantir. I don't have words other than tank and yuck. So we'll take a look at the daily chart in Palantir. I think that Palantir is this one, much like AAPL, we had eyes on because, and I'm going to talk about my AAPL gap thing in a minute, but Palantir had quite the gap on the daily, and I can't believe we've mostly filled the earnings gap. Like, this is quite the look. For me, myself, for Palantir, I was watching 79s. I know the guys mentioned 79s in the morning show. Because we kept kissing that 79 level, I thought if we broke below that, it could be a good short. If you shorted 79s, ding, 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 you get a medal. That is a great look. And I think to prove the 79 thesis more, on the weekly chart, I'm going to use TradingView because I think it looks cleaner on TradingView. But TradingView here, the weekly chart for the Palantir one. This is, like, to me, it looks so much like a flat bottom. These are just some levels I had from earnings. It looks so much like a flat bottom break at that 79s that also kind of really helped my thesis. Obviously, we had that flat bottom break. I didn't trade it. I'm not even going to lie to you. Like I said, when I'm on the midday, I know I'm going to have to leave my trades or move my trades. I try not to get too excited to get involved too early, and I like to just kind of sit on my hands a bit. So I wasn't involved in that, but wow, this Palantir, even I think there's a potential like entry. You could probably get involved in this again if you like this still as a short. If we get to that 77 halves and we reject, maybe that could be an entry. But the other way I like to look at this, because like I said, I do not love directional bias. If we break back above here, the 77 halves, I think that could potentially, maybe it's a long, maybe you risk to low of days. Palantir is doing something here that I really find to be quite persuasive. And it's this double, like we talk about double top, double bottom, but when they do this like this, like I think we have Michael Noss calling it the tweezer pattern. When it's candles back to back like this sometimes can actually signal a reversion. So Palantir, you might have to kick somebody off my side chart. I don't really want you to, kind of like all the people on my side chart right now. But this Palantir looking a little bit spicy. That being said, if we break this low here, a low of day, obviously I wouldn't like it as a long. And now it looks like we're getting tweezer candles on both sides. I would have to look at this some other time frames. But Palantir, I think, honestly, maybe could bounce here, but I would be careful, as always. But you know what's probably not bouncing, Joe? Tesla. Ooh. TSLA getting increasing volume to the downside. Could this be capitulatory volume to the downside? I don't know. We can't talk about this yet. But I think the fact that the volume is increasing to the downside, I know you talk a lot about volume, Joe. I think this is certainly speaking volumes, pun very much intended, for the TSLA. So let's wait and see what happens on that one. Still in AAPL.
13%?
Yeah.
Wow.
Still in AAPL, still in my flakes. And the flakes are actually starting to work right now. Like I said, I have a target for this. It's 858. If we bounce at 858, I'll get out everything. I don't care. Actually, no, I'll probably only get out half. But if we break below 858, I will be adding with a viciousness and a vigor. Not yet seen on these seas. I'm being dramatic. The point I'm trying to make is, like, ignoring my weird 80s movie trailer voiceover, I will be adding to the short on Netflix aggressively. I'll at least double it. If we get to that 858, I don't care about my average, because if I'm right about this, it shouldn't even go back there. So that's the thing. As of right now, as I continue to wax poetic, it's actually now back to break even. But I'm cool. I'm chilling. I'm vibing. I'm taking this market as it goes, and I'm not getting too attached to anything because you can't. The market will do what it does, and your job as a trader is to just stay cool, stay responsible, and stay easy breezy, beautiful cover girl.
Ooh, yeah, no, I agree with that. So no one's gonna kill our vibe, especially Kendrick Lamar. Shout out, okay. But no, I like what you just pointed out there. Is that, and we talked about hulking out in psychology, Adara's psychology lesson. You have to take into consideration what we're looking at in front of you, these charts and all these numbers, unfortunately, don't really care about you. They don't care about me. They don't care what it is. And I think you need to have that reciprocal type like mentality. It's like, okay, you don't care about me, then I'm not going to hold any bias. I'm not going to get frustrated. It's a lot easier said than done. But if you can have that mentality, then I think you're much better off. You know, just don't take it personal because it's truly not. It's just, the market will do. It's just, right? So you really take that into consideration and don't get too beaten up. We know that there's tough days and everything along those lines. It comes with the game, but just understand that the market, it doesn't have feelings, or nor is it aware that you're necessarily trading, even though it does feel like you get stop hunted, etc. But you got to consider where you put those stops in, and that's why I refer to putting them in way below support and resistance zones. And it's really unfortunate that I missed on the on this SMCI trade. Would have been close to $1 in the money as it continued to bleed lower and lower. So I was getting in at this VWAP rejection, looking for the break of the support level around 37.38, and then looking for the break and the touch of the low of day. As the Qs continues to bleed here, guys, I can't believe Tesla's down 13%. That is crazy in my opinion. So it is on SSR now, I believe, is it not?
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, exactly. So very much so there, guys. SSR on Tesla. Well, yeah, really, really tough look, guys. If you want us to go over anything, put it in the chat. We'll be sure to do so. It's a bloody Monday, so we're not going to look for any more of those bounce. We're going to look for the continuation of the trend. We're now only a couple points away from that 470 target that I was referring to here in the NASDAQ and on the options chain, guys. But one thing I wanted to mention as well, too, is that we know that the market can be irrational and it can tend to exaggerate, whether it be to the top side or to the long side. What we have here, guys, is the market removing what was priced in and then possibly baking in the potential downside these tariffs have on some of these large names and the fundamental aspect of them as well too, all right? So this is what is going on. The market and the options market is pricing in the potential downside of these tariffs. So what do I think about selling cash secured puts on Tesla 1 month out at $100? Well, what do those pay? I don't think they're going to pay very much. 1 month out at $100, we can pull that up. That's the thing, right? You may not catch too much premium, but the positive note, I guess, from that standpoint is the fact that if you do get a sign, that will be pretty comical, in my opinion. But then you own Tesla at 100. So what are we sitting on the 10th? We'll pull up the April 11th expiration cycle and to see if they're even offering you anything for those, which is absolutely insane. You can see this grin on my face, Adara. You are still have the ability to collect some premium here on that $100 strike price in Tesla. A month out, you're going to collect 81 cents a contract. So in options terms, that is $81 for Tesla a month out. So what happens is, are you familiar with cash secured puts?
Not very much.
Okay, so in the options world, you can buy or sell something, right? So when you sell something, you want time to work in your favor, and day by day, it will diminish the value of the contract. Yeah. Okay, so what he was referring to by selling cash secured puts is that he was going to sit on some cash, right? The amount to own 100 shares, but he wants to sell the contract at $100. So in 1 month time, if Tesla doesn't reach $100, he keeps $81.
Oh, okay.
Right. Okay. So if that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So coming in 1 month time, if Tesla doesn't go to $100, then he keeps that premium that he collected.
Oh, nice.
Now, if Tesla goes to $100, he now is going to be assigned that stock at $100.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's the benefit of selling cash secured puts, is that you can sell these contracts at targets that you want to own the underlying assets. So right? So what he's referring to, he's saying that Tesla in a month can possibly go there, and what the options market is saying is, hey, you may not be wrong at this point, okay? We're down 13%. Yeah, it's really cool stuff. And I didn't think you were going to collect anything along those lines. That's why you see this massive grin on my face. I thought it would be like, hey, you'd collect $5-10 or something along those lines, but it's not. You're going to collect almost $100, and if we continue to move to the south side, you can collect even more. But if he opens it now, he's fixed, obviously. So that is funny. I didn't think you were going to get anything, but I'm glad that I looked it up, because the options market is pricing in that Tesla may go to $100 in 1 month, but if it doesn't, then you get to keep your $80. So you got to think about the risk to reward there. Are you happy with owning Tesla at 100? Or are you happy collecting $81 per contract? Or if you want to spread it per contract combination, but then you won't get assigned those shares. So yeah, good stuff there. If you guys want to go over anything, so you should sell covered calls then. I mean, if you're in the Tesla position, right, that's a totally different strategy. You got to take into consideration, if you have hundreds of shares of Tesla at say 300 and you think there's going to be some more potential downside, that's where you would want to sell some covered calls at 300, because now essentially you're building a thesis that states, hey, I don't believe Tesla's going to go above 300. If it does, maybe I'll get my shares will get called back, but that's okay. I own them at 200 and they're going to get called back at 300. But if it doesn't, then you get to collect the full premium that you sold on those contract combinations. All right, so Tesla at 100 is a gift. Yeah, I mean, hey, we're getting close to 200 in this name. 227 and still bleeding. We were as high as 255. Oh my God! So that's a nice haircut, like I got on the weekend on here on Tesla. So yeah, not a good look. You're gonna get the nod from me on those cash secured puts, because I didn't think you're gonna get anything. So it's interesting to see that. Maybe we get a potential bounce here at Dara. I'm not gonna try to play it just yet. We do have some potential bottoming signals that we will keep an eye out for. If this volume candle can, if we can get more buyers to step in, this candle becomes more isolated and this closes as a hammer, then I might look for a potential bounce in TSLL. Nimit, I haven't seen you in a while. Nimit, what's going on, my guy? Let's see what it says. Can we go over anything except stock market today? The blood is getting thicker and thicker, and with each 15-minute candle. Yeah, I mean, we got a lot. Darren and I were talking about A24, so we like that. But we got to talk to markets. That's what we're here for. I feel you on that one. Some days you just want to close your eyes and wait for tomorrow. But unfortunately, we can't do that. We got to continue to talk and see what's going on. And also, you don't want to shy away from your fears either, right? You want to face them head on, and be prepared for the next time that something like this happens. Because I know that I'm taking notes. I'm taking into consideration here all these mental notes. Is like, okay, when we go on these massive runs, because God willing, I live long enough that I see another bull market, that when we reach about year 2.5, that it's like, okay, maybe we start shaving some off and be prepared for something to be choppy. It may not be those exact numbers, but you get the gist of what I'm saying. But what do you got going on there, Dara?
Yeah, I'm actually, I'm still in both my shorts. Ooh. And until I get stopped out, I'll still be in both. So Netflix, we're still flat. I have been flat for most of this trade, slightly out of the money. But like I said, with a stock that is as spready as Netflix, I am not going to care at all. I'm like, cool, whatever, right? So I'm in a situation here. I was going to move my stop because we got a new 15-minute prior bar. But generally what you want to do, at least for myself, is if I'm using the 15-minute to get in, I might want to use a higher time frame to get out. So that being said, unless the market makes some crazy reversal signal, I am actually going to be switching to 30-minute prior bars. And so with that in mind, I'm not moving my stop because the 30-minute prior bar is like the same as the 15-minute that I was using. So with that in mind, we're going to stick here in the flakes, as Obi will sometimes call it. When we have another 15-minute candle, then I'll move it to the prior bar 30, which will be, I think, around just above 865. So I'll be risking about $2 at that point. But given that I was risking $5 for the first part of that position, I'm chill, right? And that's the thing. You cannot think about it as I know this is such a weird thing to say when you're trading. You have to think about it sometimes, and this is, I want to shout out Obi because he does this and he really helped me with this type of thinking. Percentage of your total risk. So with Netflix, I'm risking just above 10% of my total risk. So when that was with the risking $5. So there's no reason for me to unnecessarily and artificially tighten my risk at this point. I have no reason to do so. So that's why I'm sticking with it. That was initially what I was risking. If I was comfortable risking it then, there's no reason I should not be comfortable risking it now. So that's the vibe with NFLX. We're in app 11 still as well. In app 11, we're risking to prior bars on the 5 minute. So right now here, that stop is gonna be around, drum roll please, I just moved it, I should know this. Yeah, it's just around 241 halves. So we got short around 244 halves. I'm cool with this, even if I get stopped out. We're still going to be making some profit on this. But again, the point of the trade should never be the profit. And I talked about this in the psychology lesson too, right? The profit should follow if you're following your rules, if you're coming up with strategies that work for you and that make sense. And I'm very proud of myself too, because the Adara of like a while ago probably would have sold at 242s. Instead, this current Adara that you see in front of you now is holding this trade until just above 238s, at which point I'll be taking out half. And I think what I've realized too is sometimes you'll hold a trade for a certain point. You get to your profit taker and you take everything out because you're like, oh, well, that was my level I liked. I'm done. I don't know why I sound like Rocky Balboa. No shout out to Joe because he doesn't like those movies.
No shout out to Joe.
Rocky, I sound like Rocky Balboa. But the point is, I think sometimes you can get so caught up thinking, well, that's the trade's done. Sometimes the trade can go on longer than you thought it would. Just as sometimes the trade ends earlier than you think it does when you get stopped out, it can go on much longer than your initial plan. If you're still following your rules and adjusting for that, especially if you're someone who uses trailing stops, which I certainly do, then I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with letting it play out. And I think you're actually doing yourself a disservice if you don't. And they say that as someone who frequently had a tendency of getting out of trades in their entirety or partially too early, and I still do that sometimes. So that is my look on that. Also, a couple people were asking me here about some semis. So we're going to take a look at INTC and INTC, what's going on in that one. What's the intel in Intel? Wow. Obi, are you still short Intel? Congrats. Obi, what are you short Intel? Obi is short Intel 2024. Intel is at 1992. So we say a big oh boy and a shout out to Obi and a bang. I just got these buttons set up with Sharif's Stream Deck. Hopefully Sharif is feeling better. INTC, I think someone was asking about a reversion. The fact that we're rejecting the 9 EMA, I don't necessarily know for reversions here. I think there's a clear amount of support here around that 1999 level. Great year. So I think if we come up and reject that 1999, then I would say the short still. And if we break above 1999 or that key $20 level, maybe it is a reversion. But I think as of right now, the reversion, the mean reversion can be pretty mean, as Obi used to say. And I think right now you don't want to risk it unless you see clear signals of a reversal. We talked about that with TSLA. Speaking of TSLA, okay. I mentioned this to Daryl Flinch earlier. If it comes up and rejects that 230, I kind of want a piece of this pie. Right now, I don't have a reason to yet. We're above the 9 EMA, which is not always a huge indicator. But if we get a 3-minute candle here now that's red around that 230, absolutely I'll be going short and I will be risking to 232 because that would be the next higher high. But that's a big if when. I have no reason to get short Tesla now, so I'm not short Tesla now. I'm going to have to move my stop here in App 11 really quickly before we do that. Someone mentioned AMD, so I'm going to talk here about AMD in the place to be. This is as Sean mentioned, it pushed up nicely here into that 101.20s. Then it dropped lower. Kind of to me right now, it looks like it could be a bit of a rounding top. Much like with Intel, let's see what we do at the most recent level of support resistance. That to me is clearly 98.30s. If we reject 98.30s, then maybe that's a continued short. But never advice, just my read of these charts. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm just looking at Tesla from a daily standpoint, and the way these price action candles are looking, like the next level for me is going to be 200. But then after that, it's like, okay. If we tap into those levels, then it's 136.54. So that's what that's why I can see the option market slowly starting to price this stuff in. Are we going to get there? I don't know. This is like without any significant pullback here. I mean, from here to here is about probably, what is that, 374 all the way up to there. Let's see what a percentage metric that is. About a 14% pullback, but we've gotten nothing close to that. since then, and that was way back in January. And someone in the chat asked me, is this similar to what happened in August with the carry trade? And I don't think so. I think this is a lot more broader, and I think this is going to be sustained. My opinion and my 2 cents is, and I can be wrong, and I hope that I am, is that when we drop, so like if you drop, so essentially 50%. So Tesla's lost half its value from the top here. Now, in order to just get back to the top, you need 100% return, right? So the stock needs to double. What is going to double this name? I don't know. We got to wait, right? We got to wait for some hot news to come out for Tesla. Like he's going to have to hit it out the park with the robo fleet, I think, in my opinion. And Waymo's already covering a lot of ground on that front, so I don't know. Again, it's a really tough look, and some tough decisions are going to have to be made. But again, maybe I just make it a little bit more simplistic and not hold any loyalty to the stock. We know the cult-like type price action that it can get with Tesla, so it can recover relatively quick. I think, in my opinion, it's nothing for it to put in those $20, $30, $40 days. And if it does that for a week consecutive, then you're up $100 or whatever it may be, and then that loss is drastically cut. But yeah, tough look. I like the bottoming signals here, guys, on Tesla and in the market. But the thing is, though, I'm not going to try to catch this bounce again and then it slowly die off. But we are down 13% now, around 12% here in Tesla. But a nice hammer candle for those who are trading the volume price analysis type style. Sorry there, guys. Then, yeah, I think these are some good bottoming signals. But you can see that throughout the whole session, we've just been blowing past them. We are at a point in the day where maybe they do come into consideration a little bit more. But yeah, not too good of a look. SMCI holding some bases as well. If you got in at these lows, that would be pretty good. You can see that it held a pre-market low, so you can see the support system coming into full play here throughout the pre-market, multiple touches. Then you get a couple of intraday touches as well too, forming, maybe I'll call this a quad bottom. So I don't know if there's ever been anything like that, but there you go, a new name and a new strategy from Joe, the quad bottom. So it's not a double bottom, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 clear, distinctive touches. But the thing is that we got lower highs and not necessarily some higher lows there, guys. So yeah, a nice look there on SMCI, holding up relatively better than the rest of the market. Let's see what Amazon is up to, because it was holding strong, and if we get a bid, it might look to pop here. So a nice bottoming signal, not down as much as the rest of the market. Let's see what we got going on from a percentage standpoint. See what Amazon is down compared to the other Meg 70, even though we already went over them. Let's see what we got. I'm thinking about 1.5, maybe 2. Let's see what it pulls up here. 3% on Amazon. Tough look there. Yeah, guys, let me know in the chat what you are looking at. Where is BTC? 76,000 Bitcoins at? No way. What do you mean, let's go? 79,000. You're long Bitcoin, Obi? Oh, you want Bitcoin to tank? I mean, it's doing what it says. I know, but that doesn't answer the question. Do you want it to tank or no? You want 50 or 60%? That is insane. Okay, yeah, I do not want that personally. Obi wants a 50 to 60% pullback here on 50, 60,000 he wants on Bitcoin in order for him to start to participate. So 78, once we crack that support level here on Bitcoin, guys, we haven't looked back, and that's been the same thing for a lot of these names. So yeah, got out in the swing here around that 90K, and we're now heading south of that 79,000. I might look to, yeah, I don't know. It just might be pure liquidation day for me, guys, and just sit on some cash and wait for these lows to come in. But I wouldn't mind an oversold bounce at some point, and then maybe get out there if we're going to continue in this kind of trajectory to the downside. But again, a bounce we'll wait for. It will come. Max Payne, always, eventually someone's going to be like, all right, that's enough selling, and then to hit the buy program button, and that's what your boy is going to wait for. It may not come anytime soon, but we'll be patient and hold on to it if we have to. We'll obviously set stops, and if we'll accept the fact that, hey, we gave up a lot of unrealized, and we'll lock in something. But there's no chance that we are going to allow these winning trades that you've been holding on for a long duration turn into a winning trade because I stand by the thesis of HODL. I'm not going to do that, Adara. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not involved in crypto, truthfully. I always like to say, because I like to be devil's advocate sometime, and I think Sharif asked me, are you like a crypto bear? I'm not a crypto bear, I'm not a crypto bull. I'm a crypto agnostic. I'm a crypto gnostic, right? I want everyone to do well with whatever they're doing. I am not personally involved, and there's no necessarily reason for that and not for that. I want to do more research. I want to be more aware. But regardless, I hope everyone's position does well, and I'll always be in that camp, be it short term or long term. So we got stopped out at app 11, a little bit of slippage. That's cool. APP, I actually think might. Okay. I like the 244 level. We popped into 244. If we keep kind of climbing, I will reverse this long without a doubt or without a question, but I want to see us clear 244s, and we haven't done that yet. So Tesla, I'm in the Tesla short. I've already added to this short. Got involved 229s here, and I mentioned here, I made this pretty clear. I said if we get a 3-minute prior bar on Tesla and we're below the 90 MA, I short. I got my 3-minute prior bar, and I got my second one that was below the 90 MA, and I pressed short. And I added here, I want to explain my add because I know it was pretty hasty. I didn't double the position. I went like 1.5x just right here at that 228, 21, 21, 21. And that is because that was the prior bar low in the 3. So if we're like, we can't hold prior bar highs, we're also breaking below prior bar lows. I like the look of that. This is a moderate size position. I think we're risking like just above 1 risk unit with the add. If we actually, you know what, this might be a lot, but if we break below that 227.40 area too, the other prior low, like if I just kind of scale these highs to the downside, I might even be tempted to add there too, but I do think that would be excessive. Currently, my stop is that 231 area because that was, to me, the change in trend of all of this. If we break above 231, I'm absolutely wrong. But if I'm wrong, then I can flip long sometimes too. And I think that's one thing. And that's why I always like to say I am not directionally biased. And that is because, the reason I like to do this is because the market can give you a lot of different opportunities every day. And if you're stuck looking in one direction, you can miss out. You know, you're seeing the forest for the trees or whatever. You know what I mean? I think if you just let the market tell you, if you like prices and you're waiting to see what things do at those prices, then I think you're more likely to make A, unbiased trades, B, untilted trades, and C, you're going to have the most opportunities and be able to find different opportunities to get involved in the market. One thing Opie says too is, where are the buyers, where are the sellers, right? Like reasons to buy, reasons to sell. That should exist whether or not you're in a trade or whether or not you want to get into a trade. So if I think for me, the reason to buy in TSLA, whether I'm short or whether I want to go long, is that 231 area. So regardless, that's going to be my stop. I know I said it'd be discretionary with Tesla, this 227. I really want to add here, so I'm going to, we're going to add a really small piece here at this because I still think there's a reason to get involved in this trade. I don't think it's even going to let me add, and that is more than fine. And I'm still short Netflix. And I want to clarify, I did a pulse check on my Netflix short stop because I thought it was prior bars in the 30. It was actually 866.30, which was like the prior bar in the 15 before that. So I kept that. I'm not moving it. But when we get our new 30-minute candle, Joe, in like 10 minutes, I will, without a doubt, be moving my stop on Netflix to that prior bar on that 30-minute. Elon Musk said that X is under a massive cyber attack. Thank you very much, Day Trader Cut, for letting us know. Usually when I'm at this desk and I would have access to Benzinga, I would be using X, but obviously, we can't look at X right now. So here's TSLA continuing to get that little trickle to the downside. I'm going to have to move my stop on this now that we've had enough entries. I'll probably do prior bar in the 5 minutes. So I'm going to adjust that. We're going to get our house in order, as it will. I love saying that. It sounds so dramatic. So thank you for the kind words, Gio. And I feel like one thing, too, is I've been at this desk. I started here, like my first trades ever were taken at this desk. And I've taken some massive L's. I lost a lot of paper money. I lost a lot of real money. There was one time I legitimately, and this is the time I was only trading on the midday, I got stopped out before the midday even started. That is not a joke. You got stopped out in like 5 minutes. That's a record. So the point I'm trying to make is it took me a really long time to get here. And I have no problem, laughing at the past because I want to learn from every single trade and every single day. I want to hone in my strategy. I'm going to find out what works for me. And I hope you guys are finding what works for you. And you're having a great time here because we're always so lucky and so blessed to have you with us.
Yeah, for sure. No, absolutely. I'm glad to be here. As for getting stopped out at there, I've been there too many times, to be honest with you. Yeah. It's like a couple of times I remember, even now it's happened to me. It's like, okay, 9:30, and then I look at the clock and it's 9:40 and your risk is all gone for the day. And it's like, just a little head scratcher on that front. So I've done that countless times, guys. You're not alone on that front. But don't make it a habit is all I can say. We don't want to keep to hold on to those bad habits, guys. We want to kind of get them out get them out of shop there. So here we go, guys. TSLL, I'm looking at it for a potential bounce. Adara short Tesla. I'm assuming you're looking for the break of the low a day here, Adara. And with this weak market being down 13%, that's hefty. How much lower can we go? I guess we'll have to find out. Oh, actually, this is what I want to do here, and I think this is going to tell us a lot. I had this pulled up earlier. So what we're going to go to is this week's expiration cycle. So this would put us at March 14th, and we're going to look for high levels of open interest on the chain to see if that gives us any definitive bottoms. And I'm not seeing anything stand out as 220. 220 is the potential bottom here this week on Tesla with 9,000 open contracts, folks. That's not a whole lot, to be honest with you. So hopefully it holds. I'm sure someone can absorb that liquidity, but we're starting to squeeze a little bit here. I don't want to trade against the Adara, to be honest with you. I do like it for a potential long here, but again, all these pops are just getting faded and really need to take that into consideration. So let's take a look at the one. I forget what I was wanting to mention here on the cues. Oh yeah, that's it. So what I wanted to talk about here, guys, is that we're now back at, what is this, roughly September of 2024 levels here in the NASDAQ, all right? So yeah, I mean, really like 6-7 months of gains just absolutely gone there, folks. So yeah, in a matter of a month or so. Yeah, so not too good of a look. Let's see if we can continue to bleed. I think 449 on the trajectory that we are currently on is totally feasible. And then that's when you start to get into that 30% correction roughly. Not even roughly. Let's see here. 21%. So 20% correction is going to bring us all the way down here to 420, guys. So yeah, I mean, we can hit 30%. We can hit a little bit more than that. And if we want to go back to August, to one of the questions that we were asked earlier, is that what is this? Is this comparing to what happened in August? And I don't think so. So where is August of 24? April, May, June, July. August would be right here. July. Sorry for the moment of silence there, folks. And there we go. And this is what happened in the yen carry trade. It was only about a 10% pullback. And then within a couple months, we made a new all-time high, but then now just moving sideways. I wasn't expecting us to break through these key support levels like we currently have. I was expecting us more or less you'd get a liquidity grab and then you'd see some buying pressure. And then we trade within this range here on the Qs, guys. We'll put us at a high of 544 and then a low of 499. We'll call it 500 flat. But it doesn't seem the case. It looks like we want to head a little bit south of that. And with that being said, I think this is going to be the next target, and that's going to be 450. Is it going to happen this week? Maybe, maybe not. We are quite oversold, but at this point, I think some of those oscillators might go out the window. I want to take a look at the put to call ratio as well too, and I already probably know which direction that is going. Significantly more traders buying puts here because the volatility index, the VIX, the fear index, is spiking. And you get that inverse correlation, right? When people are buying calls in the VIX, that usually means they're selling or they're buying puts in the overall market, all right? So I think that is the case here, guys. So looking for Tesla to hold, now putting in a higher low, which is somewhat positive. If it cracks it to the downside, then we might just have to abandon a potential bounce thesis. Let me know in the chat, guys, what are you looking at? What is the hot stock of the day? I want to take a look at some of them. If you, like our guy Jim Cramer always says, there's a bull market somewhere, and it's our job to find it on Mad Money. But XLE, best performing sector here today, hovering around the volume weighted average price. Nice little bottoming signal. But you can see this strong drive that we went into since 9:50. So 20 minutes after that open, we broke through this previous high here and then continued to the top side. You can see us hovering around this level, and then we push through with momentum. Nice breath here. Indecision candles, lower volume, and then that's when you get those engulfing, nice, strong, genuine type price action candles on that one. HSY, says Dan Gale. All right, we'll take a look at HSY. Before we send it back to my girl Adara. Okay, Hershey's. Okay, all right, I like this. And Raider Trader actually called out Hershey's the other day. Yeah, he called out Hershey's. So good look there from Mr. Andrew himself on the Hershey's play because it is relatively strong compared to the rest of the market. So really good look from that. I forget how he said he found it or what led him necessarily to this, but nice look here on Hershey's, Adara.
I think it's a pretty sweet trade if you're involved. Pun very much intended. Yeah, right now we're still in the Tesla short. And I don't disagree with you, Joe. Like, this definitely could bottom out. That's fine. But the Qs are still making these lower highs, lower lows, in my opinion. Below VWAP. Tesla's still below the 90 MA. I've been moving my risk here to prior bar high in the 5-minute. That might be too conservative, but given that I did add a little bit, which no regrets on that, but I did add, so I need to be cognizant of that. We do have SPP traders saying, is it going to be the biggest negative candle in a year? We're going to have to wait to find out. I have no idea.
We got a ad read here, I believe.
We have an ad
Are we ready for the ad read? Okay, here we go with eSignal. New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything infinite. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description, folks. And there it is, eSignal. Finish the thought.
Yeah, shout out to eSignal there. Thank you for that, Joe. I said if Netflix got to 858, I was going to want, like, tons of blood. We're at that 858, so this is my decision point. I want to see us break below that level, or I get at least creep near that level on the ask before I do anything. Because sure, we're below it on the bid, that's fine, but there have been times where I've gotten involved in a stock because we're below it or above it on one side and it doesn't get to the other side, and you get chomped out. With these spready tickers, you have to be aware of the fact that sometimes it can be really communicative if you're communicating on both sides. So I want to see that 858 over on that side of the desk. I don't want to see any 858s here, and I'm happy I waited because look, we're trying to get back to 859s. If we have a hard 858, drop, I 1,000% will be adding, but I don't want to take out any profit here, nor do I want to sell, because I still like the idea of an 858 rejection. And again, in case you missed why, I will continue to show this 15-minute chart on NFLX because, that is NFL, which is a football league, but not what I wanted. NFLX, here you go. Netflix, do you see this 15-minute? This is a bar. Once, we bounce. Second time, and I was short in this, we bounce. Third time, maybe we bounce. I don't know. I can't be biased, but if we don't bounce, if we drop through, I want every single ounce of blood, and I also don't want to sell because I don't think I'm necessarily wrong yet, and I think with the market being a little bit weaker, the chance of that kind of crazy exponential bounce might be lower, but that's, if ifs and buts or candies and nuts or however the saying goes, let's see if Netflix can keep rejecting that 860. Maybe I should have taken a piece out at 858, but look at that. We reject 860 on the ask. We're still partying over here. I have to shout out Polar Ice in the chat saying that, which was you're listening to Kendrick Lamar, and apparently also Section 80 era Kendrick Lamar. So shout out to you. Hole Up and Rigor Mortis are two of my favorite Kendrick songs and just favorite songs of all time. So shout out here. Razor X9, Joe, actually having a $10 super chat for you though. Right here if you saw that.
Oh no,
so
I didn't.
That
Razor
one is
X9.
addressed to you. It says, Joe, please explain any strategy you have around the PC ratio or puts call ratio. Don't use it, but it is a real-time indicator, which I prefer.
Oh, okay, yeah. So again, I don't necessarily say I have a strategy gauged around the puts to call ratio. It's an oscillator, right? So what you want to do is when you can see that we have a higher buying of puts, what this can identify is that there's more volatility within the market. So that just allows me to, it's a gauge. Okay, what do I have to do stop-wise when I'm, say, writing contracts or anything along those lines? That's what I use it for, all right? So, and again, if you see a lower put-to-call ratio, so more investors, more traders are buying calls, what that says is there's less volatility within the market, and that's when you have the ability to just tighten things up and maybe size in a little bit, all right? So that's what I use the put-to-call ratio for on the index. But again, I usually gauge the VIX more because you can kind of see the correlation within it. It's just another indicator, right? Whether it be from an equity standpoint, it's essentially like the RSI of options, right? In my opinion, it's the RSI of options, and you just want to use it to gauge, okay? But you can also use the VIX to gauge it, okay? So if I see that the VIX is heightened, that means there's going to be a heightened put to call ratio. What does that mean? premiums are going to cost more, okay? That means your contracts are going to fluctuate more, okay? So there's just a lot of factors that you can take into consideration when using the put to call ratio, but then you can also just gauge it by using the VIX as well too. So there's no specific strategy, just use it as a sentiment gauge and whether to use stops. And with that, you can write options, collect more premium, but just understand that the fluctuation and the chances of those contracts finishing in the money are greater when you have heightened senses of volatility there. So yeah, that's it on the put to call ratio. Thank you for the $10 super chat. As always, much appreciated. And hopefully that answered your question. I'll look in the chat right now to see if you chimed in or had any further comments. But yeah, just use that, like you can use it to gauge your wider stops and whether you're gonna write or you're gonna buy for this cycle expiration. Okay, so we got another $5 super chat from my guy Pizza Rat. Here we go, love it. Hey Joe, I should probably invest this, but want to put everything on some good motivation during the blood. The song is Zillionaire Dough, Peace of Mind. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll take the $5 super chat, but I know what you mean now. You should have invested that $5, but Zillionaire Dough, I'll write it down right now, and maybe Adair and I will listen to it, because I know she likes rap music and everything along those lines. So yeah, we'll take it. Thank you for that. Much appreciated, Pizza Rat. I had Batty Alleys on the weekend.
Oh, I heard that's, I think we had it once. It was like pretty good. Yeah, how was it? It's
very good. It's actually really good. The thing is, though, you got to order it earlier in the day, because because there's like a wait time. So Celine and I ordered it around, I think it was like 1:30 or 2, but the pickup time it wasn't until 8:45.
No, you're joking.
I swear, yeah,
I'm not
that's how hot.
hours.
There is a lineup around the corner for this place, Katina, man. I don't know if you've ever been to Batty Alleys, but pizza. Yeah. It's like Batty Alleys, right? Yeah, they're on Dover Court there. Yeah, on Dover. Yeah, exactly right there. So it's probably one of the hottest pizza spots in the city, guys. Lineups around the corner, and you have to pre-order sometimes days in advance to get. Yeah, it was insane. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's good, but it's not like 2 days later good. You know what I mean? Pizza later. So hey, anyways, guys, let's see what's cooking up here. Holding up fairly well in TSLA. Not going to punch the longs just yet. If we can sit on top of this range, then maybe we'll look to get involved. Some nice bottoming signals. Going to look for those to come into play. And I'm just going to be really, really patient on the session. Apple still bleeding, down 10 points on the day. I don't even want to go through the Mag 7 anymore because they're all down. Okay, they're all down. Tesla holding relatively well. Maybe we'll pop in some small size here, Adara, to see if we can get anything for the dream. But we need that volume to really kick in here, guys, or we're not going to get that buying pressure, especially when you're down 13%. What does that tell you? For me, personally, it's like, okay, there's no buyers willing to step in, and sellers are not yet exhausted. People are still willing to let go of shares at lower prices. So we really need to take that into consideration. So here we go, continuing to climb higher. I'm in at 787 here on TSLA, gonna look for the break of 810 and size into it through 8, looking for the break of 810 and potentially 820 here for a price target here, Adair, on any form of bounce on Tesla.
Nice. Yeah, I'm still in the short, but you have to have your own way. I think it's too. Everyone can make money in different ways.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
This is. Right now, I have like the Tesla book up, but the Netflix chart up, which is kind of confusing. So I did add to Netflix. I said if we get that 858, I like the way we were slamming into the bid on Netflix around 858. So I did add. Right now here, my average, because I just doubled up here, it's 860.51. So if I do get stopped out, that would be, I'm risking about $4 for my entry point. It's about 2 risk units of risk, which is more than I initially had. Now that we have a new 15-minute bar, I initially was risking to the 30, right? So I don't want to switch up my risk all of a sudden and go to the 15. But given the 862 and the fact that I've now doubled my position, I may have to switch that risk. Truthfully, I think I'm wrong if we get back above 860s. So you know what? We actually are going to move the stop. We're going to move the stop here to 862, just above 862, because it is a spready ticker, and you want to give it a bit of breathing room, but not so much breathing room that you choke yourself out. So 862.02 is what we're doing here for the Netflix one, to use a bit of a Sharifism there, in terms of like the, whatever one. So, we got stopped out here of TSLA. That's fine. So 5-minute bar break. We get stopped out of TSLA. I don't even know what price. Yeah, we got stopped, I guess, roughly break even for the rest of that position. So good luck there with Joe on the long. I hope you print, as we always say here, money storms. That's what we want here for every trader in the chat and here with us in person. I like this. I took some profit on the first pieces, got kind of break even with the rest of it. I did add on this pretty aggressively throughout. So please just punch with that. But I have to say, I actually do think the probability of this Netflix working out is getting higher. And I love that. So the first time we tried this 858 bounce today, or breakthrough today, sorry, we bounced violently. Today, we get a little bit of bounce and then we go back to the downside. So I really like this. Like I said, I was a little bit hesitant with this only because it didn't break one of my rules, but kind of skirted with one of my rules with regards to the 3 strikes rule per direction. But again, given that my first strike, I fat fingered the second after getting in. I was like, Adara, I don't know if you count that. I think you give it another opportunity. The idea was right, and your finger was too fat. And so my finger went on a diet, and we took these other tries here. So speaking of a diet, I could look at Novo Nordisk again, but we're going to take a look at MSGR. Because shout out to Stevenson Etienne. I mentioned this earlier as a short. Stevenson Etienne apparently took this short and is killing it. So shout out to you. I will fully say to myself, I take a massive L. There's the fail button. I take a fail for MSGR. There were a couple areas which I liked as a short, including even above VWAP at 257. And I just forgot. I got lost in the sauce with my other tickers. Now, to be clear, I'm happy with the trades I've taken. I'm not going to lose any sleep over this.
Adair, sorry to interrupt you. You can finish that. But we hit our price target on the play marker poll to the short side, guys. So hit that 2-to-1. We were in at 562.60, and then our price target was 560.60, and we hit that. So
nice.
There we go. Yeah.
The playmakers.
Yeah, exactly. To the playmakers, exactly. Sorry, finish your.
Yeah, no worries. I was just waxing some poetic there. Now, Polar Ice is still listening to Kendrick's. Guys, we are united in grief. Kendrick Lamar. Opening track there off of Mr. Morale, which I found was a really underrated album from Kendrick in 2022. And also, yeah, I think everyone is, honestly, united in some grief if you have long-term positions in the market. Like I said, I am involved in the market through a financial advisor, but involved nonetheless. So yeah, we all are certainly united in grief. Very timely Kendrick Lamar reference there from our friend Polar Ice. But you know what? The best thing too is there's always another day, right? Don't panic too much. It's one singular day. As Joe said, maybe you want to take time to reevaluate your positions, but make sure you're not getting too lost in the sauce like I was with all of my descriptions just there. And make sure that you are taking each day at a time. Take a look at the wider term. And with that in mind, we're going to take a look here at our trading view chart in Netflix, which look at that break below that level. I'm so happy I added. Oh my gosh, I'll stop singing, but we broke below that level. I took the, and I'm happy I did. Now, this is where you take a moment to stop to assess. Where am I profit taking on this? There's so much upside. Where do we get the downside? So we take out my daily chart. Oh, wow. Okay, so I'm honestly, guys, and this is really weird, and I don't like this because I like to have some kind of profit taker maybe in the near horizon. If I'm being real, the next level I see is 825. So that is kind of nuts, and I definitely do not know if Netflix is going to sell another cool almost $50. I guess 25. The point is, it's not going to sell that. I don't know if it'll sell that much, so we'll be careful. If I look at the weekly, I still see this 825. So I don't know. Maybe the area could talk about this as top in this weekly chart here, which was 842 is reasonable. Maybe we'll set a profit target at 842 because I don't want to say, this market, can't sell that much. But truthfully, if you make assumptions on how much the market can or can't sell, you do risk getting burnt because you can't make assumptions like that, right? The market's going to give you what it gives you. Mother Market will treat you as she may. And if you misbehaved, you deserve, not getting dessert or whatever after supper. But regardless, you got to take these things as they come. And so with that in mind, I am not going to make any moves here on flakes till it gives me a little bit more info. That being said, if we break 850, I'll set a profit target at 850. That's a good idea. So I'll do 851.21. And that is, I know, really specific. But if I like a level on a spready ticker, I like to usually give it at least 50 cents. With something like Netflix, with the spread this has, I'm going to give it $1. So if I want 850s, I'm going to get to just above 851s. I think that is reasonable. And thank you very much, Michelle V, for the kind words. I love this energy. I love being with this market, and I'm happy to be here with you all. How you doing?
Yeah, no, more than thankful, happy. Even if it's a red day, Adair, it's a privilege to sit in these desks for sure. Yeah, guys, let's see what we got cooking up. We might have to get in this trade right here, out of this trade right here, as we go to head to some key support levels. I mentioned before, if we break through it, you're just not going to get these bounces. Down now probably 13.5%, 14%. That means no one has stepped in. No one wants to buy this stock up just yet. And my boy Greg V was telling me, he's like, yeah, Joe, it's not looking pretty in this name, but I'm looking for this oversold bounce so I can liquidate the position long term. At what point? Other than break even, right? Like if it comes back to my break even, which is just below 200, then I'm out, because there's no way I'm going to sit in a trade for over a year and then allow it to go from positive to negative, right? That just doesn't make sense. That's basic risk management, all right? So let's see what we got going on. We hit the 2-to-1 on the playmaker, guys. So good voting there. And to be honest with you, with the path that we were on, I didn't think we were gonna ever vote short, but I'm glad that everybody's bias has flipped, and then now we're going to the south side because it looks like it's going to come into play. But I want to talk about this 470 level on the Qs. Highest level of open interest on this expiration cycle, on today's expiration cycle. We were talking about this at 475. We are now at 472.53. Are we going to go exactly to 470? No, but I would definitely look for a bounce just above 470, whether it be 471, 471 and a half, all right? That is my opinion, and they've came into play as of late. So keeping a high level, if you have your options chain open, look for those standout levels, those standout strike prices that say, hey, we might bounce off of this, we may reject it, whatever it may be, and that's what we pointed out here. Is 470 on the Qs and 220, unfortunately, on Tesla. So yeah, there we go, guys. Holding on, just trading in this range. I wouldn't be surprised if we just get this sideways type price action, being down 13% on the session. How much lower would you like to go? Not too much, to be honest with you, but it can continue to climb lower and lower here, guys. Yeah, so we only got about 7 minutes left. If there's anything you want me, time flies on Monday. On Monday, I always find it goes the fastest. But guys, if there's anything you want me to go over, put it in the chat. I will do so. If there's anything regarding options, the options chain, or specific strategies, like we had that one super chat saying, hey, Joe, how do you utilize the put to call ratio? And I said, hey, you can use it this way or that way. So yeah, let me know and we will go over it. Yes, I know BTC is near the lows here, the year lows, I guess it is. I'll pull it up from a daily standpoint to see what we got going on.
Year low, that's crazy.
Yeah, it is not good whatsoever. So right back into this breakout level, guys. I talked about this 8-month period of consolidation, and then it just feels like that it was just people getting ahead of themselves, including myself, with the $100,000, and then we put in a high of 109, and then essentially haven't looked back, nor have we tested it again since that 109. So yeah, tough look coming back into this range. Can we bounce off of it? I was looking for this candle, even though this isn't a genuine print. I was looking for it to hold, but it looks like we're going to break through it to the south side. Now at 78,000 is Bitcoin. We can, what can happen in this underlying, guys? We can get that 50% pullback, and if we want to go 50% from all that that all-time high, Katina Man said it himself. What are we going to see? 50K or 150K? All right. He won that one. He says he thinks we're going to see 50K. But the thing is, though, my guy Sharif, if you're listening, come your birthday. When's his birthday? May something?
May 25th, 1982.
Yeah, May 25th, 1982. I remember it. I don't even remember I remember my grandma's birthday, but that's about it. I'm not very good with that one. Here we go. Fabian, there we go. The coffee team here, boys. So yeah. We're going to run into that. I'm going to win this bet here, Sharif, it looks like. So you can fork over some iBid stuff or even cash. I'm accepting cash. I'm accepting a lot here. Yeah. We're going over the bet, and I'm talking to Sharif as if he's here. So if he wants to pay earlier, maybe I'll strike him a deal and we can just close the bet off. But if not, then you got to pay me full amount. So let's see, Joe, how far should my contracts be out? I think a month works for me because I don't like anything higher than $150 contracts. Now, if you're restricting your limits there, then a month is good. But for me, I always say buy time, right? Buy as much time as possible because you don't want Theta to chew up the value of your purchases. Unless you are selling, then you want Theta to work in front of you. That's a different subject. But again, just buy more time. If you think something's going to work out in a week or two, Give it a month, give it 2 months. It's always worth it instead of having to fight theta throughout the whole duration of you owning or earning those contracts. And then when you do start to trade a little bit of in the money and you don't, and you're like, well, why am I still negative? Well, it's because theta chewed up the value of your contracts, okay? So let's see what everybody else is on to. Dollar cost average, okay, I see what you're getting at. Dan Ives about to get fired. That's funny. I don't think he's going to get fired, but again, he still thinks to run. Same with my guy Tom Lee over at Fundstrat, one of my favorite analysts. So they're still bullish. They think that we can get a bounce here. I agree with those guys. They've been right for the better part of 2 years. Can they be wrong? Absolutely. They're only human as well too, but they're extremely smart and they can dig into things that I necessarily can't. So that is my thought in the overall market. And in Bitcoin, Sharif, if you want to pay up, we can strike a deal, my guy. But yeah, Derek, we got 4 minutes left. What are you working on there? You still short at Netflix?
Oh, I am, and I don't want to wax poetic about it. There's nothing more to say. We're short Netflix here. We are, again, average here, 860.50. Currently, Netflix is around roughly 857, so I have no complaints. I'm really proud of what I did with that trade. Please just punch. But I want to talk about ELF here. Vern in the chat said, can we talk about ELF? And I'm like, yeah, sure. I love ELF. ELF is slightly spready. It's about 20-cent spread. I mean, like I said, I usually like a little bit more meat to chew on. But regardless, I can look at a chart. And ELF is a bull flag. Look at this. We push to the upside. We get this beautiful bounce off of VWAP. Come here, make a higher high, another higher high. Then we do make some slightly lower lows, but we're still bouncing off VWAP. And you know what, Joe? I want to look at this on a 15-minute chart because I want a little bit more. This is beautiful. Okay, so yes, you're still making slightly lower lows here. But this still generally looks like a bull flag. I like the look of this here on ELF. And I honestly think, yeah, I mean, I don't need to apply much makeup to this. This has a perfect face. This is a vision of beauty here, this ELF chart. And I mean, yeah.
Okay, talk to me.
This is actually, I like this.
What's going through your brain?
Look at this daily chart.
Okay.
This daily chart, this is hard bear flag here. We get this push here into, I'm pretty sure this was earnings. And look where we're trying to break out of now. This is a bit of a level of resistance on the daily chart. So I think if we got like a nice close here above that 77 level, I don't think that's a bad look at all. Is this something you can capitalize on intraday? Not necessarily, but look where this is. Where is this resistance? Like what? Like the higher one is like, it's just around 78. Let's see where the high of day was, because I would wager it's right at 78. So this is a huge example of when you're in these trades, especially if you're long like this and you're looking, where do I get a profit taker? What do I deal with here? Look at the daily chart. It can provide you with some opportunities. I think clearly if you looked at this daily chart right here, right now, you would be like 78 would be a good profit taker for you for ELF, and you would be correct. You could still keep a piece for the dream, but I think that's why it's really important sometimes if you feel like you're in no man's land or you're not really sure where there's any potential.
Oh wow, Adair.
What's going on here?
Some aggressive selling stepping in on Tesla here. So yeah. So we're gonna hop out. I mean, there's no way. Okay, so again, 220 is those high levels of open interest. Are we going to get that extreme gamma move into those contracts that would accelerate price to those? So as we get closer into at the money, you're going to see that gamma pick up, and that's when you can see the volatility and the speed and momentum really start to pick up here, guys, in this name. So it would not be a good look if Tesla traded all the way down to $220 on the session. So that volatility spike could have been just someone covering or getting out of a position, maybe possibly, but we need to be aware of this downside momentum. 195, please come, Elon says, Latif. Okay, that's going to suck because I'll have to get out of that position and I want to hold it for an oversold balance before I get to my break even, but it's not looking like it's going to come into play. Bitcoin selling, everything selling here, guys. We got about 10 seconds left. If you're short, congratulations. If you're long, be more patient. Wait for those bounces and see if the market can rebound tomorrow. Adair, is there anything you want to say before we? Oh, okay. We're going to wait a second. We're going to hold it. Katina Mann's still getting ready. Yeah. I heard my guy. I heard my guy there. So Elon, we'll hold off here and see what we got cooking up. Be patient. Don't force anything that isn't displaying itself. And if you're looking for those longs, get out when you're supposed to, because if you're bag holding on this session, you're not going to be having a good time, guys. And you have to take that into consideration. Tomorrow's going to be a new day, and we can get the polar opposite type price action. And you don't want to be mad at the fact that you held on too much. You blew up your account, and now you can't trade the next day when everything decides it wants to rebound. Can it rebound? Absolutely. Will it rebound? We don't know, Adara. We just have to wait until the market opens opens tomorrow, but we still have a lot of time left in the session, 2 hours to be exact, and anything can happen on that front. Guys, so that's it. We're going to slowly throw it over to the big boys at the desk.
Yo, what's happening?
Yo, it's chilling out. Yeah, sorry about that. Me and Randy had to, Randy wanted to, I'm trying to figure out tires.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I'm doing that. I'm shorting the Qs. We're in the Q short right now. We're in the AMD short right now.
How's your tire search rolling?
I like that. It's rolling. It's
downhill like these markets?
Whoa, Adara. All right, good. Yeah, I know you were attached onto the. Yeah, no, sorry, my bad. Okay, let's. What's up, everybody? Tires going fine. Thing is, there's so many different tires.
Yeah.
There's this, there's that. You want to get good brand. You want to get, you know. And I'm telling these guys, like, this is the thing. When you're dealing with individual mechanics, it's like, you know how they talk and this and that, and so
it can be a little tiring.
Negotiating back in here, it's a little tiring sometimes.
Yeah. Ramin got a laugh. I got a laugh.
Oh, that was a really good one, man. And then how's your search going? How's it rolling? That was pretty good as well, Obi. But you could see, I mean, look at this, man. We're short the TQs right now. I mean, it's 100 handles in the money.
Let's go.
Like, we just went short. Like right there, look at that. The 50 period, can you take a look at that? The 50 period, would you look at that? The 50 period moving average, take a look at that.
Apparently.
Right there, look at that. And we keep on getting lower and lower and lower. So, I mean, what's up, Adara? Good job there. You must be tired, huh? A little bit. Oh, you got some quesadillas going on.
Got some solid shorts there on Netflix. Netflix through Lode and the Tesla short.
All right, she's still in it.
All
right, Obi, I'm going to load up the stream, so why don't you have a little talk about whatever you're trying to talk about?
Yeah, no.
And I will get the stream loaded and get into the Q&A.
Sure, yeah, no. I'm kind of just watching some of this this price action just bleed to the downside here. I got this morning. It was funny enough. I was telling Sean and some of my pod members as well, being like, "Oh, the spider is doing 2.5 times relative volume." In the pre-market, it's not very often that happens. But I even said to Sean, I looked over, I was like, yeah, I mean, it could mean something, it could mean nothing. But what I've found is that the probability of a strong move on the day does go up a little bit, and I think that probability is fully coming into effect as the spider or the ES continuing to make fresh lows all the way to the downside here on the day today. Clean downtrend there. Bit of regrets not continuing this trade here on Hood. You can see it kind of double topped at that 39 underneath that VWAP, giving me another chance to potentially get short on at a few places there. Maybe 39s and 39s and 38 halves as well. But continuing to push a little bit lower. Hood is down 17%, 17.5% on the day, Sean, and 41 was the place to short. Like I said before, I'm holding on to it's a piece. It's insignificant, but the reason why I'm holding on is I want to put in that rep to hold on to trades longer. So again, we were talking about Adara's lesson on the day was on personality, on getting to know yourself as a trader. And I think to be honest, no offense to Joe or Sharif, I think that's probably one of the best lessons on how to trade that we've had on the stream, because everyone talks. Everyone talks.
Already the best one.
I'm telling you, everyone talks about indicators. Everyone talks about learning indicators. Everyone talks about learning strategies. Nobody talks about learning more about themselves.
Right.
And that's very, very significant. So that's why I say that. Right. It's like, okay, the biggest journey in trading for me was learning more about myself and applying a lot of that to my trading and trading my style like that. So it's shout out for that lesson. I was not expecting that, but that was pretty good.
Huge lesson. I mean,
good stuff.
We don't have enough kind words to say. Adara has been doing great. And the funny thing is so she just gave you a better lesson than you really enjoyed it, not better.
I'm saying the value of that lesson.
The value of the lesson is Adara's been trading for greater than a year.
Yeah.
Just over a year. So there you go. So it just shows, the more reading you do.
Some good expected value in that lesson.
Passion that you have. goes a long way. So we want to thank you, Adara, for that. Okay, without any further ado, I mean, we've skipped this before, but we don't skip it when Joe's here. It's like skipping leg day, you know what I mean? We're not going to do that. So right now we do have, we might do that at some point, but right now we do have the rundown. So are we ready to go, Ramin? Okay, so I will get locked and loaded with myself as well. And let's go over to the big screen
rundown
with the handsome man himself. It's Options Joe.
Let's go.
That is right, Sean. We do not skip leg day around here. And Obi, no offense taken. I agree on the psychology lesson. Absolutely. It is clearly important, guys. 70% psychology, 30% technical, as some like to call it. But let's get into some of these names, guys. Make sure you vote on the poll with Adara and I. It's too late for that now, but we got some names and some good names to talk about here in the rundown. So Tesla shares are trading lower. The stock has been under pressure and amid rising Chinese EV competition and Europe protest here, guys. Down over 13% on the session. Not a good look here in Tesla. Where's the bottom, guys?
Where's the bid at?
Oh, we kill it, man. I mean, look, we had, I don't think it's rocket science today, man. Honestly, I mean, I don't think today was overly the hardest day by any stretch of the imagination. We had written down here right off the jump, right? That, and again, what we write down is different than what we actually trade because we have to be there for these trades. But the number one trade idea today was shorting Tesla. The number two one was shorting Hood. The number three one was shorting the NASDAQ. Then my number one P&L name today is Palantir, and it's off the long. So we're going to get to all that, although Palantir's obviously fallen on its face a little bit. Here we go. We just covered some more TQQs. 120 handles.
Oh, boy.
In the money. Okay, and you and I talked about that, man. With different account sizes, the amount of money that you can actually make if you put on risk into some of these calls, just like you have Robinhood over there, is astronomical. This is why when we talk about putting on share size, there's only a couple of us in the office that will do that. And honestly, you have to have confidence to be able to do that. But Tesla is just honestly, I wrote down 250, 260. That's where we closed. I mean, I honestly didn't know. I was joking, not joking, but when we talked about where the NASDAQ could go today, I didn't have 4% in mind, but I don't think Tesla had 15% in mind to the downside. No. I think you had mentioned before, it's the fourth largest drawdown day of all time for Tesla. I think we were in the 20s, and then you found one 17%. You asked ChatGPT about all that. So it's getting worse and worse and worse as people worried about Doge, people worried about some of the cars sales that we've seen declines all over Europe, all over China, here in the United States as well. And I mean, people are nervous now about the rhetoric that's being spit about the company, and it's been just poorly executed right there. 2 green days in the last 11. That's not going to help. What a fall down. You are now well below 50% of its highs. It's chopped in half in 2 months. That's pretty disgusting for such a huge name. We lost $1 trillion level. You guys earlier were calling 230, 240, 250. I jokingly said this to Randy last week. Neil was giving him a lot of credit for calling the 280 bottom. All right, it's at 225 right now, and it's not a shot at anybody. I don't know the bottoms exist. I've been buying it. I last bought this thing at 330. So, I mean, it's like the bottom appears to be nowhere in many of these names. And there it is, Tesla with a bunch of question marks. Look, I'm not sure where we go here, but I do question, now? I mean, 230 seems to have been a spot that we were talking about dip buying. So during lunch, I bought more S&P 500. I'm trying to stay away from a lot of these names, but I do think you're getting into a buy zone. I mean, you guys tell me what you think about Tesla, but for me, it's looking pretty buy-ish right now. But do you want to catch a falling sword? I mean, maybe we just wait for the 200 period again. But the problem with that is that's all the way at 280. So this just sliced like butter right through that level. It absorbed it one day and then downside. So mind all these crazy wicks. Tesla looks pretty beat up to me. And I mean, not much else to talk about. Right now, so
pretty aggressive selling.
You were short. You're still short.
I was short, and in the pre. I covered. I covered
a long.
You
said Hood on.
I do. Wait, what? No, I have my position.
No, you don't. Hood is out.
No, look.
Hood is still in.
No, it's. I think it's the position board. I still have both my Intel and my Hood, but so yeah, we're still in the Hood. But Tesla, yeah, very, very strong selling today. This morning, I got short. I really liked the short. I was like, okay, 250, a little bit of an over-under, kind of consolidated here. You can see that first entry coming in right at that 246 breakdown as we pop into VWAP. Can't really get to 250, and I'm like, all right, well, the risk is a little bit wide here and a little bit spready, but I like the selling that's coming in. And again, higher time frame on Tesla. What we've seen, we talked about that. We talked about it this morning on the weekly. We've had expanding volume. 1 week is not a ticker, yeah, expanding volume as we've been selling down. So yeah, we're getting literally more of the same to start off the week here on Tesla as it breaks that prior bar low on the weekly as well. So that's something else I was looking for. I'm like, can we hold prior week's low? And if we don't, what is the probability that we do more of the same? And that Tesla came in real hot. But did I know it was going to sell off about 14% on the day? Absolutely not. It took that short from 46s, covered into the 40s, and then VWAP selling.
There's news.
There's news right now.
Trump and Xi apparently talking. I just punched out of the futures.
Yep.
Talking about getting together soon. I didn't hear the exact date, but look, my level 2 is not even loading for the futures right now. They're going pretty hard. I just punched out at 60 there. None of my level 2s, unfortunately, are loading right now. I don't really know what the deal is with that, but I'm hearing in my ear right now that what the heck is wrong? Okay, there it is. Alpha just loaded up there. All right, so it doesn't look like too much is happening right now, but we're going to figure that out. I just heard about President Trump and President Xi are planning on getting together. So there's my punch out right there. We just covered at 59.20. It just shot up 80 handles. Probably premature. We didn't have a whole bunch left again on this call. So let me just wait to see if we hear more about that story. So not 100% sure as it's just fallen back in. But if that's true, then I like that talk, right? If we're going to trade on, tariffs and worries about sort of the global economy, maybe getting together with the second largest economy in the world might be something there with China and the United States. So let's see if we're starting to feel a little bit better. I should not have punched out, but I did. We didn't have a whole bunch left. We still really hit that trade, man. That was a really great one. All right, so S&P futures are getting a pop off the low here. So, all right, maybe some good stuff there. Sorry to interrupt, but I just, all of a sudden the market started going, my quotes weren't working. So I was like,
a little bit of a shake and bake.
What exactly is happening there?
I think that news can definitely it's bringing in some volume right here. Let's see if the bid can finally come in on that. But, it's Tesla's down 14% on the day. I looked up what the worst days in Tesla were, and I just want to go over that really quickly. We're down 14% on the day today. There's 3 dates that GPT got back to me with. September 8th, 2020, it was down 21% on the day. March 16th, that's the COVID drop, 2020, it fell 19%. February 5th, 2020, it declined by 17%. So we're in that territory of some of the strongest declining days on Tesla today. So that's just something to keep in mind. We talked about that expanding volume. Is there any sign of capitulation? It's still grinding slowly to the downside. So we've got to wait for that one there. But yeah, 14% down. Oh boy.
Nah, maybe just like sometimes having too much information. Like I heard it there, we got out, and then the tank resumed. So. Yeah, zero bounce on that news, apparently. We did try to get out, but, we did get out. I think I kind of want to, I'm feeling like long now. I feel like we're overdone, but I mean, it's only down 4%. So, okay.
See what's going on with NVIDIA.
Joe, tell me I should go long NVIDIA or something.
Looking like it right now there, Katina, man. DeepSeek news not quite over yet, guys. Down over 5% on the session. So dragging the Qs down with it. About 20%, more than 20% off of those all-time highs. NVIDIA is down and continuing to bleed here, guys. Going to run into some key support levels. Let's see if these hold up. Let's see what the big boys think about NVDA.
All right. I mean, I just put a keystroke error in, but I just went long. I'm going to go long again. So look, man, I mean, I'm going to put in a drop of 105. I meant to put 105.99. I put 106.99. We just bought that. So we were just long at 106.80. Okay, and I'm going to go long. So I'm going to just... Again, the bottom is $1 away. So we don't want to, oh, wow. Okay, here we go. We definitely like this one. We're now 30 cents in the money. We did buy a little bit earlier there, and we put a wrong stop. Let's see if we get to the high side. 107.22s or so would be nice. Let's get out 5% if we get up there. All right, so I'm back. There it is. Did we get that? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Chicken didn't win. The beef was pretty good.
Yeah, it was okay.
Yeah, we had...
it's a little oily.
We had some turkey.
Oh yeah, how was
What'd you call me?
What?
Turkey?
Gobble gobble?
Yeah. You like Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I like turkey. Turkey's solid. A bit of smoked turkey.
I think that's what it was today, some little smoked turkey.
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right, let's go with NVIDIA. Look, I think that this Chinese news, I was just thinking about it. I was like, I want to try to get long something. And, you know, maybe some sort of exemption with something. I mean, that's why I went over to Tesla, and I was like, what about Tesla? Tesla might work out as well. Look, there's going to be some buyers that are going to come into this market. Whether or not they know more than us or we know more than them, I have no idea. But at the end of the day, I think the market would deserve a little bit of a rally, at least back to VWAP. And to think that that's not possible would be, you'd have to be kidding yourself, because we've already done it twice. We did it right there at 11 o'clock. We did it again at 12:30. Let's do it at 2:30, right? Hopefully. So a rip back up there would give us way the juice that we need. We're only long right here. We're now 40 cents in the money. I'm going to get out another piece, another 3 or 4% here if we can, and then just see if we can let this thing go to the upside. Look, it's been beat up, man. It's the number one name for me to go in there and buy on dips. I haven't done any buying yet. We did buy the S&P 500 March 5th. We bought it again today. So I really like NVIDIA. Their actual quarter was pretty rock solid, man. It's a rock star of a company. We know that. And I don't think DeepSeek, and I know Joe brought this up, but look, man, they're doing it for cheaper, they're doing it faster, but they're still using NVIDIA chips. It does make me a little bit worried to hear some of these stock prices falling the way they are. I wonder if some CapEx will come out of stocks like Microsoft and Google and Meta, and by that I mean maybe they stop buying chips. If they don't have the market cap to sort of support some of these decisions, then maybe they slow down and regroup. But at the end of the day, I'm not overly worried. I do like NVIDIA. And there it is, man. We just got another fill on that name. So another out right there at 30s, ahead of the 200 period moving average. We just bought the dip a little bit. I like it, but if we break 106, we're gone. So the bottom of the day right here is 106.20. I think it's worth it for a long. If there's going to be any stock that rallies back, I would figure it could be NVIDIA. Down 5%, I like it. But I do think that AMD, it's funny because we'll only be read basically on, well, not basically, on one name today. That's going to be Advanced Micro Devices. And that's because we didn't take it, well, I mean, that was nice. But we didn't take enough advantage of this. We didn't short the maximum amount of shares that we definitely should have. We were more short in here, so it'll be slightly red. But I really like AMD. Maybe that's the long, because you're only down 2.5%, right? While on NVIDIA, you're down 5%. So let's hold this a little tight to our chest here. If we can get some 108s VWAP, I think that's pretty good. So I'm going to offer up there 107.50 first step, and then we'll go from there. But I don't know what you're feeling. I just want to see what happens here with NVIDIA.
Yeah, so something to note that I noticed earlier was we've been selling off a little bit for the past couple of weeks. We did a bit of a V shape on Friday. We couldn't really get there. That aggressive bid off of the open kind of pulls us back in below that 110 level, and then eventually takes us all the way down here. But yeah, a bit of a pre-market breakdown as well. But interesting action here when that pre-market low comes in, consolidates, and we sell off lower, and then the bid cannot get it past this 109. Look at this intraday double top, making lower highs off of this consolidation. Again, got to look at it like in terms of like a story. What's being painted here? Sellers came in, buyers tried to meet, and then you can't get back above that 109, 110, and then we continue, even though we get aggressive buying from the day low, we continue to make lower highs, and all of this is happening in and around that VWAP. So definitely pretty bearish, if you ask me. We're just like it continues to show you that buyers cannot get this ticker up above some key prices, not only from the pre-market but intraday as well. But right now we're making some lows at 106s, so let's see if we're poised to go a little bit lower here with those lower highs and lower lows coming in on NVIDIA, not only on the intraday but on the daily as well. Again, you got to remember this thing is pulling back off of its all-time highs. So we just look at the weekly here, we can see, oh boy, 1 week. Okay. So if you look at the weekly here, you can see how aggressive of a pullback we're getting here off of some of those highs. Bit of a double top high, kind of very similar to what the Bitcoin chart kind of looks like there at its double top at that 110 underneath that 110 area. But you can see a bit of a bigger picture trend break with this selling coming in here. So got to go down to horizontal support. So 100 could be the next stop. I have no idea, but let's see if this little bit of a resistance in the past turns into support like it had done over here on that August 5th low, just shy of that 100 mark. So we went down to 91s, 90. I think that low is 91s. Yeah, so 90, 69 is what we went down to, and then we're coming right back, pulling back into some of those areas. So the week has just begun, Sean.
Isn't that crazy?
And a lot of these tickers kind of showing us who is in charge. So NVIDIA definitely being a market leader. I think it's one we got to keep on watch.
I just realized, man, we have to do this segment, and poor Joe's been sitting there, and we've been blabbing on and on and on. All right, Joe, a name that I know is near and dear to many of our hearts. Let's go talk a little bit about crypto and Bitcoin.
Here we are, Sean. Some analysts still bullish here, claiming that Bitcoin will still hit 500,000 before Trump leaves office. We know we got that strategic stockpile. I'm curious to where this leads us. Let's see what the big boys think about Bitcoin and IBIT.
Okay. Well, it's definitely not leading us anywhere near 500,000. So we'll wait to see there. And if it is, man, then we got a little bit of a move to make here before we get to those levels. So let's just stay calm, cool, and collected here because IBIT's down another 10% today. So if crypto's getting anywhere near 500,000, then we got to get going pretty quick. 500,000, right? Was what it was. So not 10,000, but again, we're a hell of a lot closer to 10,000 than we are 500,000. So I don't know what is next, but honestly, we had written down IBIT today at $50. Never got anywhere near the close. I mean, the market basically sold off completely all day. So I just looking at Bitcoin. First of all, you can see it at the bottom there. It's 78.6. So I know Randy's loading up Bitcoin, but the thing is. Maybe you're not, right, Randy? No, you're not even close to doing that. Your Tesla bottom is now at 220, by the way. So there we go on that one. Solana.
Free coffee for Elon.
You won again?
Let's go. Nice. Free coffee. What? You haven't rolled yours up
Today
yet.
I paid for it. But no, what do you know? Here, this is for you. We'll get it next time. Keep it there.
Aww.
Yeah, next time we'll get it, man. Don't worry about it. We'll get it next time. All right, I'll roll mine up. Hey, did you try the ones on the app yet?
They're all gone. Used them all.
Oh, yeah, that's right, because today would be on my app. Okay, good. So I'll do that live on the air.
Does it roll up on
this
the
guy
app?
wins again. Yeah, every purchase you make, it doesn't have to be
no way.
coffee or anything like that. You get one roll up the.
So Randy's been winning.
He's been winning in life, man. This guy's winning all the time.
So he's got a high hit rate there.
Except for on Tesla, but we're all in that same boat. But no, I wanted to just talk about some of these other what they call altcoins, otherwise known as other kind of coins. Yeah, you got that. Yeah, Fabian just said it there. 75 cents for Cardano, just down 30% this week. Solana just down another 25% this week. Bitcoin, and Ethereum all getting absolutely crushed. So as we have liquidity dry up in the overall market, man, there's going to be no love for crypto. You're going to need it. We talked about the correlation with Bitcoin and the NASDAQ. And honestly, man, I feel very, very strongly about it, especially right now. The NASDAQ is down at 200 period moving averages. So is crypto. We're well below it. I don't think there's any reason to do anything until we get a little bit of a better answer down here. So you might as well at this point wait for 71 or 72. I don't think we're incoming today, but we could be incoming tonight, tomorrow morning. If the market opens up down another 2% tomorrow, I mean, we're still not even think about closing. We still got an hour and a half here today. Then we have earnings with Oracle. Things could get even nastier on that one. So I'd say be patient with Bitcoin, man. It doesn't look like we're going anywhere but down right now. I'll be buying. I'll buy at 74, 75 and just ahead of those levels. And again, I'm trying to play for the long term. And if I drive everything right into the ground, well, then so be it. I only got 3 kids,
I think that's a true HODL mentality, right? It's like we're just we're never. Isn't that what Trump said? He said we're never selling.
It's not investing, right? It's literally
and then it marks the tops.
Like you could invest in Bitcoin. That's what hodling would be.
Yeah.
I mean, but I asked you this question: when are you selling? You said never. That's hodling. Like if you're worried about Bitcoin, then I do think a bump back up into that 90, 92 area, it could happen. And that's 10, 15% from here. So I think if you were doing the scalp, I think you can do that with Bitcoin at these levels. Yeah. I'd rather it come to more support, 72, buy the 72, see if you get it back to 85, maybe scalp out and then hold the core piece. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So
no, I definitely like that. I think Bitcoin
exhausted.
Over the limited years I've been exposed to the market, I feel like Bitcoin has always been a pretty solid scalp vehicle. But yeah, if you've been holding from some of the lower lows, then yeah, you're basically chilling. But you've sat through some decent volatility. We take a look at this pullback from 2021. You can see that we pulled back 75, almost 77% from the highs before we finally caught a bid again. So it's like, yeah, how much more can Bitcoin pull back? Well, you got to understand that 50, 60, 70, maybe even 90 to 100% pullbacks are more than normal on this ticker over time. And that would mean if we take a 75% pullback from those highs, Sean, that would mean we're dropping down to 26s, 25s. But I don't know about that low just yet. Let's take a look at some of the other bus stops we have on the way to some of those lower prices here. Just that prior high is sitting at 73.8, right? And that's what we kind of broke out from. Now my Bitcoin doesn't have that many lines or technicals on it, but it does have some significant ones in my opinion. You can see this is the breakout that we had, and you can see that breakout confirmed with expanding volume through that 70 for the push into 100. We tried to push higher, it was grinding, we broke that trend, we false broke the high, and then now we're getting some selling stepping back in. So where can I find a bid? I have no idea, but maybe if I'm going to look at it from a classic case of resistance turned into support, this trend resistance from the breakout that we had earlier last year is all the way down at 65. So that's why I think when Joe asked me a little bit earlier, I was like, yeah, if we're going to crack this trend, which already kind of showed us at the end of last year, and we false broke the highs, I'm like, all right, if this pulls back, I think the highest probability to look for buyers could be at this prior support and resistance level that's down at that 65. So, but yeah, a little bit of a downturn. And we talk about sell the news events, and I think that being introduced into like a Bitcoin reserve is definitely some strong news that this ticker, this asset has been waiting for many years. So I don't know.
It's funny, you wait for something, and you wait for something, and when it comes, you don't want it anymore, right? I mean, I think it's not bad news, that's for sure.
No, it's not bad news.
Can't be bad news. So, all right, we're loaded up into NVIDIA right now. Let's go back over and find out what Alibaba's saying.
Yep, stockpile is a good thing, I think, for Bitcoin there. OB, all right, guys, Alibaba unveils new AI chip to power China's open source tech push, challenging U.S. chip giants. We got Baba down more than 6% on the session, guys. These Chinese ADRs have been performing drastically better than the S&P and the NASDAQ. Let's see what the boys think about Alibaba.
Oh boy.
I haven't really looked at Alibaba today, to be honest with you, as I continue to watch out for NVIDIA, but down 6%. I mean, did he say performing worse than the rest of them? I mean, Alibaba's really just in the pocket right here, I feel like, on the day, right? I'm going to sort my leaderboard by percentages here, and yeah, it's pretty nasty. Yeah, is Alibaba Coin down 15%? Mara down 15%. Some of the crypto names absolutely getting destroyed here today, but Alibaba's not, definitely not one to be ignored. That is for sure. So Alibaba, yeah, huge downside move today, down that 6%. We had most recently talked about selling the top of that, and I'm not trying to get too cute with it. You know, we had held some. We actually got out at 140, which was pretty good, right into there. So look, man, China's not going to be. I know we kind of screwed that up, and we got out of our futures trade, which is going to turn out to be nuts when you look back at it. But we were a little nervous there about China. I'm still nervous. I think Donald Trump has some tricks up his sleeve for sure with that president, and wouldn't surprise me if something got interesting there with Alibaba, and I just don't know what it's going to be, but I could see something there. But again, like, if we're going to play this game, we talked about it with Mr. Michael Noss, and that is that there's many economies around the world that are actually performing quite well outside of the United States, right? And so I think China may be one of those. I don't trust any of the numbers that are coming out of there. So for me, for China, I'd stay away. I like the FXI, but I think Alibaba falls back in, right? They're not going to be unavoidable in this tech sell-off. So I like Alibaba. I like it to the downside. I just didn't look at it today. So I'm going to pass on any sort of an analysis there. But look at this VWAP, though. We know we like names at VWAP. Yeah. That was a great short, 136, 135. If it gets back up there, I got a stamp. All right, so just quickly, NVIDIA's only an amazing 15 cents in the money, but I'll put a piece out at 83 just see if we can get that. And there it is right there. Give me it. That nut or not? No.
What?
Okay, we'll have to wait for that one. You know Eazy-E?
Yeah.
Yeah, Compton?
Yeah.
Yeah, some good songs.
Okay. I'm not too familiar with all the music. The movie was great. I think
Straight Outta Compton?
Yeah. Straight Outta Compton. I really like that movie, but yeah, I'm not too familiar with a lot of their music, but good stuff. I've heard classic stuff. Yeah.
I could pretty much sing it all, but I can't actually go because I don't like. I might hit the wrong. You know.
Fair enough. All right. So,
ripping, by the way.
If you are along this name today, you might want to call your baba, and that VWAP hold is you're right. You're 100% right. That stands out right away. So you're like, all right, sellers in charge off of the open. Bit of a gap down underneath prior day's lows. And again, when you're trading these tickers, you definitely want to be watching FXI and the Hang Seng, because that is the market that these trade on, and these are just ADRs. But they do enough volume, and they obviously give enough opportunities that are clear, and you can see that hold of that 135.5. Not only is it a VWAP hold, look at this confluence. It's below opening range low, below pre-market lows. It's just holding on the offer underneath that, and then sellers kind of step right back in after a bit of consolidation underneath that VWAP, kind of showing you who is in charge. But yeah, a lot of opportunity on this one. I wasn't watching this one, unfortunately, and it is doing some relative volume off of the open there. You can see expanding relative volume on the chart here. I have this is a 5-period RVol. It goes from about 2 times to almost up to almost 5 times. 4.9 I have as the highest RVol print there as this breakdown comes in, and we've kind of dissipated on both the relative volume and the volume on the day since then. But yeah, a little bit of sell-off here. Let's take a quick look at the Hang Seng and see if that kind of looks kind of similar here on the day. So yeah, a little bit of selling underneath this VWAP. You can see that test there coming in as well. So a little bit of confluence with their futures.
We're really starting to go, Obi. We have our biggest position on NVIDIA all day. It's on right now. It's 60 cents in the money. It's starting to go. We average into this price. We talked about how we liked NVIDIA. We talked about how maybe there was a chance for this to get back up to the upside there on that president talk. Again, it's nothing. I mean, normally when you hear some sort of tariff talk or anything like that, then the stock market or the stocks will at least rip fast. This has been a slow grind higher, but we are starting to see some love here for NVIDIA. All right, my guy, it's JP Morgan time, and guess what? I will be pulling the trigger on some JP Morgan shares, but maybe today, maybe tomorrow, or maybe in a couple weeks. But I do like the move that's happening on JP Morgan to the downside, getting us better prices. Joe, what you got for us on JPM?
Is it fears of recession here, guys? So down 5% on the day and $50 off of those all-time highs. We're now going 4 consecutive red days here on JP Morgan Chase. The banking giant not looking so good here, guys, in the overall market. Down with the market as well, too. Let's see what Katina Man and Obi feel about JPM.
3 minutes.
That's ridiculous.
Show the people.
Okay. Oh boy.
But is this happening on other stocks?
It's also happening we saw it happen on other stocks as well. So we see, look at this crazy, this is JPM, guys. This is a bank, right?
Well, it's a bank.
It's one of the bank leaders.
Yeah,
right?
the largest in the world.
Right off of the open, it's doing 50, 60, almost above 80. 85 is the highest one. 85 times relative volume as it cannot get above VWAP here. Again, we were looking at that XLF chart a little bit earlier as well, and we've only gotten selling coming in. So I was just like, what does that even mean? Does that mean kind of there was like large volume going on here, large relative volume, and then it suddenly drops in and around, what is this, 10:30? So maybe an algo that was turned off at 10:30? I have no idea, but this is going to be interesting. Some of my scans and some charting tonight is definitely going to come in. Well, I don't know what it'll do, but I'm definitely interested in doing more of this and to see if other tickers were kind of exhibiting a similar behavior here. But take a look at JPM on the weekly, guys. Like, this thing is breaking down. This is the weekly. This is a fresh weekly chart. We still have 4 days left, and we got that strong order coming in on the open of the week there as we kind of quadunk back to the downside here. Coming in for a bit of a trend break here as well, it seems. Yeah, look at this. Bit of anchored VWAP tests from last year. And again, if I throw up this trend line here as well, I'm sure, okay, where did we kind of do that from? Okay, cool. I want that to be my first point. And then boom, right here. So you can see we gapped down, breaking this trend, and we've kind of been holding since October of 2023. Of course, bigger picture trend, but this bit of acceleration that we've had and that expansion, and you can see the candles getting really long last week, from that selling and continuing today. So the question becomes, Sean, if right away, what's going through my mind is like this volume that was traded, I want to take this range right here of all of this volume that was traded, 233.76, 237.50s. I want to see what price does with that range of price going forward for the rest of the week here. Can we get above or can we hold below? But that is definitely interesting. 80-time R-vol in the first hour. Some big boys trading this name today.
I just put a market on close buy.
Okay.
For JP Morgan.
Let's go.
Let's go. I'm not trying to mess around. Oh man, how low can we go?
Oh boy.
Yeah, no, look, we've been wanting to get into, I've been saying for a long time, I think Neil was talking about buying that breakout there on XLF. I'll let him talk about it. We had it with Michael Nawson. If Michael does join me tonight on the market recap show, which I believe he's scheduled to do on a Monday, I'm going to ask him about that XLF breakdown and see what he thinks. But for right now, I want to buy some of this starter position or not. The order I just put in was probably about for a third of the position I'd like to get. Now, look, we could really come in on this. I don't want to pretend like this is the greatest trade or anything like that, because honestly, you're only right back to where we were pre-election. Like this is the election bump right here, and you're just right back into this level. So, look, I mean, I like the bank, I like the sector, I like everything about the financials this year. Try to get a little more diversified. This is down from 280. I mean, Again, we could ask ChatGPT these things, but at the end of the day, I'm looking at this and saying, when's the last time that you had, all right, so this is from February 20th, it's March 10th. So I was going to say you have, that's 4 or 5, another bit there. I was going to say you basically have about 16 or so trading days in there, 3 up days, and they all happen consecutively. So you get 5 straight down days, 3 up days, followed by 7 straight down days. So yeah, I like the stock down here at the 200 period moving average. I'm buying JP Morgan, and I feel fine with that. I mean, it's this XLF that might be XLF AM, right? Here that has broken down as well, down another 3%. And again, if you wanted to like diversify a little bit and not be in just one bank, then you can trade XLF. I think that'd be worth it as well. Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs both biting it right now as well. Huge downsides on both of these names. As again, some of that love of, hey, deregulation. Maybe there's more mergers and acquisitions. We saw Redfin today. We saw ChargePoint. We saw WBA, Walgreens Boots Alliance, get bought out as well. So maybe that is true. But for right now, I don't think the environment in the United States, it's very murky. Can we say that right now? Both politically and economically. So yeah, banks are going to be in a little bit of trouble. But guess what, man? Banks and prices are forward looking. So, you know, people are already waxing this stock to the downside. So I feel like there is going to be a time where you step in there and you buy it and you just hope that the next story out is a positive one. So like, I don't know if you guys noticed this. Like, I'm not talking about dip buying Google. I'm already loaded to the you know what. I'm loaded up with Meta. We're loaded up with Apple. The amount of unrealized losses that we've had against our unrealized gains that we had at one point, starting to add up, right? So just be careful. Basically, with all of your positions, make sure you're investing in high quality companies at this stage of the game, and I think you'll be all right. If you do think this is the start of something, then just slow your roll. I mean, again, understand, and this goes back to what Adara's lesson was, right? Understand yourself as a trader, understand yourself as a investor as well. What are your time frames? Like if Neil was here, he would just say he was leaving it all for his daughter, but at the same time, fine, but you got to leave something. You know, you don't need to let this thing dry up all the way down. So I would say find your pressure points and make sure that you're still somewhat liquid, because I feel like we might be getting that day today where you just mentioned relative volume on many names have been increasing all day, and the worry is there, right? We're worried. There's a lot of people worried about their portfolios, worried about what this market brings, and quite frankly, worried about the current administration and how maybe disingenuous some of the tariff talk has been, because, and I don't mean that against anybody. It's just one day it's there, one day it's off. You know, jokes about April Fool's Day. Like, this is not joking around. You know, there's farmers out there, for example, in Western Canada, and many of you in the States as well, that now have to deal with all these dairy price changes, right? I mean, And again, this has been happening forever. Options were created, I think, back in the 20s, and it was because of reasons for weather, due diligence as far as making sure that they receive the right products, planning forward. So look, a lot of people have planned for this, but many haven't, and it's hard to hedge when you have a fresh product. You talked about OJ futures. I mean, we joked about that last week, and I wanted to bring that up at some point today too.
Yeah.
That chart is insane. Like, what's up with that? Once you get it, we'll call it up. But it's just, this is what's going back and forth, man. And honestly, if this is what winning looks like, then maybe being a loser isn't that bad after all. Because, honestly, who's really winning right now? And I heard Chamath say something, one of the most ridiculous things I've heard in a long time. And that was like, oh, this sell-off might be good for Trump's base because when it gets all the way down, they can sit there and buy. But you got to have money left to buy. And I mean, that's the other thing too. If this winds up costing jobs and really sending inflation through the roof, well then all that money, all that savings that you've had sort of stockpiled, it's going to get used up, man. We could see rents increasing. You're going to see increases at the pump. And I mean, I don't know. We heard the story, and this just seems like another one of my rants, but I'm just sort of talking.
I'm listening.
You're going to see, we did have it last week, and it was something like, or last month, the average U.S. citizen, and maybe this is in North America, Canada's probably not far away from it, only had something like 2 months worth of savings sort of stockpiled, meaning that they could pay rent for 2 months, food for 2 months, clothing, kids, like whatever their responsibilities were. It was something like a 2 to 3 month period. Well, we're getting, I mean, if these stock prices continue to go lower, people are going to lose confidence in their portfolios. They're going to see increases. We had right here, I saw a story this weekend, poultry prices possibly increasing 200 to 250 to 300% in the next month. So, Sharice want to buy all these eggs, all this chicken, like all this stuff is just going higher. Yep. So all that money that you may have saved for stock prices, for lower prices, might just get eaten up naturally by what this economy is doing. So, hey man, I mean, to each their own. This is what the market is. And President Trump said from the jump that he was going after unfair trade practices, and he feels that many of these countries have been treating America, although some of them he signed, taking advantage of past administrations and current trade partners. So, yeah, man, maybe this is just righting the ship and we're getting a giant reset right here. And if that's the case, then maybe it is worth buying some of these names.
I mean, you can't forget how strong we've been running for the past couple of years.
I mean, you call it the weekly.
We've had some of the best market years, and euphoria and opportunities in the past couple of years. So, does it make sense to have a strong pullback? Does it make sense for sellers to come in? Sure, maybe. I have no idea, but the fact of the matter is, we've been running pretty strong for a couple of years, and a little bit of a pullback.
Man, no complaints.
I think more than healthy. Like I've been saying, no regrets. Give me that discount, and I'm more than willing to kind of get myself in there. But eggs and milk and whatnot might be increasing in prices, but orange juice, definitely not. Okay, so this is the orange juice, frozen concentrate orange juice futures.
When you sent this to me, I was like,
I can't trade this, but guess what? I wish I could swing this because would you take a look at that? This is a weekly chart. Sean, this is a weekly chart on orange juice futures.
And where is that where you're holding?
So right here, this is November of 2021. Right? November of 2021, to the highs, we've had about a 3,382.5% run.
Good thing
on
my kids
OJ
prefer apple
futures,
juice,
right?
you know what I mean?
And sure, the contracts that's different, but the run has been there. And then over the past 12 weeks, so 11 weeks, let's say, because this bar has just started. So over the past 11 weeks, we've lost about 50% of that, 47% down off of those highs there on OJ futures. So I don't know what it means. I don't really know anybody that trades this vehicle. But the chart is the chart, right?
I mean, strong selling. The farming side of it, right? It's just like if you're planning to sell your product at a certain price, it's been priced in, and all of a sudden, boom, the bottom falls out of it. I mean, again, you could hedge, right? I mean, if you were an orange juice farmer, you could have got puts, or you could figure that out as far as, I mean, if you're an orange juice farmer, maybe you're not trading puts and calls. I think Joe just choked over there, but at the same time, I mean, that's what but that's the purpose of the option market.
Yes,
You know?
So. We'll see.
All right.
I mean, I was looking at cocoa futures as well, but nothing's really moving around.
Get in there and sell beats.
Like the OJ.
I would say. You seen Trading Places?
I don't actually. Maybe.
Eddie Murphy and all that. They're in there. They're selling. They're going crazy. And it
No,
has to
Trading
do-
Places is one of the trading movies I have not seen.
Right, and it has to do with orange juice futures.
Really?
In the pit.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we were just talking about this. I was like, I haven't heard of like crazy traders who were savage in the OJ pits.
Yeah, man.
Back in the day, yeah.
Real savage, man.
Yeah.
I mean, FLA. You never know what goes down in Florida, you know. And apparently, orange juice prices are going down.
Yeah.
But we just said this the other day. My daughter, go to Adair. Let's go to Adair, and then we'll say some more random stories.
We have some comments coming through here from the CEO of BlackRock, Larry Fink, saying that the markets are underestimating inflation. He said he expects higher prices over the next 6 to 9 months, and said that in general, just some of the new administration's nationalistic policies, as he put it, that these policies will keep inflation elevated. So Larry Fink saying that he is worried about inflation right now being an elevated rate. NASDAQ still near low of day, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Larry. I mean, Larry's stock, Mr. BlackRock, has also... Look, I like BlackRock. I mean, there's going to be so many... Again, a really high-quality company. These guys know what they're doing, that's for sure. They got in problems with some of their real estate holdings and whatnot in the past. But this is BlackRock as well, actually below right now the 200-period moving average. So... I mean, come on, Larry, man. I mean, you know, now we're talking about inflation scares again. I think we have some prints coming later on this week, so we'll be able to find out if the inflation scare is indeed real or not. But yeah, whether or not, here's just another example of what's going on with the market there. What is UUP doing? Of course, that's going to be the US dollar. So we'll have a quick look at this and just see what is popping off on this end of things as well. Nice upside move a little bit here today. It doesn't really show too much happening, but at the end of the day, a nice move there for UUP back into the downside. So, or upside, sorry, up 1.5%. The US dollar is taking a little bit of a dip over the last couple of days. It looks like it is getting some legs back into it. All right.
Yes.
What's up, everybody? I hope you're enjoying the show so far. We've just been, having some fun, talking a little bit of game here, talking about some different investments and what we've been looking at. But as far as trading is concerned, you still have those two positions from time.
Yeah,
we can talk about what you're waiting for with Intel, maybe, but I think it's kind of obvious as we wait for that 20 level.
I mean, that held bid. Like as soon as that cracked, that would have been the smash, I think. And I didn't really have the confidence to take it. But
how much under 20 are we right now?
20 pennies. But for a name like Intel, I think that's like, because in terms of liquidity, I think you can, it's traded 49 million shares on the day. I think you can easily take, 50 to 100,000 shares at the right places and kind of build into that and wipe some levels and take 20 pennies off. Why not? It's Intel, right? It's doing the volume, it has the liquidity, and that's well below 1% of daily traded volume. So I don't know if you're going to break anything doing that, but I think opportunity is definitely there in this market, regardless of whether you're going long or short. It doesn't. It kind of does matter if you're trying to force the long today. I think the best you've gotten on some of these downtrending stocks was just counter trend scalps. But again, that's much more difficult and much more difficult to do for me. Nothing really catching a bid. Tesla's continuing to the downside right now. Nvidia 106.70, so kind of dead here on Nvidia. So this is VWAP right here. We kind of talk about that kind of dead cat bouncing there above those day lows. Okay, so I know we were talking about some China tickers here as well. So I got TSM in my tech basket or my chip basket here. You can see TSM very strong to the downside. So strong presence of sellers on the day today here on TSM as well. So yeah, a lot of these chips kind of coming in. We know that SMCI, a lot of people were talking about SMCI. I was watching it as well. I was like, oh boy, in the morning session, look at that same kind of story here where that relative volume drops off at around 10:30. So I want to know who's transacting in that, who was transacting in that first hour. So it seems like a lot of tickers kind of got some significant RVOL. So maybe again, tinfoil hat, maybe some big boys doing some moving around there. But as of right now, lower highs, flat bottom break. Shout out to Sharif. Hopefully he feels better. But yeah, look at that coming in to those pre-market lows as well. So a bit of a flat bottom break, lower highs on SMCI, looking distinctly different from the rest of the chip names because they've been making lower highs and lower lows for the rest for majority of the day, and this one's been holding on the bid relatively well above this. What is this low a day here? 36.75. So in and around that level here. Let's take a quick look at HOD and see what's going on there. Again, oh boy. Kind of had the short there at the 41 in the morning session. Didn't really take as much, but this continuation has been absolutely crazy. Again, if I didn't trail this, I probably would have gotten out on this push here. But I was like, no, I want to trail. I want to get better at doing that. And this actually gave, in retrospect, when I look back at it, this actually gave me an opportunity to get some more into the trade for the continuation. This was a trade in itself. On the false break of opening price, also a rejection of pre-market lows, and a bit of a failure to follow through with the bid dissipating and the tape turning as we got back through 41. So lots of confluence there. And then when we come back in and try to retest that VWAP, it gives an opportunity for a bit of a continuation trade on the day. Now, again, also doing that relative volume in the pre-market. And not only in the pre-market, it's carried on pretty well here after it did kind of die off there. So still continuing to do about 2 times our vol on Robinhood. Oh boy, SMH is continuing to make some fresh lows here. You can see right here, a little distinctly different than SMCI. These are majority of the chips here. This is what they are looking like, and straight to the downside in roughly a clean line. And again, you don't have to look much further than the spider to see that that's the one crawling to the downside on the day today here. Pretty clean as well. VWAP sellers have definitely been in charge. Sure, they don't give you many opportunities, but if you're there in that 3-minute window, when it does come into VWAP and then sellers step right back in, definitely giving us some interesting opportunity. I'm curious to know, is this the same place I got short on Intel, 1136? And oh boy, yeah, okay, so cool. I guess that was a market move. I just saw opportunity on Intel as a vehicle for that move, and I covered, I think it was 80-90% at VWAP, and I was talking to Sean about this as well. I was like, I was involved earlier, and then I saw the moment happen, and I got, I think I took, 10 times as much as I was doing down here for the continuation to the downside. So I still have a little bit on, but again, insignificant as majority of the cover. I covered for 10, 15 pennies here, and then it just continues to go lower. That 20 held bid was very interesting, and when it comes back in and retests that 20 and it can't get back above and then trades lower, I think this was a good point to take that continuation, a trade in itself, that 20 level hold for a continuation to the downside, giving you that opportunity multiple times. But this distinct moment was definitely a snipe. And I guess I wasn't necessarily watching the SPY, but if I was, maybe I would have sized even more aggressively as SPY also kind of respected that VWAP and sellers came in, not only on Intel, but across the market here. And I think we had a super chat a little bit earlier. Chen asking, which trading platform do you all use? So this is a proprietary trading platform called P-Pro 8. And I don't know what P-Pro stands for.
Prosper.
Prosper, professionally, 8. So, nice. I don't know if that's sarcasm, but...
By me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Prosper Pro.
Oh, is it actually called Prosper Pro? Okay, I did not even know that. Wow, okay, cool. So Prosper Pro.
Yeah.
So P-Pro 8 is the platform.
So it's been called this it used to just be called P-Pro.
Okay.
Yeah, and then...
What is there was 8 iterations?
I
or
guess
they just slapped an 8 on
I
it?
mean, I've been here for 25 years using literally the exact same software. Not the exact same, but there's been different as you used the term there, iteration of it all.
Somebody just sold.
Yeah. So the market just...
I see, I have a hood, Intel, Tesla, just swipes of red. I'm like, all right.
Oh man, I'm getting swiped up and down here as well as I continue to go long. And look, so we've been getting out, man. We've been making money on NVIDIA. I mean, we don't have any outs lower than our bids. So, so far so good. And we just got another bid right there at 60. So average price right now is 65. So right here, flat on this trade. So, just to talk about it quickly, I just, NASDAQ being down 4%, I could see some buyers coming in here at the end of the day. I mean, I could also see sellers. And I just think that excuse me, the risk to reward right now at this level, I just think it favors going long. That's all. Like, I don't know if that's going to be the right call or not. Like, honestly, I have no idea. But at the end of the day right now, just this is what's been coming out. We have a sell on ACI, a sell on BAC, buy on Juniper, Schlumberger's there. These aren't huge numbers heading into the close, so we'll wait for the NASDAQ. But I'm just kind of looking at what we're seeing here. And,
oh, my God.
You know, this bottom of 106.25, we'll put on some shares if we get down there. I'm actually bidding 106.22. Is that the very bottom 18s? So if we do come into there, I just saying like, hey, maybe we do hold this bottom right there, which is what I'm looking at. That's the 18 level. So I just want to try it to see, because the last time, again, you know, here we go. Can this happen? Yes. And I just think that up to 104, I said we could retest VWAP. That's what I'm waiting for. But it looks like the market's just like, whap. No, straight back in again. So here we go, man. We don't have a negative name today. Looks like we will put one on right now. Potentially, well, we talked about being little negative on AMD, but AMD is really coming in. That's $5 in the money. So there it is. We do get our last load there. I mean, NVIDIA's right here, right now. A break. I just got to make sure the order's in. Yeah, 105.99. Maybe we could go a little, I'll just sit at 99. If it breaks it, it breaks it. So right here, we're in some shares, comfortable position. I'm not really stressed. I'm stressed out about it, but not too much. So we'll have to wait to see what happens here with NVIDIA. Long at 56s. We're playing off that low. I mean, in hindsight, why didn't we just wait for that? But I didn't know it was coming. We were getting some good trades here. This bottom is 55. These outs are 16s. So like we're making 60, 70 cents. So let's see if we can do it again. Really? I mean, that's all. If we can get up to the 50 period moving average and get out of like a quarter of this position, I think that'd be pretty good. 106.80. But here we come, Obi. We're 15 cents away from WAP and getting stopped out of this one. So to me, worth the shot. Maybe to you, not. I hope you guys are short, obviously. But for right now, I'm sitting here 30 cents. Well, was 30 cents out. It looks like they're going to take 105, 106, like 106 going to break. So that's coming in. Look, man, it just tried to go. It was just in the 20s, and then it just marketed down 10 cents. So I don't know, man. The selling pressure is definitely on board. Like, I don't know who's involved with this, but the names are coming in right now. And now I don't even remember, and we could chat GPT this, but like this might be a good infographic. Like, I don't remember the last time the NASDAQ was down 4 1/3%. So, like even when COVID was crazy, I remember Neil and I, and you were here too, maybe. No, you weren't here at COVID, I don't think, on this floor. Were you? No, 2020.
No, I wasn't.
So,
I wish I was.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
boy.
Neil and I, we would be like, all right, what is limit down on the NASDAQ? I think it's actually 6%. I think there's something. So we can, again, try to find all these out. But at the end of the day, this is getting bad, man. And like we talked about the plunge protection team, they didn't come in, man. They didn't come in at all.
Where are they at, though?
Well, where are they at?
I mean, I'm sure they're looking for good reasons to buy. And like I said, we haven't really seen any real capitulatory action. I don't think so. Like, where's the volume? Maybe on this flush, but like I don't know. I really don't know. But I'm waiting. I'm observing.
John, he says Trump is a genius. I don't know if that means if that is tongue in cheek or not. But for right now, the market is not feeling any genius kind of ways. But again, it could be a close your eyes situation.
I mean, yeah, could be. If you're sitting in the short, maybe.
I like that. How tall are you again? I'm taller than you. No, you're about 6 feet.
Close. Yeah, I'm 5'11". Yeah.
I say this chair. I got to get one of those Herman Millers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this I'm telling you, this was a game changer. When I got this chair, I was back at my desk. The first year, I was like, my back hurts. Like maybe I'm postured differently. Like I was trying to focus on my posture, kind of exercise, stretch, everything. When I got this chair, oh boy, this is literally a game changer. And by the looks of it, it looks so simple. It looks like a very simple chair, but it's that back support and that arch. And I don't know how Herman Miller does it, but they know what's up, and they know.
Man, Dinkelberg says close the casino.
Oh boy.
I mean,
we're going 24 hours by mid-2026 apparently. So
yeah, you had mentioned that.
Yeah.
All right, here comes NVIDIA.
We got a super chat.
We have pardon?
Super chat.
Super chat. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll get to it in a minute. Okay,
What?
Ramin is not feeling the Herman Miller chair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ramin saying maybe not the best for shorter people. Maybe they make a
problems,
yeah.
Okay, so
Talk to Herman about that one.
yeah. We need a button here that says call Herman. See if we get, all right, bye NVIDIA.
Here we go.
Here comes a
Oh
level
my
2. You
God.
can just have a look at it. I mean,
Would you look at that?
Would you look at that? I'm going to get
just look at
marketed
it?
out of this ASAP for a 60-cent hit. I mean, honestly, okay. Oh well. It'll be a negative stock here. I don't know why we tried. I mean, I know why we tried the long. We talked about it. I thought there was enough there to get this going. And maybe it's one of those up and down things. I'm not going to, like, when I get stopped out, which we just got. Good thing our price didn't, we actually got 99s there. Or did we? What did we get there? Okay, some 95, some 96s there. Blended order, but there it goes to the downside. I'm just we'll hit the sirens. We'll slap the fail.
Yeah.
I wish I didn't hear that news story there about China, because we were short the TQs up here, man. We were short at $60.50. That's now 200 handles in as the market is breaking. So I guess I'll get a better price on my JP Morgan, but at the end of the day, this is just not good, my guy. So
apparently there are sellers in the market today. Apparently. I don't know.
Obi,
sure.
you are a very wise man. I mean, I do believe that there are some sellers in the market today. And I don't want to like incite fear or anything, but on Friday, someone asked me about Tesla. I said we're going lower. Didn't think it was 15% in one day. I mean, this is bad, dude.
Yeah. We're getting lower.
This Tesla chart is bad. And there's the move. Okay, so volume's increasing. That's generally a good sign here that we could have maybe found a little bit of a bottom here.
Oh boy.
I almost punched long in Judy again.
Yeah.
Was that the bottom?
What are you looking at?
I'm back in. No, I just bought back.
Just got back in.
I don't know. We went down into the 80s. We had some nice volume there. I mean, it's the red stock that we have. Maybe we shouldn't have gone back to the well there. All right, well, we just put on one unit again just to try it. I think we just should go short. Like, I don't want to sit here and look like a complete 105.80. I mean, it's AMD is holding up a little bit. We only have about 5% left, at least of this one. As this continues, let's get out some AMD here. As that continues to get to the downside again, I'm just sort of randomly like, we just got filled on the bid as easy as we could there. We just put a 96.60. Dude, that's $5. I mean, similar to your Robinhood trade that you're holding on to right now. We can hold now for the very bottom, but if I'm going to go a little long here on...
I'm going to mark it on close that.
Oh, that's what you're going to do?
No, I'm saying the AMD.
Well, same difference. I mean, you want to do it on Hood?
I mean, I could, yeah. I could.
Just
for giggles? Oh, boy. All right.
Oh, man.
So this I want to shout out Iggy.
Okay.
Iggy Sosa in the chat here saying, trading this market is like a roller coaster. Anxious before getting on the open. Excited and nervous during the ride and hoping to finish with a smile despite the tears. Close.
Oh, I forgot to read that. Yes, thank you, Iggy.
Thank you, Iggy. Yes, no, trading is it can definitely be a roller coaster, but
you feel like crying? You know?
I mean, sometimes, I'm not going to lie, there's been days where I'm just like, it's funny enough, we were talking about this last week during the grad event there, or the grad party, where I was just like, there's many times where trading will really kind of beat you up. And there have been times where I feel like, I go on a red streak and I'm like, do I have it anymore? Like, nothing's working? Did I forget how to trade? Did I, you start getting anxious and nervous, and yeah, you can definitely feel like crying there. But what you have to remember is that at the end of the day, you trust yourself, you trust the process, you just try to get some green up, try to put some green up on the board, and then build from that. It's
when was the last time the Nasdaq was? Go ahead, keep going.
Trading can be a game like that, and again, very, very difficult. One of the biggest things is you gotta know how to get back up when you get pushed down, right? And the market will be more than willing to take you through, like you said, Iggy, that roller coaster. And over time, you become desensitized. Over time, I don't know if you've seen the memes where it's like this guy's on a roller coaster, and it's like, oh, when you've been in the market for years, and the roller coaster is doing all those things, and he's just looking back with a straight face, like as if nothing is fazing him. And I think that kind of speaks to the ideal kind of potential mindset that a trader, or I would want to achieve at one point, just being very this is the trade. This is my playbook, and I'm going to believe it. I'm going to trust it, and I'm going to go forward from there. And yeah, sure, there are times where different playbooks work in different markets, and I'm learning that as well. That's kind of goes to adaptation. So, wow, this selling is coming in right here. 50 pennies on Intel. Oh my God. Definitely, I covered way too much at VWAP.
Oh yeah, we all did. I mean,
I think the
short
20
that anybody had at any point today, you left too much on the table.
Oh yeah,
you know. I mean, it's true. Like we had AMD short. I mean, our Apple short. You know, first of all, Nvidia's going to
twos on Tesla.
Like we're short 232s on Apple there. You know, so that would have been a good one for sure. All right, so we just tweeted this out. We asked ChatGPT, so here we go. As we wait for 77.5 right now on the NASDAQ. Oh boy. All right, so here we go. We asked ChatGPT about the worst days in the NASDAQ the last 25 years. This is the answer that we got. All right, so here we go. 12.5% for COVID-19 crash right there. March the 16th. March followed by April. Oh no, so that's 2000, the dot-com bubble burst. Okay, so we did go back 25 years. So then we had 9, so these are major, like right now we're down 4.5, right? So October 1987, outside 25-year range. Well, thanks for that. So yeah, all right. But anyways, 9.97%, just a matter of interest there. Then again, couple days before that, COVID, like you're going to go 12 on March 16th, then another 9 4 days before. So you're going like 22% there in a week on the NASDAQ. The difference with this was the NASDAQ was going back and forth like crazy. So you were having like some 5 or 6% up days as well during all of this. March 9th, 8% again. The most recent one, though, looks like 2022. March seems to be a very bad month. It looks like, if I was going to look at this here, March 7th, we're down 7%. There it is, man. Russia-Ukraine war and Fed rate hike fears. So I'm still thinking the Fed has enough opportunity to, okay, we just got stopped out of NVIDIA, to lower rates, but, you know, you never know. Then there goes geopolitical and COVID. So, yeah, man, those are the worst last couple of bad moves. So we can even get a lot lower than that right now. So, yeah, market keeps going to the downside. There's Bitcoin down 9% today, but 77 coming in here for Bitcoin. Yeah, man, this day's just getting worse and worse for me. We just take another hit there on NVIDIA as we try to catch the bottom there. I guess there is no bottom, man. It looks like we're going to be down 5% here. The ES is down 3.5%. I guess we're just holding on to AMD right now. Downside push right now on advanced micro devices and everything, I guess. But
oh yeah, you got to hold on to those shorts. Everything's falling. Yeah, no, softy fresh lows. Spider again. You can see the futures here continuing to make some fresh lows here, and Tesla all the way down to 222s. That's kind of a level I had marked earlier. I didn't think we would get there today, but oh boy, what's going on, Adara?
Keep an eye on Apple, which is making this interesting little spike and then giving it back here. Seeing some reports on X. Apparently, the company is majoring or preparing here a major software overhaul for the iPhone, the iPad, and the iMac. Apparently, these are going to be coming as part of iOS 19 and Mac OS 16. So Apple getting a slight spike, probably just as this headline is overheard. But again, just a software overhaul here, apparently planned for the iPhone, the iPad, and the Mac. It's worth noting I have not heard anything further with regards to this summit. But to read back the headline here with regards to China, apparently the U.S. and China are discussing a summit between Donald Trump and Xi of China for June. So this conversation, if it happens between Xi and Trump, is not scheduled to take place for about 3 months, guys. Back to you.
All right. Okay. So in the future, June, we should be looking
3
forward
months
to that. Yeah. I mean, it'll go by pretty, I'd say, in a flash.
What you think so?
It usually does.
Right.
I mean,
I'm with you.
Yeah, usually does.
In 3 months, the market could be at 0. So hopefully, no, just kidding. Hopefully, we're not that low, of course. But thanks for, there you go. So Adair giving us some clarity. Excuse me. At about, well, whenever we got stopped out, I mean, okay, you know, again, we're back in NVIDIA. I don't know if that's going to be right. This is when I first I mean, Adair just confirming the story, obviously, but right there at 2, if you come over to my screen, at 2:10 is when I first heard it, which is why I immediately punched out. Obviously, that was a really, really bad decision because that was basically the high spot right there. So sometimes, hearing different things, you got to sort of take it for what it's worth and assess. And we jumped the gun there thinking that, hey, the market was oversold. But how sold is oversold? Apparently not this much. It can go down even further than where we are right now. All right, take out some more here. Just take out some more of NVIDIA as we're making a little bit back right now. Trying not to be as stubborn as we were before. Not trying to set the world on fire, of course. But if we do have that opportunity, we will take another out up here into 106 and then see what winds up happening. But we did look off that bottom. And again, you had showed me volume before, obviously on JP Morgan, and maybe there was some indicators there about relative RVOL there in the first 30 minutes or whatever. Maybe it was a little bit more than that. So right now we'll take advantage of this. There's been a big flush down on the NASDAQ and on NVIDIA with increased volumes coming in. This is our biggest buy candle of the day since the very open. So we just get that in there right now. We will join that move and see if we can't get a nice little upside push. We're long at 105.50 right here. Just a couple hundred shares. We'll see if we can get back upside right now on NVIDIA. And if it wants to go, great. There it is. We got some 86s. Okay. We just got 86 there, and then it just flew right back in. We got 84s and 85s, actually. Sorry, 84s and 86s. Didn't we realize we're double offering? Let's see if we can get a break above 106.20. So, again, like I said, we're out of half of this reloaded position, and we'll see if we can get it back higher than where we are right now on NVIDIA. Need to make a little bit of that back. Hey, Sean, what's up, Chase Bands? I like that name, Chase Bands. We've seen you many, many times. Grab that money, put it in that band, Chase. All right, at Sean, this is not the way to do it because I don't see this. Just a matter of fact that I did. You got to go at Sean and then just fill out that last name, push enter. This is a true hydronation break. Well, it's definitely a hydration nation, and that's what we have right here.
Boom.
All right, Obi. Cheers.
Yeah.
You have your hydration?
I have my hydration. Are we cheersing water?
Of course we're cheersing water. What do you think I'm doing? Trying to pour it on you?
Okay, cheers.
All right, cheers.
I thought it was bad luck to cheers water. That's what I heard, but that's okay. I will. That is what they say. People in the chat saying HMR.
My bad.
To the upside.
I didn't realize.
Yeah.
I didn't realize cheersing water was bad.
Come on, now the market's going to go to 19, bro.
Oh shit! What have I done? Since I did that, like Nvidia's retraced quite
strong
nice.
flush.
What have I done?
Oh no.
Oh man.
Taboo. But no, okay, so people in the chat talking about HMR to the upside. I have no idea what this ticker does. But apparently petroleum tankers, so the oil and gas pipelines, that's kind of what they're categorized under. Heidmar Maritime Holdings Corp, and it's done about 22 million volume on the day. No real information here. I got no real information here, but you can see when it comes to what they do, operates as a tanker pool company, and look at that, absolutely blasting to the upside.
No, you're not in trouble.
Let's go, Fabian.
What's up?
Can you please confirm the cheersing of water being bad luck?
It is bad luck, and so is an empty glass.
Yeah, you can't cheers an empty glass.
Yeah. That would make sense.
They both are.
This is not just a Chilean old wives' tale.
Nope. I learned that here.
Here's the thing, though. Alcohol has both. Alcohol is like an OH group, right?
It don't
get a little
matter if
sciencey.
NVIDIA at the highest.
There's some OH in here.
NVIDIA's higher than before we cheersed.
Are we gonna go lower? Oh my God, I don't know. We're opening Pandora's box here, Sean. I don't know.
So you believe in that?
Oh boy.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you mean?
Never. We ain't never.
I'm just a little stitious.
Just a little baby stitious. Okay, well, guess what? Yes. Let's go. It's a face slap. There's always something else I want to say after that, but I can't.
Oh, what? Something didn't go, it came back? Okay, yeah, we're going to go to Adara. I think she has something to say about HMR.
Hey, the cat.
I do have something here to say about HMR here. So this is Heidmar. Float is notable, I think, for this one. It's about a 328,000 share float. And this morning it had an announcement. Apparently, there's going to be this conference, the International Shipping Forum. That's going to be on Monday, March 31st. But it's worth noting they announced It's been announced today as HODL going to be at this event. So HMR going to be at an event soon, 328,000 share float. Also, I looked more into that Apple story. This software update apparently is going to be its largest in years. It's a major overhaul. So this Apple software update could be a bit larger than initially expected, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, a little bit of a bid here.
Dude, we're almost
saying bad luck.
NVIDIA. We are almost green on NVIDIA.
Let's go.
And to be honest with you, it started with the Waters cheers. So I mean, you know, some things are meant to be broken there. Are you a relatively superstitious?
Like I said, I'm a little stitious.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. When it comes to the market and this
Like
is funny.
You have a big day, you wear the same underwear the next day.
No, there was actually a time. Can we actually talk about this? I wore red a couple of times, and I had my P&L reflected on that, and I was like, I'm only going to wear these on the weekends. And then as of recent, though, I had a really good, because red is my favorite color. I don't like, red is by far my most favorite color. But as of recent, I had one of my best days, and I was like, okay, well, maybe this one's lucky. And then I'm like, and then I really thought to myself, I'm like, maybe that's irrelevant. But no, all jokes aside, being a little stitious, I think is okay.
Why are we saying stitious? Is that because it's superstitious?
Yeah, superstitious. But yeah, no. I remember Greg used to say. I used to go up to Greg, our old risk manager. He'd be like, "Oh, a little bit of a tinfoil hat." And then there was one time he stands up. He's like, "Oh, buddy, tinfoil hat. I got a whole tinfoil suit over here." He's like, by the time you get more experience with the markets, you're going to be wearing that full tinfoil suit. And I still remember that. It was funny.
So obviously you know Prad, and we used to call him Pradstradamus or something like that. Because you remember that he was always. I think Valeria actually made him a tinfoil hat one day, like seriously, and he wore it there.
Yeah, I got to go back and watch that one.
99 problems. NVIDIA ain't one, my guy.
The bid ain't one.
Because like Joe's getting ready for the club. Any hot clubs on a Monday night there, Joe? Or
the weekend club. The what? I have no idea.
This is not going anywhere. Yeah, okay. So yeah, there apparently no. But yeah, there's always somewhere to go on a Monday night.
Monday, Tuesday. Yeah. Who goes out on Tuesday?
My kid is coming back from Monday night tonight.
Monday, yeah. No, I think that's from a song.
Right. It's a big industry day.
Really? Okay.
So they say.
All right. Well,
guys,
let us know where the party's at.
What's up, Fabian? We are almost green right now. I mean, we are position pending. There it is. It is a hot dog cannon kind of day. Obi, go fill up your water because we are cheersing the shit out of that water coming up very soon because there it goes again. It's a monster trade. Hey, it's my party. I'll cry if I want to, honestly, around here. But there it goes, man. Huge move to the upside for NVIDIA. Boom. If we had just not legged this out, then we would be monstrous. But we're still doing pretty good right now as it goes to the upside, man. So we may have no red names today. We have the TQQs in the building. That was a good trade. Let's just review some of the trades we have. That was good. We waited for the 50 period. It's at there right now. I ain't going to short it because we're already long on NVIDIA. Apple, let's go alphabetical. How about that? Apple to start the day gets the first account. The first name in my blotter was either Apple or AMD. We'll double check that in a second. But that was at 940. We started loving that short. And then we put a stop out. We did get stopped out once it broke that garbage right there. That's a nice trade, man. That's 232. That's 226.50. We like it a lot. Advanced Micro Devices. This was obviously my first trade as we took it right at 930. Stopped out. Boom. To the downside. We make back our money on Advanced Micro Devices. Following that alphabetically is NVIDIA. You just saw me deal with some of those nightmares live. Palantir is actually my P&L number one, and these are only longs, man, and we haven't done anything since. I actually almost went long Palantir 75 instead of NVIDIA. So this is also a name that I like down there as well. And then wrapping it up, TQ. So we already did that. So Apple, AMD, NVIDIA, Palantir, TQs. 5 names for us today, 4 for 5 so far. All right, so we'll wait because we still are negative on NVIDIA. We're still negative on NVIDIA. And the reason why is that, again, this dropped out, we lost there, and we gained back here. And it's not like part of why we don't give share sizes is we all trade many different shares and sometimes it could be hundreds times difference. But that's not the thing is like we try to tell you, I'm trying to give you, and I don't know if Joe does it. Obi was doing it a little bit earlier, but at least units, like, this is the sort of the confidence meter that we have in this trade. So I just want to tell you for this trade, my stop was 105.39 break. I was giving this trade 11 cents. So this is why we're able to make our money back, because it went 10 to 1, went more than that. That doesn't matter, but that's why we started taking some out over here. It's just like, sometimes it's worth these shots. And look, man, you can dig your grave a lot deeper if these trades don't work out. So I just want to say, like, we're sitting here on, what's up, Chase Bands? We're sitting here on, let's go. We're sitting here on a prop floor. So I'm trading other people's money, and I've been lucky enough to been given a lot of that to trade with, and a big leash as far as stop orders, stops where we get stopped out on, right? So that's why we are really green today, despite making mistakes. And there's a lot of you out there that aren't going to be able to take swings like this. So this is going to be a good one. And I mean, this is what it is. And someone just said it right there, one-wheeler. You're 100% white one-wheeler. What are those, unicycles, the one-wheeler? You ever been on a unicycle?
I've never been on a unicycle.
No, I ain't never.
I've always wanted to try those Segways, though.
Well, I've been on a Segway. Yeah, Segways are pretty. In Miami, we went on some of those on the beach there.
Nice.
Yeah, they're nice, real nice. I definitely think that people should do that. Those are fun. The kids love the Segways. Miami, you're going there on Thursday.
Yes.
So say what's up to Kevin O'Leary.
No.
I think no.
No, I don't think he's going to be there.
No, he might. He will. I think he will be. He's either in Miami or Toronto, basically.
Oh, actually?
Yeah,
he's just, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Huh. Should be.
All right, one-wheeler, stops being triggered everywhere today, 100p, right? I mean, that's something that's without a doubt, man. Stops are being triggered everywhere, and just play your game. I've been stopped out many, many times, right? So, oh yeah, NVIDIA is really making him sing, man. I mean, this trade alone is turning the whole day around, turn this round upside down. We were red at one point, obviously not anymore, not even close anymore, as this is really starting to go. Even if you just had 500 shares down there, I mean, this is a nice move right back there to the upside again. So let's just take some more out and just enjoy the ride now to the upside. But just to that point there in the chat, like, this is a stop on Apple right here. We got my last Apple trade was a stop. And I'm going to throw it over to Obi because, quite frankly, people probably don't like my voice. There it is right there. So we got stopped out. We went, that's a stop out. So, right into there, I'm fine with it. But it is a stop out, so we got stopped right there. We got stopped out on Palantir as well to the downside, boom. I don't know how this, NVIDIA may take over number one, but at the end of the day, stop outs all over the place here. Stopped out right there on the break, bought it back here. Bought it back again, stopped out on the break lower. So everything at some point stopped myself out right there on the 50 period, right there for the TQQs. So yeah, man, lots of action there, including various stop outs. I do want to notice as well that there is a good possibility for us to get into JP Morgan. Well, I already have the market on close order in, so I will be getting into a little bit of JP Morgan as this day comes to an end. And again, that's how Obi can, Neil and I, we talk about this on the show. I don't think you're really as active maybe as we are in our sort of our swing accounts or not, but we'll never put on a position intraday because it's just, there's a compliance thing there where we don't need anybody to say, we were long this stock and pushing it up or anything like that. So all of the orders that we'll put in will be executed when we're flat and have no more trading to be done. So, or I'll post on the middle of the day when I'm off the show. I'll let people know what kind of trades I'm looking at and what I'm in on and et cetera, et cetera. So there is some of that happens, which is why I'm talking about JP Morgan at the close. Hopefully we get a good price. We'll see if we do or not. But okay, that's that. So yeah, looking to get JP Morgan, 229's been the bottom there. That looked like a good one. Oh boy, Obi. We are now at $1.30 now in the money on this. I'm going to take out now 10% of what we have left. We still have got on board about a quarter of our position. There it is. We just took some 81s. This is going to look like we're planting red roses here again, of course, but that's, I was going to say Red Rover, but I can't remember what it is. There was that call Ramin over or whatever. Like, how you do that game in grade school?
Yeah.
Bang, let's go, NVIDIA. It is a face slap for that one. There goes NVIDIA. Oh boy, we are hella printing right now. Can you believe that back, I don't know when you were doing this, but back in high school, for me about 10 years ago, when they were throwing, basically, you would line up, shut up, Hermine, you would line up here, put your arms out, and people would try to like
run through,
run into them.
I remember that. Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
Nowadays they don't even let kids play with balls on the no, not in the gym. They do because it's gym class.
At recess,
outside.
Really? Why?
At recess,
because they run after it if it goes on the
allowed
street or something. Is that why?
Yeah, they're not allowed to bring balls into the playground. Like because they're worried about kids getting violent. Like. I don't. I'm going to find out the reason why tonight because I asked the question. Right, yeah, but they can bring their phones in. My kids have cell phones.
Make it make sense.
Yeah, they don't, the TikToks there.
So I got out of everything there. I got out on my shorts because I'm like, the bid is definitely a little bit here. You can see the bid coming in on both the NASDAQ and the ES. One of the first instances of two green candles in a row. On the 15-minute. So I think I will walk away, and that's I guess that's all she wrote for me today. But yeah, let's see. There's still about 35 minutes left in the trading day. There could potentially be opportunities, but like I said, I am pretty much done there as of right now. I think the bid, again, we're short. The bid is coming in a significant way. No idea if it's going to stick around for the next 35 minutes, but I think that's a good reason for me, myself, and I to do some buying. And I'm just looking around to see what we have going on here. So we can kind of talk about this Intel trade right here from earlier. I like that hold on the bid at 20. Again, in retrospect, should I be really trying to short into it before the level's actually broken? Probably not. It's a held bid. I think the easier money is to just get long on top of the held bid, and you know what your risk exactly is because it's a held bid. And then until we kind of crack that, which we finally did at what is this? This is the 103 candle. Until that happens, then again, I think the short here on the retest of that 20, that lower high into this consolidation low, and that held bid low as well. Is a much better entry there for the continuation, but yeah, that could have been a little bit better. But I just took a reversion to VWAP because that's part of my playbook. But sometimes it happens. Sometimes things sell off a lot more, or things go a lot more than you really expect them to. And a little bit of a hold onto the rest of those there. Robinhood. This is Robinhood, right? Yeah. Okay. Hood is the ticker here, but nice little action off of the open. That 41 failure to follow through, false break of opening price, and a failure to follow through pre-market lows. And oh boy, I covered in 38, Sean, because it was a higher time frame technical level where I was like, maybe we find a little bit of a bid, and we did. We find a bid. It takes us to VWAP, but guess what? Sellers come right back in on VWAP, and it goes all the way down for another 2-point flush to 36 is down. Well, at that point, it was down over 17% on Hood. What? There, Marine's asking me to read this. Super chat right
I just want to say, we don't really talk about P&Ls too much or whatever, right? But we just made everything back plus more, and it was just this is where you're fighting the trend the whole way, and then it's just eventually when it goes, dude, this is what you and I talk about, that trading more shares.
Yeah.
And waiting for the right time. Just like you said about smacking Intel through $20.
Yeah. I realized that was the moment that I could have been
really made $500 or $600
exponentially more on that push.
Exactly.
Right?
And so I think that I actually did that here, so I'm pretty proud with it, but we didn't use huge amount of shares, but we just didn't want to get caught. I felt like going long into this. Like I just said, we just made about $500 back there, but the thing is that it was tough because you're fighting the trend. I would put more shares on if it was a short, but we're just really, really happy. How many tires? One tire. Not that much. Okay, I was told to read a chat here, so I guess there's a super chat. Oh, we did. I've missed all of these on talking about this. So trade the market like a roller coaster. You talked about that. Yes. Absolutely burnt. Yeah, about that.
Optimism.
Absolutely burnt. Anyone optimism that the market might recoup to at least 300 to 400 points. Yeah, that's why we went long NVIDIA. So thank you, Logos Productions. Yeah, look, I don't think you should ever get down on yourself. You just need to now long TQQs.
Next trade. Nice.
Obi.
Yes, sir.
Barry Dingle says, congrats on the graduation.
Thank you.
Obi, you are awesome.
Thanks,
Sean, congrats on being a great dad.
Let's go.
Thank you. I take after my own father, so I appreciate that. Everything is on discounts. Thoughts of when we may see a reversal? Well, how about at 3 o'clock, 30 minutes ago? The chicken dinner winner. We talked about staying positive. No, okay, so in all seriousness, thank you everybody for all of the chat and everything like that. I mean, it does mean a lot to all of us. So, yeah, I could do a lot of things, Ramin. Okay, but right now, I just wanted to say, when can we see a reversal? I mean, we could look at the economic calendar and see if there's any sort of talk there. I thought it was pretty interesting to hear that Donald Trump, I'm disappointed that it was months away, but I just think the more talks, the better. We talked about, I mean, here we go, we're flipping up a little bit now as well. We did talk about what that means as far as, let me just get the actual promo up for that, Ramin, because I feel like there's more things I'm supposed to say that I never say. I do, what else is new? But I just wanted to say that I really do feel like we need to get some positive stories coming through, right? I mean, and until we get those, I'm not sure. I mean, there's so much talk here about tariffs. There's so much talk about Doge. Like, I'd actually like to see Elon step away from all of this. I think that would be the one thing that could possibly rally Tesla temporarily, which could give us a little bit of a move back up to the upside. I'd like to see those inflation numbers remaining like on track. We do have, I think it was the 19th of March, I believe, Adara. We do get the next Fed, right? So that will come through. Thanks, Adara. So that will come through there. Okay, I'm just going to take advantage of this move up.
Ooh, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like, NVIDIA just went to 116.50 there, and I was sleeping on that. We weren't going to go, oh my God, I missed the, oh no, we did, okay, woo. I thought we missed that top there. But again, I like to see inflation chill out a little bit and that not be a worry. I like to see jobs hold as well. I don't really know. I mean, what I like doesn't really ever matter. But okay, right here. Are you ready to become a real trader? Well, if so, you can join guys like Obi and myself and my guy Joe over there, Darren Neal and Sharif. Our next training cohort kicks off on March the 24th. Lucky day there, March the 24th. Kicks off on March the 24th. At this time, we're expanding our reach. If you live outside the continental USA, now is your chance. Your chance is not today. It's not tomorrow. It is now. Make sure you do sign up. You'll be able to be trading U.S. equities during regular market hours with continuous U.S. session trading. So that's pretty cool. We did have a curated list before. Some of them did not include U.S. equities. Now we are in there. You're going to learn market microstructure, different marketplaces and venues, order types, and professional execution, and trade on the same platform that Obi and I are using every single day. It is the P Pro 8 platform, Obi. Space is limited. Do not wait if you are outside of the continental US, which may one day include Canada.
Oh boy.
You know?
Yeah.
Not.
I don't know about that.
Don't worry, Mark Carney is going to save us all. You know, Carney is kind of known as maybe not a negative term, negative term. You're a Carney. Do you know? You ever heard someone call someone a Carney?
No. Is that the new guy in office for a few days, or?
Yeah, he's our new president-elect.
Sure.
There, not elected actually. So our Liberal Party, we had Justin Trudeau. You probably heard a lot about him. Trump calling him governor and whatnot. At the end of the day, he stepped down.
Right.
And resigned.
I heard about that.
Yeah, I know you knew about that. Yeah. So he resigned, and now we have John Carney coming in there. He used to be our finance minister, and then I believe did work with the Bank of England as well. So he's got his P's and Q's all lined up, apparently. And the plan of action there is to run, as we have to now have a new election.
Right.
So he will temporarily step in. We did have the first female Canadian prime minister do that when Mulroney stepped down there. And now we'll wait to see Kim Campbell, and now we'll wait to see if Carney has anything to say about this. But he won't have the power to really do too much here, as we'll wait. And then apparently it's conservative Mr. Pierre Poilievre. Have you heard of him?
Yeah, I've definitely heard of him.
Yeah, so he'll come through and represent the Conservatives. And our Liberal, we are a Conservative province as well. We just had elections, and Doug Ford, many of you may have heard of him as well. He's coming through. It's not just a $1 winner. What's up, Ozan?
Oh boy, look at that pullback right back up. That was...
Yeah, as we get ready for those industry parties, and me and Joe are going to go there tonight or not, and we should have some fun. So there it is, man. NVIDIA really making them sing back there to the upside. So we talked about NVIDIA being our worst stock. It is now close to our best stock, as it is now all the way up. We still do have our best name here as Palantir. You're not in any positions. Is that on purpose?
Yes, because I was short, and I see no strong reasons to short anymore.
You can see clearly now? I can see clearly now, the rain has gone. That's not right.
So kind of. I think I remember.
Get some help.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe, perhaps.
If Kevin O'Leary was here, he would once again be telling me not to quit my day job one more time in there. But by the way, Kevin, I did watch Shark Tank season 17.
Okay.
And then I turned it. How about that, Kevin? You like that, Joe?
I don't know what that means. I've seen a few episodes. I like Shark Tank. Shark Tank's good.
Yeah, it's all right. You got some sharks in a tank. And oh boy. Dude.
That was it. There's that one guy from Shark Tank, the smiley scrub guy.
I'd rather not talk about scrubs or anything like. Which guy was that? John.
He sold basically like a sponge, and he became Scrub Daddy. Yeah. Ramin saying she has all the variations of that. Yeah, I mean, cool idea for a sponge, and then you would think wow, look at that.
I mean, did we call NVIDIA to VWAP or what?
You called it. Oh boy.
I mean,
oh boy.
There it is right there. Huge move to the upside. Yeah, no, those Scrub Daddy things, I have that. Yeah. They come in, I think you can get them at Costco. Part of my job at home is, so Marissa will get the kids down. I mean, one's 13. It's not like, he needs too much. I mean, none of them need help getting down, but she'll do all that. Yeah, and then I do the dishes at the end of the night.
Okay.
So I use that scrub, Mr. Scrubber there or whatever it is. And
estimated net worth of $70 to $100 million.
Who?
The Scrub Daddy guy. His name is Aaron Krause, inventor of Scrub Daddy. Yeah. My thing was, in the 20th century, he would have thunk that developing a new kind of sponge would make you a multimillionaire.
It's all about those the distribution. Business. You got to find the right forms of distribution.
Yeah.
And we got to go over to Adara before you get in big time trouble.
Yo.
Keep an eye on crypto here. I'm seeing a report from Politico that Tim Scott, who is a Republican senator, is apparently eyeing a Senate banking bill vote on Thursday with regards to a stablecoin bill. So apparently, Tim Scott of the Senate Banking Committee is looking for the group to vote on a stablecoin bill on Thursday. So keep an eye on crypto with that vote in mind if it does come to pass. And we are brought to you by eSignal. New traders, listen up. The first month is going to be free because that's right, we are waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize, because our platform is everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. So do not miss out. Execute your best trades now with eSignal. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Back to you.
Thank you. Righty.
Yeah, that bid is coming in quite strong. So I guess the bid came in off of, what is that, low 19.3s. So a bit of a pull into the 19.2s, and then rebid kind of breaking that trend going into the end of the day after a very, very strong day of selling here. The NASDAQ down about 3.5%, just over 3.5% there, and the ES down about just over 2.5%, 2.65 on the ES and 3.65 on the NASDAQ here going into the last 13 minutes of the day here. So I want to know what you guys traded during the day. I know there was a lot of directional moves, obviously some of the selling that happened, but it seems like there were some small caps running as well. There were some other tickers. We were looking at some other sectors as well, Sean, and I think we talked about that XLV being up during the morning session and the midday session. But take a look at this. By the end of the day, go to XLV right here. Again, one of the only ones that was really kind of holding its own and catching a bit of a bid there. You can see that selling kind of comes into this sector as well, giving us some fresh lows on the day going into the last hour of the day as well. So yeah, interesting stuff. We know that tech has been selling off, financials has been selling off. We saw it with the chart on JPM as well, and then consumer staples as well. Oh boy, this one, XLP. Very, very directional on the day. You can see here actually, no, is that not the, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong chart. XLY, that's the one I want to look at, XLY. So that's consumer discretionary, right? So XLY, very strong selling on the day relative to some of these other sectors there. So looking similar to tech and industrials as well on the day. But guess which one has held its own, Sean? That is utilities coming in kind of flat on the day here as we just trade pretty much sideways. So nothing too crazy going on there. Let's take a quick look at what has been doing volume on the day. Now, of course, NVIDIA is the top of the list. That's traded almost 300 million shares on the day, Sean. So absolutely wild here. Lots of opportunity, lots of liquidity to kind of work with here on NVIDIA on the day. Tesla, of course. We see how down Tesla is. Tesla's down about 15% at the moment here, going into the close. So I don't know if we're going to wipe right back up to VWAP here. That will be interesting. But again, let's see where Tesla closes. More selling once again. After multiple weeks of back-to-back selling, we come in real hot at the beginning of the week. So I'll be watching some of these prices, these day one week prices here. That 250 was quite nice here on Tesla as well. Ford, I know a lot of people have been talking about Ford as of recent, kind of watching a little bit of that $10 level on the day today. Is this lucid? It is. And a bit of sideways action there. Nothing too crazy. Palantir, we saw that I think Sean was involved in Palantir a couple times here on the day. But yeah, kind of a similar story, trending to the downside for majority of the day with VWAP sellers coming in. And Redfin, I think these guys had a buyout news catalyst, and you can see that didn't really. I mean, it's trading like a buyout, I guess, is the most I can say for it. And AAPL, oh boy. Yeah, this one, let's see if, again, did it break any key levels? Yeah, it broke prior week low coming into the open here. 1260s just crack, and then VWAP kind of dominance there of sellers. You can see that during the opening session on American Airlines. HOOD, we traded that one. That one was absolutely beautiful to the downside. Again, VWAP sellers kind of showing themselves in the middle of the day. Once again, SMCI, we talked about that kind of a sideways chop, this range, this flat bottom that was about to break. And I think I was actually talking about it in and around this time, just at 2 o'clock. And you can see that bottom did break. And oh boy, 3680 break all the way down to 3590. So giving you roughly about, 70, 80 pennies on the break of that low day there on SMCI. But we bid right back up in this aggressive bid that we're seeing going into the close as well. I haven't really had eyes on any of these other tickers as well. TRVI, again, in the pre-market I was watching this one, but absolutely strong. I probably had to get borrows for this one as well, but not really my cup of tea on that one. Rigetti, oh boy.
What's that?
Rigetti trending to the downside. So again, we were kind of interacting or trying to interact with that $10 level last week. 940s was prior week high. And here's my alarm for imbalances, so we got to keep an eye on some of those incoming
Good call.
here. And yeah, Rigetti to the downside as well. Big Bear AI, we were looking at this one, Sean, in the morning with that pre-market news. We've done nothing but sell off of that. So yeah, that whole event kind of being sold into there as we fail to follow through past that 350 mark right off of the open, and a bit of a consolidation. Again, this was day 2 earnings on Big Bear AI, and you can see a bit of a continuation. On day 1, we gapped down, sold off in the morning session. And then today we didn't really do the exact same, but we come in, we kind of false break that opening range high of day 1, and then sellers kind of step right back in to close in and around $3 with a day low of 306 here on Big Bear AI. Oh boy, Apple's up here as well. Bank of America as well. Okay, you can see this RVOL spike in the morning session on a lot of these tickers. You can see it on BAC. You can see it on Apple. You can see it on Intel. You can see a little bit on Intel as well. Okay, cool. But yeah, no, I'm going to be doing more of my scans later tonight and just seeing which were the tickers that actually had some of that relative volume. I have no idea what it means, but I definitely want to know I guess the price range that volume traded at going forward for the rest of the week. Not on every single ticker, but some of the tickers that I find technically interesting. So I'll be doing some of that later tonight. $20 coming back in on Intel, man. So this level might continue to be a little bit of a level of interest going forward.
Were you just looking at the locator?
I was not.
Okay, because I heard you mention BAC there, so I was like, wait a second.
BAC it was on the volume.
Okay, yeah, and okay, good, because I just heard BAC had some data breaches earlier on today as well. Just so you guys know, we are in less than 5% of NVIDIA. I mean, we got that VWAP move upside, so we're starting to cash out of pretty much all of it right there. We do have, again, we had greater than 500, but we had close to a decent amount of shares there. So we're now out of that trade. Good one, really a day saver for me. Not a day saver, but brought us back to Greensville, which was nice. So we'll do that as well because we had just lost too much on the way down there because we took shots, man. We took shots. Let's just put it that way. All right, so just real quick, that's NVIDIA. BAC, not a great day for them, down 5%. Is that right? No, it's only 4%, I think, for BAC. Yeah, 4%. So down 4% there. So not a great day there for BAC. And they're going to be the number one name, or they were, on the imbalance locator. We do have, I just tweeted it out. Thank you to Adara for all of that as well. Tonight's earnings doesn't look too spicy, but still spicy enough as we go. So right into here, Asana, Oracle, and Pay for earnings this afternoon. So join Adara and I as we'll be going over all of that. And then we should have Michael Noss coming through. I'm going to ask him about the financials for sure. So I'm not trying to catch him off guard. I just don't have any notes from him. So we'll wait to see what happens.
You should ask him about that Arval. The Arval in the morning session. Sure. Like, has he seen that before? I'm curious. I would like to know, yeah.
All right, good. Where are we going, Adara? Then let's go.
Just be aware here, the market did drop a little bit more here off that 475 level, currently at 472. I am seeing here, apparently, Israel military is targeting the vicinity of an area of Syria. So just been noting here some geopolitical tensions going on here as we get another push lower here for the market, though definitely removed from low of day right now, guys. Back to you.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, okay.
How much that moves the market in 15 minutes. But.
Exactly. It's 3:45 right now. I will not be entering any new positions. We have the AMD short, which is now, let's just do this for fun. $5 right now in the money and at day's low, but similar to your hood position when you did have it, we don't have very many shares on board. So we'll wait. I mean, I think we might as well just get out, right? I mean, we're bouncing off 96. That has been the low of the day. This trade has been a great one. I mean, obviously, when you look back, you're never going to think you have enough shares, and that's probably the case here for me on this play as well. But at the end of the day, still a good trade. So we'll put a stop at 96.50 just to make sure that we're canceled all of our other stops there. So we'll do that. Well, we're going to get, well, you know what, we're probably, oh, we just got filled. Okay, I was going to say, why did that order not go in? But there it is, so we do not have to worry about it. Good trading there on AMD, man. We just took 101 to 96. $5. So we will celebrate that one with that $5 dance.
220. 220 on Tesla.
What?
It was traded. We broke 250 this morning.
Like, what are we talking about?
No. 220 on Tesla. That's absolutely
What was
wild.
the worst day in history again? 19?
It's 21%. 21% on September 8th, 2020.
Okay, so here...
The largest one-day decline in its history.
Question for you, my friend.
Excluded from the S&P 500. That's what it declined on. This drop occurred after Tesla was unexpectedly excluded from the S&P 500
Right, so similar to what happened to
index,
Robinhood today.
Despite meeting profitability criteria.
So there you go.
Okay.
So similar, I mean, how much is Robinhood down?
Oh boy. I think it's over 7, it was around 18.
So there we go,
Yeah,
it's the same 19%. Story.
Yeah.
Robinhood.
Interesting. Maybe that's something I should go home and playbook. Kind of go back and see.
100% you should. Because I know I've done the studies, or I didn't do the studies. I read something there that, because we're looking at Robinhood, was that the average bump on included stocks was 7%.
Ooh, okay. On day one of trading?
Yeah,
okay.
the next day. So,
the next day.
Announced Friday night, the move on Monday.
Yeah.
7%. But again, that's I
about
would
the
assume that's from.
excluded ones?
The problem is that I don't know this to be true or not, but I'm going to assume that that's from the closing price on Friday, which is interesting because the move happens during after hours. That announcement, I think, comes around 5 p.m. We didn't have it on our show on Friday, so it came after we went off air, I believe.
Yeah.
So
It's
part of that,
literally about to close at day low. It's making fresh lows right now.
isn't that wild that the
Robinhood,
NASDAQ has battled back quite nicely, guys? I mean, not really. I mean, we were down 4.4% maybe at the lows. Now you're only down 4%, 3.9%. So there has been a little bit of a rally back. I shouldn't say maybe nicely, but it has rallied back something there. All right, let's just keep on going here. So we only have 1 minute left until the imbalances, so we'll get these all locked and loaded, and then just to see if anything does come from them. We will go get rid of the broker and just do NASDAQ and NYSE because we don't care too much about the broker fills. So we'll see when those come in. Hopefully they come in pretty quickly, and then we'll be able to assess. So BBAI still a sell from the AM, so we're not worried too much about that. Let's just wind up seeing what happens now with less than 35 seconds left. We'll wait for that update. So the only position I have on board, and again, good out for us on AMD. We covered that at 96.10 or something like that. That's going to turn out to be good. NVIDIA is the only one that we have left. Because it's at 107 and at the 200 period, whoopsies, almost got to have too many. We'll offer some out here at 99. Let's put an offer much higher than that if we can, into the 30s. We'll offer that in case we do get that monster rip, and then we'll put something even higher up near 108 in case we do get it. So now with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, lift off. Yes, sir. There it is. It is lifting up. 117, 120s. Give me that 29, Phil. We did not get it, but maybe we do. So here we go, man. ACI, possible index action on ACI right there. IBIT coming with a bid. So Bitcoin. Bank of America, we just sort of talked about that. That's coming with a bid. I don't really see NVIDIA on here. So strange. But at the end of the day, we did get that 29. So that is a props up kind of a trade. In what turned out to be my two best stocks today are both longs. So there you go, in an absolutely disastrous day. But it doesn't mean that we didn't have the shorts. Thank you, everybody, for paying attention to us all day. We had Apple right off the beginning of the day at 232. That was absolutely monstrous. Shout out to Mr. Westermeyer, who was talking about 226s on Apple. That was a great level, dude. I mean, you nailed that. It does go down a little bit more into 224, but still a great level. So congratulations if you are still watching and you're able to make money on that kind of a call. And then AMD was a huge short, obviously, that we just covered as well. So yeah, we will be very much green today. We've already hit, we're about a day and a half goal, so it could have been bigger. Wish it was, but at the end of the day, it is not. So, no, actually, no, what am I talking about? We're two. So with this unrealized, now that NVIDIA is starting to go, we're 2x. So if the goal is to make $100 on the day, we're at 200. That's what I mean when we say that kind of stuff. And again, we go back and forth about this, obviously. It doesn't matter. You don't need to have daily goals or anything like that. I'm just kind of doing it for the show, and meaning that it's like, I'll tell you when we're losing 2 or 3 times our daily goal, making 2 or 3 times our daily goal, and just hopefully the make outweighs the loss. And at the end of the day, just trying to show that no matter what your goal is, you know, and I'm not talking about $10 or anything like that, $100. Like,
you're talking about like P&L goals.
Yeah, I was talking about like, in order to pay bills and to feel like, you know, I mean, the bills keep going up, but in order to, you know, make a living, maybe that's kind of where I'm talking about daily goals. Yeah. So everyone's going to be different depending on where you live, so on and so forth. But yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, no, I think daily goals are too tired. I think daily goals are definitely really good, but not in terms of, I think not really like P&L, but more like
20-inch rims already.
Process and thing like that. Like I'll have daily goals, but they're never really related to like P&L. It'll be like something I'm trying to fix and be like, okay, my goal today will be no matter what I do, I don't want to fight the trend. And if I do that, then I've successfully completed that goal today, right? So it's like I'll try to have more daily goals, something along the lines of that. And again, it goes to like trying to be a little bit better every day. It's like if I know yesterday I fought the trend all day and that's why I got rocked, and then the next day I'll come in, I'll be like, if there's one thing I want to do today is not to fight the trend, and if I don't fight the trend today, I will have been successful on the day, regardless of what the P&L is. So like I like using daily goals a little bit like that a little bit more. So and like you know, P&L will follow naturally if you're making good decisions. So
no, same. I mean, I'm lucky I did go against the trend there because Nvidia turned out to be just.
No, I mean you had it. I think you were buying at the right place.
Yeah, but I'm just going against the trend.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the trend probably doesn't break until probably we at least get here. I mean, does going against the trend mean me being buying underneath VWAP? Probably not. No. You know, so
whatever your definition of. You know,
yeah, no,
fighting
this was just crazy trading. I mean, you could sort of see it turn around. And I mean, for me, I got to get over to the desk in a couple minutes, so I won't leave you stranded here. But again, you know, we finally started to see some volume coming in. Was wondering about these being capitulated bottoms again. And I don't think it was. We didn't have like an outstanding green candle here, anything like that. But we're starting to see it ramp up there and get to the downside. I sort of just had that feeling, which is why we tried it here. You know, we were trying.
No, I think that's perfect. You tried it twice and it worked extremely well on the third time.
Right.
That's perfect.
3 times the charm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where we say about being kind of lucky to have increased shutdowns, have the ability to take multiple swings at it and not really worry. Obi and I do have to be flat at the end of every day. I just want to thank everybody for watching and hitting that like. I don't know how many we have right now, but join me for after the market when we have a recap. It'll be Obi and myself. There it is, 700 likes. Let's see if we get that up to 800 or so. We have over 6,000 watching right now. Join us tonight at 4 o'clock, which is Adair and I over at the desk. We'll talk all about what this market brought today, and then we'll have Oracle. I think Oracle is going to be a real interesting name, man, as we have Operation Seagate or Stargate or Punch in the Face Gate. But yeah, for right now, Oracle, wow, 150. Okay, I mean, that's pretty beat up for sure down there to the downside. I'm just going to get out of NVIDIA because I don't have anything else to do right now. So there it is, man. NVIDIA will go P&L. So P&L number 1 for me, Palantir on the long. P&L number 2 for me, Apple on the short to start the day off with right there. So this is still my second best P&L name, which we got out at 11:30. So there you go on that one. P&L 3, NVIDIA, Palantir, Qs, and then AMD. So wow, that AMD trade was just more shares, right? Yeah. Just like Robinhood, like you mentioned there. Took too many swings early, and then finally waited for 101. And I actually just looked back at last week's sticky notes. They all have, this is a lot of them. They all have AMD 101 written on them. Yeah. So that was a pretty key level. Join me tomorrow when we'll have Obi back here again.
Yes, sir.
And that should be a heck of a lot of fun. And yeah, my coffee's getting cold. I still have some left. Let's just see if
let's see.
Let's see if we do roll up the rim to win.
Roll that rim up.
Screw you, Randy, honestly. Like,
oh, no.
You know, I mean,
you need to roll it up all the way.
Why do I need
You just saw the please and you were like...
please play, I don't need to... No. I know it's again is the next word.
That's fair.
It's not like, please play again. Oh, by the way, here's a winner. Yeah. Like, that's not, I mean, I wish that was the way.
Said like a true trader. You don't need all of the information to understand the probabilities of the rest of the move. The rest of the sentence.
This is getting to be pretty bad, but okay. Anyways, we still got one here. We had a winner from before, so we have one over here. And Randy was very generous to try to pass that other one off to me, but we change back and forth. One day I'll buy, next day he'll buy. So okay, peace out. Good trading day today. We'll check you on the flip side. Congratulations on some of those trades, and Adair and I will be guiding you through. I got to pick my kid up from snowboarding, who apparently had a fantastic day.
Oh, nice.
And so this got to wrap up at 4:30 because I got to scram.
All right.
So if I don't stop, then I won't stop. So see ya, Obi.
All right. Thank you very much, Sean. Another solid day of market craziness. Right, pretty much some strong reds across the board. Some record numbers as well as Tesla. We talked about Tesla being down near in and around its most I guess sold off days. I think if I just want to pull it up here, let's see what we're ending at here as we do make some fresh lows. 15.8, so 16%. We are pretty much pushing into the territory of some of Tesla's worst days. Again, I think this would make it the top 4th worst day on Tesla. So 221 halves trading as of right now. And I think somebody in the chat pointed out earlier as well as 222 was a bit of a level in the past, and it's clearly kind of just holding and consolidating and hovering above that 220 level. So give or take a couple of points. I think that's something to be something to have on watch for the rest of the week there. Tesla definitely giving us some strong moves, some strong market coming in as well. Market moves coming in off of the open, some strong participants. That RVOL we were talking about there. DLV in the chat saying, Obi, what are you buying in your personal account? And I think somebody earlier in the chat was also asking about how's my personal account doing. I mean, here's the thing, man. Like, I don't have a necessarily diversified account. I have a few names that I really like. And oh boy, that's some aggressive selling coming in here. You can see that on Tesla right here. I'll pull up the tape for you guys. Intel seems to hold its lows, but you can see this aggression coming in. Look at that speed and aggression. Shout out to Wayne for coining that term here on the floor. But yeah, that selling coming in strong into the close here. So Tesla poised to close at day lows here with only about 1 minute left, guys. So absolutely crazy for joining us. Thank you for spending your time here, and hopefully you guys we asked this question earlier, are you not entertained? Don't forget to hit that subscribe and like. What's going on? Yeah, exactly. We've got a shot of Fabian right here, but yeah, no. Are you not entertained? No, I'm just joking. But hopefully we provided some value, provided some entertainment, and you guys hopefully got something out of that. We had a lot of viewers today, so we would like you to join us once again tomorrow. But don't go anywhere. We got Sean and Adara for the market recap coming in a few minutes here. So with only about 20 seconds left, it does seem like Tesla's about to close near its day lows here on the day. So let me get that countdown timer ready because I see Adara standing at the bell as well. So yeah, no, traders stay late. Yeah, exactly. So let me know in the chat what you guys are up to tonight. 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much, Dara. Let me know what you guys are up to tonight in terms of reviewing the day, in terms of scans. I'll be sitting here. I'll be watching the chat as well, kind of just listening in to what Sean and Adara have to say for the market recap. Again, we're still in the midst of earnings season. There's still a lot of things happening, and even with a very strong directional market that we've been having for the past few weeks, there are still lots of opportunities. You got to remember, market doesn't only go up. Market goes sideways. Market goes down. And when there's opportunities, definitely day traders are more likely to be found lurking in and around some of those opportunities. And I'm just trying to get a little bit better every day at doing that. So without any further ado, I think they're ready for us at the big desk. Stick around for the market recap with Sean and Adara. I will see you guys tomorrow. Take it easy.
All right, thank you, Bobby. We are ready to rock and roll. Adara, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm muted. I'm back now, unmuted. Hi, Dara. That's what you're saying. We're ready to rock and roll right now.
We are.
I'm just going to get the chat open. We are waiting for Oracle, so we do have Oracle earnings coming up in just a matter of minutes here. The expectation on Oracle, we'll check out your notes there. EPS of 149 is what we're waiting for. But EPS doesn't really matter. It doesn't seem like nowadays. We know companies like NVIDIA continue to make money and put up great quarters. Downside there today, so we'll wait for Oracle. Expecting it at 405, so we'll wait for that. Estimated revenue of 14.36 billion. Thank you so much for joining us here again today. If you haven't hit the like button, please do so immediately as we are waiting those numbers. We have over 850 likes. That's nice. So thank you to everybody for that. Look, not a huge earnings day here. We have Pay, we have Asana, and we do have, you like going to Asanas?
I've never been to a sauna other than like at a gym.
That's what I mean. You like going to saunas? No.
Not even sauna person. Also, I think there was a super chat maybe that came in the end of the day. Someone just tagged me to let me know.
Oracle.
Thank you very much to VizBot for the $5 super chat. Congrats, Sean. I'm only toasting with water from now on. VizBot out. Thank you very much, VizBot, for the super chat, and apologies for the lateness. I am so ready for this recap for y'all. Oracle, we cannot predict the future, but I foresee that Oracle earnings should be interesting, especially because they're part of that whole Project Stargate situation. From what I'm reading, investors are actually more excited to get some kind of update into Project Stargate, that $500 billion AI investment over the next 4 years. They want that more than they even want the number. So we have to really see if we get an update on that Project Stargate. I think that might actually be more key than the earnings report itself, Sean.
Yeah, so we'll figure it out. People saying that Sean was pretty right. Oh, we were always on split camera there. My bad. I'm actually trying to log into the software so I can show some of my trading there today because we did pick up that bottom. Hold on a second on Nvidia. I don't want to necessarily talk about that all though today as we wait for that XLF bad day, man. We bought some. We bought some JP Morgan at close. We probably ripped up into the close. Of course we did. So we bought some JP Morgan today. JP Morgan has hit down to its 200 period moving average. I do want to ask Michael Noss about this. We are waiting for him to come through around 4:15. We'll wait. We're not going to go early. We're going to wait to see about that. But look, coming right into a nice little level there. XLF also a nice downside play. Today's market was really one that was led by downside tariff talk again. President Trump on Fox News over the weekend talked possibly about a recession as well. Yuck on that front. So we'll wait to there. What led to sell-off today? Unfortunately, it's Mr. Doge himself, Tesla. I have no idea how much this man has lost, but just in market cap alone, we're down 50% on Tesla in just over 3 months. So that high here in Tesla back, well, not even 3 months. I mean, basically the high was just at Christmas there. So what a great Christmas it was. You might have been thinking that you had unrealized gains, therefore you bought somebody a Tesla. But if you did that right now, hopefully you sold at the top because that was 480. We're down to 220 right now. And honestly, not looking like there's a bottom in sight. I mean, we like to play something off the 200 period moving average. We had recently bought some of this name. It is downside. So nice move down there for Tesla as that was really the name that helped press the NASDAQ lower. We're still waiting for Oracle, still in our ear, 405 coming out momentarily. Another big name, of course, that was to the downside early was Apple, down into the 200 period moving average. You don't get many days where Apple's down 5 or 6%. That was today. That happened again there now as more worries hit with China, right? And again, Apple, if we are getting into the recession, I don't think we are, but consumers will be worried about that. You'll see the headlines all over everything, and that could cause some scare to the retail sector. You did see Amazon, I do believe, held up okay today, only down 2%. Google got, again, DOJ pressures on Google once again with Chrome. So Google made a nice high there on the day, touching in around 175, bouncing its head off the 175 mark and the 200 period moving average. But today, a pretty nasty day to the downside for Google, down 4.6%. Oracle's out. Okay, Oracle reported lower, $1.47 I just heard versus Come on, my guy. Another downside move there. I don't even have Stream Deck open. So right now we do have a downside push for Oracle. We did talk about it possibly missing. 147 is what I'm hearing, Adara, versus 149. Adara will parse through all of the information and not misread it the way I probably am. But there's Oracle initially moving lower, now bouncing. So we will wait for the guide. Remember what I said. It don't matter what they reported, to be honest with you. Are they guiding forward? There it goes, Oracle. Yes, let's go, Oracle. Let's go, Oracle. Nice move. We are in this name. We'll wait to see if Oracle can bounce back. There it goes, 150. This is why I told Sharif, you will never make money here if you trade the close. So good, or at least earnings, which he was doing. Good thing you didn't do that, Adara, because that touched down to 137. Now the move is upside. Adara's going to get those numbers for you. On the daily, though, it needs to hold here, man. We are underneath the 200 period moving average. We do not want Oracle to fall too much lower than where we are right now, especially you get into these levels, 130, which is where we did. Look where we bounced off, 145, 135. Good bounce. What are we doing here in the after hours? Again, kind of going downside. Oracle, I have the sales. 14, you just tell me when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, let's go over to Adair for the exact numbers.
Oracle missed on pretty much everything, guys. So $14.1 billion versus $14.39 expected for revenue. That is quite the miss. Adjusted earnings of $1.47 per share versus $1.49 expected. A miss. Adjusted net income, $4.2 billion versus $4.3 billion expected. That would be a miss. They did have one beat I'm seeing right off the top here. Adjusted operating income. So this is actually also a miss. $6.2 billion versus $6.25 billion expected. That would be a miss. So right now, there's nothing they really beat on. Cloud revenue, I'm not seeing how that compares to estimates, but they reported $6.2 billion in cloud revenue and an adjusted operating margin of 44%. So that is the situation there for Oracle. In case you missed it, so did they. They just missed a lot here on these earnings. It is worth noting here the remaining performance obligations for the quarter were up 62% in USD. They also had their GAAP earnings per share were up 20%. earnings per share here about 4% to the increase. So a lot of things were to the upside on a year-over-year basis. They just could not beat analyst estimates today, guys.
Yeah, okay. So Oracle right now is just dancing around right here. So we'll see. I mean, it's relatively flat. That's pretty good. I'll take that, honestly. But we'll see. It's always next day. Oh boy, Adara. Asana. It is getting pretty steamy in this sauna right now. The implied move, though, was 21%. So you're down quite a bit right now. We closed the day at $16.66. Downside into $14, a little bit lower right now for Asana. Again, what do? Business development work management platform helps organizations orchestrate work from daily tasks. Okay, so very, very similar, maybe like a CRM here. Functional strategic initiatives. All right, so Asana, nice downside move. It's only down 20% year to date. Short float 16%. Asana downside there. Not looking great on the daily. Well below the 200 period now into $14. What do we got for Asana?
They actually... it's better than Oracle in terms of did they beat or did they miss. They did beat here on adjusted earnings per share, so $0. They reported 0 earnings and 0 losses, but they were expecting to report a 1-cent loss, so that would make it a beat. They also had here sales of $188.33 million, narrowly beating estimates of $188.1 million. Apparently, they had a 97.5% year-over-year increase for their earnings, which again were flat, but they lost last year. 10% year-over-year increase for sales. So not a bad look here for Asana for earnings. The only other one we're waiting here on is Paymentus. Let's see, PAY. Yeah, we did get those numbers here. Not really seeing, revenue here, $257.9 million. That would be a quarterly record. It is also up 56.5% on a year-over-year basis. I'm seeing a different number here for the estimate, so unclear how it, I guess, compares, but regardless, apparently 56.5% increase for their revenue.
All right, so I think that Asana, there has to be something up with that because those numbers that you read were pretty good, and Asana is really getting crushed. Downside.
Their CEO left. Sorry, I forgot to mention that.
Okay.
The CEO was leaving. Dustin Moskovitz has informed the board of his intention to retire. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that.
Okay, no
problem.
problem.
Once a successor is appointed, he will leave. Until that point, I guess he's chilling.
All right, Oracle also increases their dividend from, this is a pretty good increase actually, from 40 cents to 50 cents a share. That's not bad at all. A little 10 cents there, so you get a quarter, 25% bump on dividend from Oracle. Not many tech names are giving a dividend, so that's really nice to see that from Oracle. 40 cents to 50 cents, that's not bad. 50 cents on 150, that's gonna be, not I don't know what the percentage is, still low. And then we also do have, they also predicted a $130 billion sales backlog. For Oracle. So backlog is good, man. If they can have that, get their production ramped up, and they'll see what's going on with Oracle. But again, pretty much a nothing burger there for Oracle. I do see Michael Noss is in the green room, but I'm not ready for him yet. Michael, I do want to ask you about XLF because recently, last Monday, I believe we talked about it potentially breaking out there in the financials. Since then, it has pulled back. I did pull the trigger on some JP Morgan shares at close down here at the 200 period. So I was waiting to get Michael's look on that one. I am holding Oracle. I'm holding a lot of names, guys. We're down Oracle down here in the $100 mark. So yeah, we've given back a lot of unrealized gains, but we did trim a lot of the names near the top. But when I'm talking about trimming, I'm talking about like 5 or 10%. It's not, we are still knee deep in many of these tech names. Let's just have a quick little overview there. We could watch out for Bitcoin. Again, another name that, and it's not, look, man, I mean, a lot of us have made calls on many different plays. There was a lot of people that were all bulled up and everything over Bitcoin up here when it was starting to break out, right? We all thought this $100 level. Actually, I put a poll out at 105. Where are we going? 150 first or 50? I was almost the only one putting 50,000. I don't think we're going to hopefully not get to 50,000, but this has really pulled off of 100 right now. And you can see Bitcoin right now, 77.5. Not a great look there for crypto, especially these last couple of days, and especially some of those coins that look like they got rug pulled a little bit, including Cardano, XRP, Doge, and the other one, Solana, not Doge, but those three that were named in that weekend tweet by Donald Trump 2 weekends ago, which all of a sudden put these altcoins and match them in the reserve. Talking about that, we didn't get the reserve talk that we thought we'd get there. So we'll wait to see some more details on that. But for right now, Oracle looking like it wants to head a little bit lower. What do you want to talk about?
I have some more stuff I want to mention here. So Asana, the earnings, again, we did mention they beat here in EPS and revenue up 10% year over year. The revenue guide was pretty bad here, 184.5 mil to 186.5 mil. They're guiding for Q1. Then for fiscal year revenue, $782 mil to 790 mil. Both of those guides were really missing estimates for the company. So yeah, lower than expected Q1 and fiscal 2026 guidance for Asana. That was for Asana. For Oracle, we actually have a little bit more as well. So they said they expect that their $130 billion sales backlog, which seems pretty significant there, apparently they're expecting that will end up driving a 15% increase in overall revenue. They also said that we had Larry Ellison saying the company's on schedule to double their data center capacity this calendar year. Additionally, here, their cloud revenue is up 23%, cloud infrastructure revenue up 23%. The other thing with Oracle, of course, as we mentioned, they are part of Project Stargate. Interestingly enough, right before the Oracle report about 10 minutes ago, JD Vance tweeted about the importance of companies investing in the U.S. We know Oracle's done that. So timing might have been coincidental, but I find it pretty interesting that we get that tweet right before we get Oracle earnings.
Yeah, and Oracle earnings, as you were talking there, Adara, actually made new highs.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so we're in the pre-market, we're up to 152. But as we said already, you know, it's at a tipping point as well, man. I mean, everything's, not everything, but many names below the 200 period. Before I call on Michael, which is going to be in 1 second, I just wanted to quickly look over here. Excuse me, still fighting this little frog. All right, let's just go over and just have a look at what bled today, man. I mean, Apple down 5, not pretty. NVIDIA down 5, Broadcom down 5. I mean, Broadcom had a good report. Broadcom is now underneath where they were before their report, and we were like, Mighty Mouse is here to save the day. Are they? Broadcom down. In technology services, Microsoft down 3, Google down 5, Meta down 5, Oracle now flat, but down 4. Netflix down another 3. That's not great, man. Salesforce, a name that I really like, down 3.5% as well. Some of the financial names, Berkshire holding forward a little bit there. Again, mainly in the insurance space and sitting on a crap ton of cash. As cash becomes king here in this kind of a market, with the market going to the downside, you can buy these dips, right? If he liked Apple at 240, he's going to like it at 220. We'll see what the next play is there for Berkshire. Let me know if you guys hear anything, because I'm very interested and I do own some BH, Berkshire Hathaway. JP Morgan, we bought at the close, down 4%. That's an interesting name. We're loving McDonald's recently. All-time highs, down another 1.26% though today. So that could be a little bit of a buy. Novo Nordisk missed early, but Eli Lilly right there, down 4.5%. That's to the downside. Wow. There was some nice coverage though today in healthcare technology names, as J&J made a move higher, up 0.61. What symbol is this? Oh, AbbVie. Yay, I own AbbVie. AbbVie's actually been a great stock, ABBV. That's a nice one with a nice little juicy dividend as well. Some healthcare names. And then Michael might want to talk about this. He talks about relative strength and weakness. Today we did have a nice bump up in energy. So just to use the Trade Ideas platform one more time here, that's your stock heat map. We did have some up sectors today. Utilities and energy with XLE. Oracle is at after hours high right now and starting to go. Look at that. Nice little move up there to 155 and change. As again, Oracle, I like that backlog. They talked about that. That's basically a guide. They have a lot. They're 130 billion in backlogged orders. So, hey, if that's what's going to happen, that's a good sign. Is NVIDIA getting any love in this after hours? Yes, they are. Is Tesla getting a little, I expect Tesla to be getting a little bit of a bump after hours, but they do not. Still 222 and change. It is time. Who's over there? Is that Ramin? It's Ramin, it looks like, I believe. We're ready to rock and roll. So it's Trader Talk. Let's bring them on. It's my good friend, Michael Noss. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. It's been some time since we've run into each other on here.
I was going to say, I apologize that it's not Neil today. You're going to have to deal with me a little bit. But we'll keep going. Did you hear some of the talk that I had there about the financials? Like, I dipped in there. I was thinking all year round that, less regulations. Hopefully some of that would be coming off. We talked about the financials getting a little bit of a bump with this new administration. They did get a huge one off of the election, but we've really pulled back in there. And again, a couple weeks ago, you and I and Neil, we were all looking at XLF. We thought, oh, good, this is looking like it's breaking out. It had some strength. But the last week and a half has been pretty poor for the financials. Are you still looking there? Do you like any of this? I did dip by some JP Morgan. Tell me that doesn't look that bad.
Well, yeah, we'll talk about your JP Morgan. It's funny, I bought some a little bit today too, and I'm planning on buying a little bit more tomorrow if the market holds. But first of all, just let's look at the financials. I got the XLF chart up here, and using an anchored view app from the major low of that yen carry reversal trade or something, that is acting as support kind of over and over and over again here, right? So we've got a level right here, at 43 where it bounced. It bounced again in January, and we're right back to that level again. So I'm going to watch that zone really closely. And the reason for JP Morgan entry, again, I'm more into the kind of quantitative stuff as time goes on. I get more older and grayer.
Yeah.
This is a system that I have that's looking for mean reversion setup. So it's looking for very strong names that are pulling back pretty significantly. And this is a 25-year back test, and it actually does pretty well. And it actually does pretty well in bearish markets. So that is why I actually pulled the trigger on a little JPM today, and I'm going to look for some tomorrow. So again, the idea behind this is pretty simple. You're looking for strong names, JP Morgan, best of breed for sure, them and maybe Goldman Sachs in the financial sector, and you're looking for just a little bit oversold readings on some traditional, RSI and stochastics and that type of thing. And that's kind of what we're getting, where this is well oversold more than the rest, and very strong name getting into this level right here. So I think it all comes down to if XLF holds, then potentially this gap right here in JP Morgan could hold as well. That VWAP is interesting, the fact that we've bounced there twice, but we're going to be watching this. I think CPI is really going to tell when it comes to a lot of these financial names, because these aren't a big tariff risk. So that's kind of, I think of the financials as a little bit of baby with the bathwater, where they don't care about these tariffs. So what they care about is interest rates.
Yeah.
And I think CPI will tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, CPI coming Wednesday. There are people in the chat talking about maybe too early to buy the banks. That dip on XLF, though, Michael, wasn't that here in August 5th, 6th, 7th, right into there? So, I mean, if that hits us for XLF, man, we got to get all the way down to $41. That's another 20% from here. So let's hope that doesn't come into play. Is there anything else triggering on? Because I'm really interested in those kind of best of breed names like you just mentioned, on those reversions, on those pullback. Is there anything else maybe that's on your mind right now? You don't have to talk your exact book, but is there anything maybe you're looking at to dip by a best of breed name? Because that's kind of where I am right now. I did buy the S&P 500 a little bit. I'm trying to nibble like 5% almost every week just to put it in, and at some point hopefully the bottom will be there and I'll catch it. But for right now, I'm just like index focused. Was there any other individual names that maybe has come across a scanner similar to the one that you just showed us?
Yeah, so I can go through a couple of those. One sector I want to look at today, though, is also ITB, right? So this is home builders. And home builders are actually holding well. This is a major level we got going all the way back to the beginning of 2024. It's bounced there 3 times. This is a sector I want to start taking a look at and diving into some of these names to see if I can get something in the home builder sector. And it's interesting. So we just talked about XLF doing a little bit better than the overall market, although pulling back. And then ITB, which is home builders, doing a little bit better in the overall market and holding support. This to me doesn't scream market recession and people are really worried about economy. This seems like it's entirely focused on the political kind of unrest and the tariff and all of that type of thing, because you wouldn't expect financials to be doing okay and you wouldn't expect ITB to be holding up as well if these things were doing okay. But JP Morgan, some of these other names that are interesting. So from the financial space, this LPLA, I need to look a little bit more, but it's LPL Financial.
Okay.
That triggered today on the same kind of setup. Again, really, really strong name, almost doubled off the 2024 lows, pulling back here, and FWONK. So Liberty Media Corporation, not so much in the financial space, but another one that's pulling back. I've been doing a lot of this trading. These algorithms that are looking for these pullbacks have done way better than any of my trend following systems over the last few months, which makes sense with where the market is. It kind of leads to a larger discussion, but I think that's what, as swing traders, we have to be doing more and more. I'm usually on here looking for big trends to continue for the long run. I don't think we're going to see that in the near future. So I think these little dip buys, you get in, you hope you get somewhere near a bottom. When it bounces in your favor, you get out and take your money and you move on. I think that's going to be more or less the way that you have to trade these names going forward.
Thank you so much for being here with us, Michael. And we actually have a question here in the chat from Sam asking what your take is on NVIDIA. Right now, we know that these AI names have certainly been on watch with the market selling off. How do you view NVDA at this level?
Not really well. And the reason for it is I always look at what's kind of leading and what's lagging in the system. So we were talking about financials because they're closer to their all-time high. They're a little bit more interesting. I always look at it too as it's never generally the thing from the last cycle that gets us into a bull market in the next cycle, right? So, for example, and I say that as we're still not in a bull market. We're only down like 8-9% here. So, but you know, you got to think about it. Go back to 2020. What got us out of that bear market or crash or whatever we had in 2020 was the pandemic names, from Peloton and Zoom and all of these. And then that took us to 2021, 2022, where we had the Russia-Ukraine invasion. That had a sell off again. And then what took us out of that is the AI plays. And that happens over and over again. Whatever kind of is the leader going into a bit of a pullback usually isn't the leader coming out. So that makes me want to focus a little bit more broad on different areas of the market. For me, it's if NVIDIA can't make a new all-time high, I'm not really interested. And the way I look at it is that what's NVIDIA going to do at this point? Double again and become a $6 trillion company? I just think there's interesting areas to be looked at for even the AI play other places. I just think this might be one of those names that it's kind of a little tapped out for a bit and can put in another sideways year, right? We're almost at a year of sideways action in NVIDIA. Wouldn't shock me if this continued a little longer.
But Michael, isn't NVIDIA best of breed? Like you and I just talked about that with JP Morgan, and I understand that, of course, we're talking about financials versus AI and basically tech. But if we are going to get a bounce in the NASDAQ and we are going to eventually, people want me to ask you when moon, but we can't predict that. If we do eventually get that bounce in the NASDAQ, is it not going to be led by the leaders? Like, I mean, aren't we going to get going with NVIDIA at some point? Like, I get that. Yeah, sure. I completely understand your logic. We're not going to 6 trillion. There are other names that we're talking about right now that could double. But at the same time, you and I bought JP Morgan down here at 230. It's not going to 460 anytime soon, which would be a double as well, right? So, I mean, I don't know. I think there's a lot of negativity around what is the best of breed name there in NVIDIA. I mean, I don't want to buy AMD, although I think AMD could triple from this level, right? I mean, its top is 240 and you're down here at $90. So I don't know. Is there a name in the chip space maybe that you're looking at? I mean, I bought some Intel down there at 20, went to 28, round tripped all the way back to 20 again. We just had Broadcom come up with a huge report, had a nice move up 7 or 8%, actually held it that day, gave it all back Friday, gave it all back again today. Is there something in the NASDAQ 100 that is sort of getting you a little bit excited?
Yeah, I think it's going to be something else. And if anyone can help me figure out what that's going to be,
right.
You know, that's the interesting thing. So we're looking at it like the semiconductors were the thing for a long time. They were the entire leader of the market. And what happens is these indexes are market cap weighted. So for a while there, NVIDIA was the biggest company in the entire world and had the most effect on the overall market in the entire world. If we're going to rotate into another sector and into another name, that's going to lead for some pain in the S&P 500 for a while, which is, you know, the beginning of the year, I was saying expect a choppy year because I think that rotation is going to come. So if semiconductors are going to break out, I'm 100% with you. I think you go to the leader, you go to NVIDIA, that's where you're going to buy. I just don't know if we're going to see another resurgence again in the semiconductor type space because I really think that there's going to be something else under the hood that is going to push us higher, and that thing is going to be the next story that takes us to new heights. I just don't know if it's going to be semiconductors and AI anymore. If I had to bet, you know, when I was in New York with JC, we were talking to Dan Ives, who's a very famous tech investor. He was talking a lot about robotics. Okay. Now, that he was big on Tesla for that, but Tesla's getting just creamed here, so I don't know if I want to make that bet. But I have my eyes open more for what is the next theme that's going to take us to new highs, and less about what is the theme before and when that's going to recover. Now, the beauty of price action is I know when I'm wrong. If I start seeing SMH getting close to new highs again, then yeah, I'm 100% with you. NVIDIA is probably going to be the name I pick up.
We did, you mentioned they're looking under the hood, which actually triggered my next question, and that would be Robinhood. We got a disappointment from Robinhood on Friday, as many traders expected that name to be included into the S&P 500 inclusions, which of course we got TKO, which is WWE and Endeavor. We've got DoorDash, and what was the other name? Dara, DoorDash.
We got Williams-Sonoma. We also got Expand Energy.
Williams-Sonoma as well. Thanks, Dara, for that. Look at this Robinhood chart, Michael. I mean, if you come over to my screen right now, I'll give you a second to have a look yourself. But this name, like, wow, what a darling for new finance names. There's a lot of traders that like this name, of course. Does come with a little bit of a short float, 3%. But look at this. We're falling right back in again into potential support down at the 200 period moving average. You could see its best day was its earnings day, as we have basically fallen since then. So any kind of rules about trading names, especially on disappointed inclusions, or we can even take the other way if you're now looking at some of those other names that have been included in the S&P 500. We saw Palantir go up huge on news like that. Do you ever trade around event-driven ideas like that?
I don't, because I think a lot of that's priced in, right? So Palantir did well on inclusion, and then we got to remember SMCI, right? Jumped right from the small caps to the large caps, and then the DOJ came knocking at their door. So, you know, it's one of those games that there's some people that play for very short-term action, and it does work algorithmically, but for the long term, I think you kind of guess in a lot of cases what's going to end up being included and what's not going to be included. Walgreens, when it was kicked out of the Dow, was actually, I think, bottomed around that time as well. But when it comes to Robinhood, I think Robinhood's a Bitcoin play. Whether it's warranted or not, the correlation that we're seeing to Bitcoin is just unmatched. So I think it's one of those, I like Robinhood. You know, we're both Canadian, so we can't trade off it. But everything I've seen, it seems user-friendly. They're opening up accounts, they're doing a lot of good things. But if crypto as a whole is going to sell off, and specifically, you know, some of the doges and the things that a lot of people are, the Robinhood degens over are trading, if those are going to suffer, then this name's going to suffer with it. So I think it's one of those, you got to get the animal spirits back, because I think Robinhood is the perfect animal spirits play. If people are scalping markets all day long, crypto and otherwise, this thing's going to do great. If everyone's kind of bored and scared of the market, I don't think they're going to do too well.
Michael, we just got the alarm there. I mean, how fast this time goes when you're having a good time. On a little bit of a lighter note there, I just saw an ad on the TV for White Lotus. Have you been watching anything recently, any sort of series that you're into? I know you're a busy guy with the family and looking at hundreds of charts, but is there anything you're watching right now of interest to you?
Not yet. I want to check out White Lotus. I've heard in every podcast I listen to, they say it's great. We just need to get to a point where both kids can sleep for long enough that we can sit down and watch something.
I got you. Yeah, I like White Lotus. We're also starting Severance, where I wonder if that would be good for that. It's where half your brain, like, you get cut off when you go to work. Okay, I get the picture. We got to get out of here. But yeah, anyways, we'll talk soon. Michael Noss, thank you again so much for joining us. Again, everyone can find you. Why don't we, got anything going on Stats Edge-wise, or where can they find you? What are you up to?
Yeah, just come over to statsedgetrading.com, and again, Michael Noss on all the social medias and all that, when they're all working, if they're back up.
Yeah, that's right. I was thinking about that. We had some issues with X today for sure. All right, Michael, thank you so much for all that talk, man. Great times. It makes me feel a little bit better that we both bought JP Morgan, but maybe in a week we just average in, so we'll see what happens right there. Thank you, Michael Noss. Take care. Say hi to the family for us, and always a pleasure. One of my favorites, Michael Noss. Thank you, my friend.
See ya.
All right, that's Trader Talk. Right, yeah, we're trying to wrap this thing up just really, really quickly because I got to go as well. Oracle right now starting to make that move higher, but then faded off of 158 back down to 153. That's going to be your winner here. Asana downside keeps on going. Holy crap. 1250 right now for Asana. That name just gets hit down 32+%. Paymentus Holdings down 5% as well as pay coming through. Adair, it's been a blast of a day.
What a day.
I think both of us are tired, especially you.
Yeah.
And we will be, I mean, you killed it today on the Midday, so congratulations on that one.
Great to be back.
I think a lot of people really, really like that. But damn, Daniel, we got to wrap this show up. So it's been a blast. Thank you, Ramin, for staying late. Thank you, Obi. I mean, what a great call. What a great show we had with him. Joe. He's in the club already. Remember I told you he's gone. So he's in the club right now. Ramin's still here. Thanks, Brendan. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls. And most importantly, thank you to Michael Noss, who joined us twice today. And a big shout out to Bears, Bulls, Brendo, everybody, and to all of our viewers. So, hey, this is a peach.
And this is...
Cobbler.
Yeah. I like it.
See you tomorrow, everybody. 8:30. We'll be back.